the inauguration and everything. And more than anyone, thank you all the students for being such fantastic audience, and you have made it a grand success. Thank you so much. And I'm hoping that today also, with even more greater sessions and greater speakers, we are going to have a wonderful, wonderful time and great session today. So please cooperate with us. Today's topic is opportunities in biomedical instrumentation. We know that the last 2 decades, and particularly the last 1 decade, the technological innovation has touched our lives in every way, be it mind, body, or spirit, if I may say. So biomedical instrumentation is I would say it's a change maker area when it comes to humans. With the latest developments, particularly post-COVID, and of course the last 1 decade of changes that are happening. And I think as humans, as a civilization, we are going to be more and more dependent on technological intervention in our lives. Our 2 great speakers, we have Mr. Balamurugan, Senior Vice President, HCL Technologies, Mr. Shashi Kumar, Managing Director, Phoenix Medical Systems. We have grand stalwarts on the dais for us to guide us and to enlighten us on this particular area, on the opportunities that we have, be it on the employability side or be it as an entrepreneur, and also the developments and all other aspects of this industry. Let's welcome the speakers. May I request the speakers to be on the dais. A brief bio of the CVs, I am not reading it out. It is going to be on the screen for you. Please have a look at that and familiarize yourselves as to who is speaking to you today. May I request Mr. Balamurugan to be on the dais.
So, first of all, very good morning to young friends. I just want to thank the organizing committee of TechKnow 22. So I just got a call from Mr. Raghunathan a couple of weeks back, and he actually requested me to participate in this. So it's my privilege to be part of this and share probably some of the insight from the industry on the opportunities that are available for the engineering students in the biomedical space. I think I need some help. So before we start, a small introduction. I'm basically heading the medical devices group in HCL Technologies. So all of you must be familiar with HCL Technologies, which is a $11 billion IT and engineering services corporation. So what, about 10% of our business, or 20% of our business comes from engineering services, in which medical devices is one of the verticals. So we serve global medtech operations for the engineering services. So in the next 10 minutes, I will possibly trigger your thoughts. Many a times when we get students, campus hires, when they come to the college, they are really not aware what exactly they will do every day. Once they've studied so many things, everybody has got some idea about, product development. It's an invention, product development. That idea is there for all the students. But when you come to the industry, there's a lot more than developing a product. So in the next 10 minutes, I'll try to kindle your thoughts so that you can ask probably the right questions to get some clarity on what you can expect from the industry or what the industry expects. So what you are seeing is basically on some of the industry trends today. I've just summarized. Basically, the trend is, there's a lot of movement that's happening in leveraging the digital technologies for advancing the healthcare. So in the overall, there are multiple things the industry is aiming at, medtech industry globally and specifically in India. Affordable healthcare, how to really reduce the overall healthcare cost. Second is, in the care continuum, how to shift the expenditure, by moving the patient care from hospital to homes. So in line with that, there are a lot of things that are happening. So in the hospital, there are areas like patient surveillance, connected equipments, real-time locating systems, and then smart QR. These are the areas which are actually happening in the hospital side. In the in-clinic side, there are a lot of devices on the point-of-care side, handheld devices, ambulatory therapies, lab on a chip, coordinated care. Those are the areas which are happening there. Coming to on-body, the wearable devices is really gaining a lot of significance. A lot of smart devices, implants, wearables, and peripherals. In-home, we are talking about digital assistants, activity monitoring, especially for geriatric care. Telehealth consultation, you're all familiar with that. Government of India has launched even here. And home medical devices, even the COVID testing, we are talking about home medical devices. So these are the current trends. The important point to note is medtech industry in general will adopt technologies little later compared to the consumer segment. It is because of a very good reason. The technology should mature. Otherwise, we are likely to compromise the safety of the patients or human beings. So there will be a lag for adoption of the technologies. So now the digital adoption is really picked up very well. We are seeing explosive growth in adopting digital technologies into the medical device and healthcare sector. The reason why I'm talking about it is if the student community can really prepare, because the other areas like developing a device, it's all very matured. You have a lot of information available, but the digital technology, digital adoption, cloudification, those are the areas where there is a huge growth. Specifically, India has got an advantage because we have abundant talent available, where we can really contribute for this segment. So now for the topic is basically what are the opportunities in the biomedical instrumentation space. So these are the opportunities where students get employed, especially for in India. One is the OEM companies where you can get into R&D, manufacturing, quality, or and the second segment is basically the India captive centers. All the global companies, they have their captive centers here, like Philips and GE, all those companies. So we can definitely get an employment there in the biomedical segment. Third is Indian engineering service provider like HCL Technologies. For example, we have close to 8,000 engineers working only in the medical technology segment for global medtech companies. The next one is in the sales and service. You have a lot of distribution because I think more than 70% of the capital equipments are actually imported. So there's a lot of opportunity available on the sales and service then in the hospital segment. So at least this is what I could think of how to bucketize the various opportunities for students from various branches, right? So coming to what are the companies who are actually providing opportunities in the medtech segment, in the Indian engineering service provider. When you find time, just go into Zeno. This is basically an extract from the Zeno, who is a marketing analyst. They have done a study of all the companies who are offering engineering services for medtech customers. So you are seeing that the leadership zone, companies like HCL, Capgemini, TCS. So there is a good amount of work that these companies do for customers. These companies may not have products on their own. My friend in the next session probably will be focusing in those areas where, we have our own brand, our own products, what are the opportunities. But I thought, I can focus in the other areas, right? So here, you see a snapshot of global medtech companies where, we have 5,000, 10,000 kind of engineers who are actually offering engineering services, product design, development, manufacturing, the complete support. For example, Becton Dickinson, Baxter, Johnson & Johnson, GE Healthcare, Philips, Siemens. So a lot of product design development are happening from this country for global market. So abundant opportunities available. Now let's come a little bit into what exactly, you people will do, the engineers will do once you join any of these companies, whether it is an OEM or a service provider, or even, assume you are starting your own company. So these are the, this is the product life cycle for the benefit of the students. So one is, we will typically start with the market research or the user needs. There are a lot of startup companies, they will be in the first few boxes. Then comes, the requirement definition, what exactly is needed, especially when it is a new product. You need to really identify the user requirements and system requirements. Then comes the technology development and research. Then you do some kind of proof of concept. Typically, the first 4 boxes, typically you do it as part of your college project or an MTech project. Next comes the system architecture and subsystem definition, design implementation, verification, then clinical validation, regulatory submission, the manufacturing. Then during the life of the product, you need to actually sustain, because a lot of things may become obsolete. You may have to make changes. There could be changes in the standards. So sustaining engineering is one of the key areas. Then medical product has got the requirement of post-market surveillance, where you need to monitor how the product is performing, in terms of the safety and effectiveness for the healthcare community. So these are the various stages of a typical product life in a medtech industry. This is almost followed by all the global corporations. Now, what is different? Because you have electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, biotechnology, biomedical engineers, software engineers, all are required to really deliver what we are talking about for the medical devices. But there are some nuances for medtech industry which I thought I should highlight. Typically, you don't get to know about those things in your college days, because your focus is more on the the technology and subjects. The first one is quality system, because when you talk about a mobile phone, you see probably a mobile phone getting released once in 6 months, whereas in the medtech industry, people take quite a good amount of time to release a product into the market. So because the product has to be compliant with some of the standards, and then safety is very, very critical, and verification validation is also very, very critical. You need to provide objective evidence to prove that the product conforms to the specification, plus it is effective and safe. So because of which there is an additional burden in the overall product development and manufacturing and support cycle. So why it is important for you to understand is, there are opportunities for engineers to take up roles in the entire life of the product, right? Now let me come back to the various roles, because I told we have about 7,000, 8,000 engineers who are working from India as well as in client places. So we have an opportunity to understand the typical roles that industry is requiring to deliver to the healthcare community. The first is the biggest one, system engineer. Some of you might be aspiring for starting your own company. So what is very important is this role, top role, system engineer. One of the major comments from many of our customers is very less percentage of people who actually qualify or elevate to the level of systems engineer. It's not a very easy role to play, because you need to have a very good understanding of the user problems, and you need to have a good understanding of the solution. And especially today, the system engineer role in, for example, 1980s is different from the system engineer role in this digital era. So earlier it was more about, if you talk about a ultrasound machine or an ECG machine, it's all about the box, electronics and software. But today, it gets connected to the cloud. There is a safety aspect involved, there's cybersecurity involved, and it gives connectivity to multiple products across the world, across the globe. So there is a concept of systems of systems. This is another area where, we don't have much of a talent, even in our own industry. So we need to develop a little bit of an appreciation for the systems of systems as well. Then comes the traditional things like, mechanical engineering, industrial design. The industrial design is very critical because the usability is very important, because there are a number of deaths that are happening in the hospitals because of usability errors. I'm sure you would have read a lot of things in the newspaper. So the people who are working in the medtech industry, you have to really, ensure that the usability, it should be very intuitive and it should be very easy. A nurse or a doctor or a patient should not commit any error. Right, sometime back you read a news item where instead of oxygen, some other gas was delivered in a hospital. So this is very important. Then comes the electrical engineering, embedded software, application software, cloud software, mobile software. The presence of mobile technology is, we developed a product for a global medtech company where, you have a continuous blood glucose monitoring installed here, and you have a mobile software which continuously tracks. It increased the effectiveness of diabetes management so well. We have about 60 engineers who really participated in the overall, product development cycle. So the graphic user interface. The next one is on the data analytics, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. This is another area. I talked about the digital impact. This is one area that's picking up a lot. A country which has got abundant talent in software, we have a huge opportunity. We can have a leadership position. For example, we are running a project, couple of projects from Sri Ramachandra University in terms of how to detect a disease based using AI and ML based on X-ray images. About 13 diseases can be detected. So there's tremendous opportunity, for the students to get into some of these areas, because in many of we need to utilize our strength to become the leader, and this is one area where we can actually show our strength. Now, there are other roles, in addition to developing a product, electrical, software, mechanical, the regulatory engineer. The regulatory compliance is very critical, I told you. There are companies who have lost billions of dollars because they have not complied with the regulatory requirements. You are reading in day-to-day newspapers, big pharma factory, they have come and inspected, they have asked them to close. We have seen number of such cases throughout the globe because it compromises safety. So regulatory engineering is one. For example, in HCL, we have over 350 engineers. There are engineers from Anna University as well, who joined our group. So to focus on regulatory engineering. And then comes medical writing, because clinical writing is also, very critical. There are biomedical engineer, biotechnology people, pharma graduates who all get into medical writing for the devices. You need to understand, how to use the device and all that. Then comes the design quality engineers. Typically, design engineers, they graduate to the level of design quality engineers for independent reviews. Manufacturing engineering is a big area where, you have number of roles within manufacturing itself to really, support the overall day-to-day manufacturing. Material. Today, toxicology is a big topic. So you need to ensure that, the products they make, there's no, carcinogenic subjects which causes cancer. So material analysis is another big area where this needs to be done. Then packaging engineering, reliability engineering. Project management is, of course, very, very critical. The engineers only, typically go into the role of project management because you need to understand the whole life cycle, put up all the dependencies, estimations, all that. So these are the roles. I welcome all the students to ask any queries. If you have with respect to roles. Because many times engineers ask, what do I do when I join this company, right? And they get a surprise. So I thought I should make use of the opportunity to share these things with all of you. So next comes basically the employability, which is one of the major objectives of this kind of an event. So here is my recommendation. the very first thing, it's not there, but the very first thing that you should actually succeed in your, either as an entrepreneur or a career. Basically, you should have pride and passion. Forget about this technology. Or do I know software? Do I know mechanical engineering? Do I know electrical engineering? That's all secondary. The very first thing that you need is actually a pride and passion in whatever you do. Whether you write a software, or whether you do a testing, or whether you do the manufacturing. You have pride and passion. That's a tagline of HCL. We have seen people, succeeding to greater heights because of that. You can go and see anybody who was successful. This will be the basic thing. The second thing that we are talking, typically I'm addressing more of medical industry, safety. Safety should be the primary thing that should be kept in your mind. In whatever you do. Whether you do testing, you suddenly see, for example, an infusion pump is delivering an important drug in the hospital, ICU. Assume there is a software defect. Or there is a switch which is not working. Suddenly they have to stop the drug because patient is in some area. Assume the switch is not working properly. In an ATM machine, if the switch doesn't work, it's okay. You lose the money. But in an ICU, if you are unable to stop the drug, it's a serious problem. There are multiple companies in the world where production is completely stopped because of such problems. So safety is very, very critical. That should be actually in the blood of everybody who works in the medtech industry. Next, third one is the compliance to standards. That is another very, because there are a lot of companies who come and start products, whether really, they are meeting the requirements. So compliance standards. Some of the generic stuff, my recommendation to the young friends is basically, you choose a role. What do you want to do when you join a company? You want to be the designer? You want to be a good tester? You want to be a manufacturing engineer? You want to be a sales engineer? Service? Choose the role, probably at least in the last year or so. Focus in building skills related to the role. You will flourish. Because we should always see the, sportsmen or actors. They've all succeeded, they become famous because, very simple, they are very passionate about what they want to do in life. So, the one that is talked a lot in multiple forums is the, written and oral communication skill. It's becoming very critical because when you really describe a problem, a defect in the product, assume a service engineer goes to the field and he sees a problem and he needs to describe the problem to the person who has developed the product. He has to write a good, description of the problem. We have seen major challenges with some of the engineers. They are unable to describe what exactly is the defect in the product. So, good written and oral communication skill is very, very critical. Whatever function you do, it can be manufacturing, sales, service, or design development. The last one, I think my friend Mr. Shashi is there. So you should leverage your final year project. The reason why I'm quoting that is, today not much, because, you try to leverage what's available by some third-party companies and all that. Kindly leverage your final year project. It will go a long way in terms of giving you a career path. With this, I once again thanks for the opportunity, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. You've taken the entire audience in such a wonderful way, starting with, what the opportunities are, where this industry is, and also ending up with what is required from the student community in terms of upskilling and in terms of choosing the right kind of role. That was a wonderfully, the session was taken so wonderfully. Thank you very much, sir. And over to Mr. Sashi Kumar, Managing Director, Phoenix Medical Systems.
Kalai Vanakkam. Good morning to all of you. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to expose myself to the students here. Let me start. Okay, let them start. How many of you are thinking of starting your own company? Raise your hands. Atmanirbhar Bharat, that's good. That's fantastic. I think we should, get into that spirit of, Atmanirbhar Bharat. That's fantastic because I did this. I was like one among you 32 years back. I started a company myself. Yeah. Let me introduce the company so that you get an idea of what we do. So one of the things which I always say is that, keep a focus not in the engineering skills, which all of us do. We always keep our engineering skills as, I am good in engineering, I can do a lot of math, do whatever things. But nobody thinks about what should I deliver and what should that particular person or the patient or anyone should be, happy with. That's a passion you'll have to develop, not passion just in engineering. Yes, you develop a passion in engineering, but the most important thing being the passion in what you're delivering. That's very, very important. At the moment, we have around 3 factories. We are the first company, Indian company, in this maternal neonatal space, which got the CE and ISO marks and so on. We are one of the companies which have got, started sending products internationally. We have got around 60 countries on which we export. And of course, most of our products today are premium, and we give a very good premium quality. Sorry. Yeah. So that's we have manufacturing facilities. We have it in Sriperumbudur today. We have in Pondicherry and in Vizag. All, as I would say, I was like a student like you 32 years back, and I'm able to do this today. We have a DSIR recognized R&D center at Chennai, which is very important because at the end of the day, you need a good R&D center, and the recognition helps you to collaborate with the institutions, which is again very important because a lot of young students like you can come up with a lot of good ideas, and it's very nice to collaborate and bring out a lot of products together. One of the things which I definitely would also, sort of put your mind on, it's not me. If you are given 1 hour to solve a problem, you're given 1 hour to solve a problem, what will you do? This was a question. 1 hour to solve a problem. So most of the time, we have a tendency, because we have been brought in a culture where you'll have to be the first. So we try to, somehow do things immediately. But that's not the sense which we will have to get. More and more, we see it internationally also. People get into the problem. 1 hour was given. 55 minutes you should spend on the problem. Solution will come in 5 minutes. But if you don't spend time on the problem, you will never come up with a solution, a proper solution. You will be on as I would say, a solution which will be, just a solution, that's it. But we need, today, India has to go to the next level. And that can happen only if our people, our minds can work on problems, think about what is the problem, and then come out with a good solution. And as I said, please think now onwards. Let's, any problem given to you, think on the problem for a lot of time, anything you take, you can think of a lot of, various, I would say, various angles on the problem, and then come up with a solution. This is very, very important. That's the reason I'm telling it here. As a student, wherever you go, be it, HCL or any other place you go, remember this very clearly. Problem, you'll have to get into the problem, sink into the problem, and solve it. And as somebody, as the Japanese say, when you ask somebody, a fish tank is there or a pond is there, and if somebody is asking, what is this fish eating? Now I can stand outside and say that, okay, the fish should be eating this, we should be, doing this and that and that, all that. That's the reason why we are not talking about getting deep into the water. Get deep into the water, see what's happening, and then you will understand what fish is eating. That's very, very important. That's why we say deep into water, yeah? Our company has, from the beginning, as I said, all the certifications and so on. We are there in various segments, and of course, during COVID, we are also there in the COVID care products. We are there in infant care, maternal care, COVID, and assistive technology. And this the neonatal segment, what we have. Recently, we are sending these Embrace warmers, which is again along with Stanford University. These warmers are now going to Ukraine because a lot of people, a lot of women are there in the bomb shelters, and they cannot, they do not have the full facility of a neonatal intensive care unit, and there is no way the babies can be saved, and therefore we are sending these. It is going out of our factory in Chennai. Although these are the infant care products and the maternal care products, I'm just giving a glimpse. And this is the COVID. This is a big story. The R&D engineers, full-spirited, basically because my philosophy is to look at what the problems are with the end person, and therefore the team in Phoenix worked for 100 days, sitting in our R&D center, and came out with a product, which is the only product in India which was developed during COVID, which has got a CE certificate today. I mean, that's fantastic. And I would definitely give a lot of credit to the government of Tamilnadu because they helped us. Yeah, they helped us. Go to those places and kept everything open, whichever was required during COVID. Assistive technology is another area which is very, very important, and it's going to be very, very important in the days to come. So you would have seen the cane for the blind, which has got a sensing device. We have also the standing wheelchair, which almost every person on a wheelchair is always sitting to make them stand by their own. It's a very important thing, so that's what we have done. And then we have the refreshable braille display, basically because if a blind person has to read, it's very difficult, read or write, it's very difficult. And we have a computer basically for the blind person. That's what we have done. But what am I saying? Assistive technology. That's a very important area because more and more people having diabetics in India. We know India is the capital for diabetes, and you clearly know these people have some sort of a disability, and these disabilities can be overcome only if you have devices, technological devices which can be given to them, and that's a big opportunity today. I'm sure all of you will take it up, whether you are your own or some other company. Now, as what Mr. Balamurugan had given you, I'm coming from the other side. I'm looking at the patient side. We have screening, diagnosis, treatment, restoration, monitoring. That's the kind of thinking, that's the kind of requirement which is there. So where you plug in is your problem. I would say you can take it up anywhere. There's a lot of opportunities. Every little stuff which I've said, you can get in there. Yeah. And if you look at the healthcare industry in India, you would find most of the companies less than $2 million, which means, okay, of course, I would put it in Indian rupee, approximately less than 25 crores is what you find most of the Indian medical equipment companies. And as you go down, also it becomes multinational companies which have got more than, the 100 millions are always bigger multinational companies, not Indian companies. Next gen skill, as what my previous speaker has also said, we have a lot of things which are very, very important for the next generation. I'm sure all of you understand today. I'm surprised that most of the medical device industry, we are struggling digitally, but if the governments have gone digital very nicely. Today, everything is digital. So we are already late in terms of digital into hospitals, into all those places. It's really sad to see that we are still lagging. Yes, I understand, because in medical, you need to do regulatory approvals, clinical trials, and so on. It takes time. Yes, I understand, but doesn't mean that we cannot become digital. So it's very important. And today, none of the hospitals are connected. None of the patients are connected. It's very, very sad, but there's a big opportunity there where we can, bring up these things. And again, as I say, whether you do it yourself or go into a company and do it, please do it. Yeah, that's the thing. And of course, another very important thing, augmented reality is another very, very important area. Because if you look at it, most of the hospitals, they are training with a patient. Everywhere you can't get, diseases with, patients. Sometimes you can't. So if you can have an augmented reality or, stuff like that, then what happens is you're doing the training programs, upskilling, based on good, augmented reality or virtual reality. So this is very, very important. That's an area which is going to really grow well in the medical space. And I've seen it in Israel, where the training programs, they go through, because upskilling is very, very important. They have got to keep on training the medical staff. We also know very clearly that something called a CME is there for doctors. Continuous medical education is a requirement. The points are given for doctors, so it's very important for them to do upskilling. Unfortunately, we do not have that in engineering side. Nobody asks us whether you're upskilling yourself. No, but that's good in one way. But then for doctors, they don't. They have to keep on upskilling, and for that, augmented reality or virtual reality is very, very important. So that area is going to really springboard and go. That's of course. As what I would say, the UI, UX design today, that's one area. A lot of money is available in that area. UX and UI design. Those who have done that, they are going to be multimillionaires because a lot less is there, but then demand is too much. Because any product, be it computer, be it your phones, everywhere, the usability is a very important area. You need a screen which can be easily, as I would say, intuitively worked on, and therefore that becomes a very critical area, and a lot of people are working on it. Of course, the resources are small in terms of really experienced people, and therefore there's a big area there to get into. Of course, non-tech area, patient experience, patient management, equipment management, health data analysis, and of course, because of the health data analysis, you will do artificial intelligence and machine learning. Yes, so of course, this is one thing which we are talking about. We want more and more sensors. This is one thing which, again, India is lagging. We do not have any sensor-based companies in India. Very sad. We all have to take everything for biomedical engineering, starting from temperature sensing to any sensor manufactured internationally and brought in. Very, very sad, basically, because we're totally dependent on any sensing. If you don't sense, no instrumentation is going to work. So it's a very big area, which I think, be it, again, as I said, be it in your own way, we want to start it off because that's a big opportunity again. Medical robotics is coming up in a big way. I mean, I'm sure that most of you would have at least heard where your eye, surgery is done, or eye surgery or correction is done by robotics. That's again an area, a big area. Surgery is going to be a big area. Again, there is, as I said, exoskeletal devices which makes you walk. A disabled person can walk. So those are things which are going to be coming up in a big way. So that is again another area which I think we should talk about. Point of care devices. Again, this is going to be critical because if you go to a home care site, then you need a device which is doing the diagnosis immediately. Diagnosis immediate is very important. So that's another thing. And of course, the home care therapy and monitoring, which is totally different from the normal hospital monitoring devices. And of course, as I keep saying, the most important thing is all of us have to really think about patient, patient experience and enhancement. Of course, the medical device industry is going to grow. 50 billion is the kind of projection for India. So we're going to be really growing very well year after year. All of us know very clearly, I don't know how many of you know, India is the pharmacy of the world. How many youngsters know about it? Raise your hands. India is the pharmacy for the world. Not many. So that's what I'm saying. So you'll have to be in reality. You need to find what we are doing. If you look at it, look at the paper, vaccines, many of the vaccines were going only from India. Yes. So many drugs, including US, was asking for drugs from India. So we became the capital for our pharmacy for the world. Can we become the pharmacy for, the hub for medical devices? We should be the hub. We can be the hub. We have the technologists. We have the young minds like you, which can take the country forward. Of course, that's the kind of information. This is, of course, very old. And as I said, there's a lot of opportunities. There's a huge gap today. There's a lot of opportunities. Let's go there. Yeah. And one thing which I really want to, emphasize here, I find a lot of people having a hesitation to take up a sales job. How many of you are willing to take a sales job? Raise the hands. Only a couple of them. I don't understand, because if you look at it, a doctor or anyone needs to understand the product, and that comes up only if you go and explain the product. And that happens only if there is a salesperson. And in a company, if you look at it, the sales is one thing which is bringing in revenue to the company. So they have much bigger our much bigger, strength in the company. They are the people who are bringing in money into the company. So remember that very clearly. Those who are bringing in money in the company are favored very heavily. So anywhere you go, if you are in the part of revenue, you are a blue-eyed boy. So it's very important that you think that way and then get in. Thank you.
I would say an absolutely fantabulous session by both the speakers. I think in just about 45 minutes, what they have done is to throw open in front of us thousands of opportunities, both in terms of employability and in terms of new businesses that can come into. Particularly the different areas that you narrated, sir, in terms of tech and non-tech, and the kind of opportunities in front of us. In fact, yesterday I was talking to my nephew about, since this topic, he is doing something in biotech. I said, okay, I wanted to understand a student perspective. On what it is, okay, tell me what's going to happen. Then as he was having the conversation, I said, no, sales and marketing don't take the andre. But after hearing you, the last question you asked, how many of us, but I see a lot of potential, looking at the kind of opportunities you have shown to them. I think it's a fabulous session. I mean, it's a great thing to take it forward. Like as students, whenever I used to see a lot of engineering college, many students standing outside, my only thing will be, what is this country going to do with all these wonderful students? Young India is always a concern that's been in some corner. But yesterday and after today, listening to what you're saying, I think we have a great future in considering India is going to be the world's pharmacy, which I'm very, very sure it must be a very new tagline for you all to know, I mean, a reality, right? Thank you very much, sir. And please wait for the mementos to be given. And everybody, please, note down all your questions. Our volunteers will be giving you a small slip. Please write your name, your query, and to which speaker, and they'll collect it and you will be responded to. Thank you. Great insight. And I'm sure I would want to definitely get in touch with you. I live in Tamilnadu. And of course, I do connect to the college students in various fabulous I'll definitely be in touch with you. Thank you so much. Great. Thanks a lot. We have a short tea break for about 10 minutes. Please assemble here back at 10:15. I mean, maybe it's about just 5 minutes.
Krishnamurthy, Project Director of the Tamilnadu Defence Corridor, Commodore Ramesh Madhavan and Ganesh Ram. These three people will take this session, and we find from the biodata, as you are all aware, that defense corridor is something which is shaping up in our country in a big way. Originally, we have been dependent on external sources, but now it is being made in India, and even export orders are being contemplated. Accordingly, our own people who have been in the defense sector, both in the government as well as in the private sector, are very much in the know of things, and we need technological advancements in this field to solve the problem of reaching the people in vast numbers. We have 3 speakers in our panel and are real subject experts in having acquired technology, and they will share their knowledge in this identified sector. With these few lines of introduction, let me request Mr. Krishnamurthy, Project Director, Tamilnadu Defense Corridor, to take it over.
A very good morning to all. Good morning. Okay. First of all, I thank the organizers for giving this opportunity, to present here and expressing my views. I am Krishnamurthy from 2002 Civil Service batch, allotted to Ordnance Factory Service, and worked in various ordnance factories. Of course, there was a brief intro. Then I was in Delhi about 12 years. I was in shipping as director projects, completely associated with the Sagarmala projects, and then various port modernization programs. We got a President Award. And subsequently, I worked in Ministry of Defense about 3 years. And there I got Ayudh Bhushan Award for various modernization and innovation opportunities. And due to COVID, I met the government here. Now I am in government of Tamilnadu on deputation as Additional Secretary in Industry Department. And hailing from defense background, I have been asked to head the Tamilnadu Defense Corridor project. I am Project Director, Tamilnadu Defense Corridor in TechKnow. That is a brief intro of myself. And I don't know how far I will be able to give various vistas and opportunities available in defense for you, but let me try to do justice. Next slide, please. You will be operating. Next. I'm sorry. This is the one. This is the one. Yeah, okay. Sorry? Your first page. This one is the next one. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, there is a small technical glitch. You know, the security of the station, security of the nation is very important, and to protect sovereignty or integrity of the nation, Government of India has taken a number of measures to cater the requirements for the forces and also realize the export opportunities and potential available. Government of India, as part of Augmented Bharat, self-reliance, have initiated a number of initiatives. It's a transformative steps, I must say. In the process, it is creating a wider opportunity for increasing the manufacturing capability in India itself. In fact, we are maintaining the second largest armed forces, and India is the third largest defense spending nation in the world. See the budget. 5,26,157 crore. That is the amount we are spending for the defense. It is going to be exponential growth in future. It is going to be the increasing trend. It is going to be increasing ever. A number of policy reformative steps have been taken by government. In fact, 2 defense corridors have been announced, one in Tamilnadu, one in UP, and various tax incentives and FDI relaxation measures have been adopted. In fact, there is a offset requirements. Anyone know what is offset? We import number of arms and ammunition from foreign countries. In the process, this offset clauses will have to be fulfilled by the foreign original equipment manufacturers in such a way that 1/3 of the total quantum of money has to be spent in India by setting up of manufacturing facility by way of joint venture or sourcing the equipments from India. So, after independence, the offset accumulative credit itself is having a $11 billion. It's a huge amount. And still it is pending. Now government has come out with various strategies to encash this to boost the domestic manufacturing capabilities. Similarly, there is a huge indigenization drive. So far, we are importing number of arms and ammunition and equipments from foreign countries. Now, the Government of India say no. We will gradually indigenize all these arms and ammunition. More than 3 positive indigenization list has come out, amounting to 300 items. Hundreds of billions of rupees. In fact, as per the estimate, 1,80,000 crore worth of manufacturing has to be done in India by another 3 years. Imagine how the manufacturing capacity is going to be increased. And Tamilnadu is one of the largest industrial ecosystem. And we have to target, I will be covering our aerospace policy also, we have to target a major share in setting up of the manufacturing facility as well as expanding the manufacturing facility. And of course, there is a huge indigenization drive. That is broadly about what are all the opportunities in terms of various categories. There are 90 plus systems, and in the previous session they were explaining what is systems, subsystems, and what kind of indigenization opportunities, be it aircraft, be it manufacturing helicopters, or missiles, rockets, arms and ammunition. You take any kind of system, land system, or naval system, or airborne system. These are huge opportunities. In fact, this is a brief intro of the corridor. The Tamilnadu Defense Corridor, it was announced way back in 20th January 2019. And we have identified 5 broad nodes, Chennai, Trichy, Salem, Coimbatore, based on the industrial existing capabilities. And we have also carried out the gap analysis. Okay, what kind of industry is there? Heavy engineering. And what are all other requirements to support the industries, existing industries, in terms of setting up of center of excellences. We are creating a center of excellence in association with international players like Dassault System from France, GE from America, and Siemens. The 3 center of excellence we have already, we are setting up in Tidal. Another 3 months we will be inaugurating. It offers huge opportunity for research, design and engineering services, new product development. These are all enablers to support our industries. That is center of excellence. Common testing facilities. For each node, what kind of industries are there? Chennai, we have Sriperumbudur and Manalur, Varagadam. They have electronic clusters. More than tens of foreign OEMs, they have set up the facility. And yesterday only our board has approved to set up EMI, EMC and communication test facilities along with the Government of India grant, about 100 crore. For Coimbatore, what sort of industries are there? Along with the Tata Technologies, we will be setting up common engineering facilities to support the MSMEs. Because every MSME, every industry will not be able to have testing facilities. Whatever the product you develop, you require testing facilities so that immediately you test and supply the material. So similarly, common facility centers. We have foundries. We have created a capacity. We are not able to optimize our capacity. So we support 10 crore. We are infusing capital to Center of Excellence for Foundries. Trichy, fabrication capital. But the huge capacity is created. It is underutilized because it is depending upon BHEL. And there is a work order reduction in BHEL. So there is a Section 8 company called Treat. The company created by the industries in Trichy. So we have infused 10 crore for them to support and create a common user facility and to undertake works. Now they are going to take a railway wagon manufacturing facility. This is how for each node we have identified. In case it is Hosur, it is nothing but adjoining Bangalore. So what sort of aerospace and defense industries can migrate here? And what is our intervention? So each node we have identified what is the capability, what is the gap analysis, what is the intervention required to be done. And similarly, many people have confused what is corridor. So I always say, sir, these are all 5 broad nodes. But for me, corridor means entire Tamilnadu is corridor. In fact, I want to put one more, I have taken over this position 6 months back. I want to put one more dot in the southern Tamil Nadu. Kulasegarapattinam. Many people may not know, I don't know, you may be aware or you may not aware. SSLV project, Short Satellite Launching Vehicle project. It is coming up. In fact, last 2 years land acquisition is going on, and with our expeditious steps, now out of 2,300 acres, 1,300 acres already we have handed over. Another 2 years it is going to be commissioned. So what is this SSLV project? Tamil Nadu is going to be another space hub. We have PSLV launching station in Sriharikota station, 55,000 acres of land. So far about 60 PSLV is launched. But here, it is a single satellite launching vehicle. Right now, for launching single satellite, waiting time is about 1 year. In US, French Guyana, you have to wait and it will bunch together, hundreds of satellites together, it is being launched. But for strategic and export purpose, Government of India plans 3 satellites in a day. That means about 900 satellites. It is going to be 20,000 crores of facility is going to be created. You see what is the immense potential of job opportunity. In space, you invest 1 rupee, the multiplier effect is 3.25 times. You take French Guyana, it is 4 times. So, the southern India, it is going to be the hub for space launching. It is going to be huge opportunity. So that is why I want to add one more dot in Tamil Nadu. We want, in fact, Sivagasi, we have issues. The work order is saturated. So we want to map out. There is a BHEL available in Trichy. They don't have order book. We are in the process of mapping out BHEL, Sivagasi. Actually, that explosives, 97% explosives oxidizer required for our space program is going from Sivagasi, whereas we have to synergize all these facilities, Trichy, Sivagasi. So in Kulasegarapattinam, in Tuticorin, it is going to be the space hub. And this is how the node I was talking about. In fact, we are targeting global OEMs. Within the 6 months, at least 3 foreign OEMs, including largest defense manufacturer, they have visited Tamil Nadu. They are actively interacting with our MSMEs and large-scale industries. In fact, exclusive for our Tamil Nadu industry, last month we have conducted meeting of top foreign 15 OEMs. That is one of the major achievement of Tamil Nadu Defense Corridor, TIDCO. So we want our MSMEs, our industries to graduate from Tier 3 to Tier 1, up to, they have to emerge as OEMs. So that is our ultimate objectives. Of course, we want to support the domestic manufacturing, MSME, startup. In fact, today in the news items, the Government of India has come out with IDEX 2 scheme. There is a IDEX 1 scheme, Innovation Defense Excellence scheme. And the forces, they will give a challenge. If you solve, then you will win the IDEX challenge. They will support you to grow from startup up to scaling up and all. So that is about Government of India scheme. Tamilnadu also, TANSIM, they are working very well. And TIC, Tamilnadu Industrial Investment Corporation, they have come out with the 2 banking instruments. First time without any guarantee or sort of requirements, up to 10 lakhs, they will start up, they will support the startup in the infant stage. That is very, very important. And Tamil Nadu Emergence Fund, about 500 crore corpus is being created to support the startups in advanced stage. We are working for it. So that is the, we are targeting or envisioning to support the startups. And ultimately our objective is to create 1 million employment in 10 years. It is part of our 1 trillion economy. In fact, after my joining, I kept the target of 1 trillion economy, 25 trillion economy should be from aerospace and defense. That is my revised target we have kept. And part of our objectives, we will encourage skill development and create jobs. We are in discussion with Aerospace Skill Council, Bangalore. In fact, in India, Bangalore and Hyderabad, they have emerged by virtue of more of DRDO labs and the existing factors. So we are in discussion with the Aerospace Skill Council to set up a kind of a skill development program. In fact, we have 6 international airports and huge scope for avionics, but there is no organized skill development program. So we will soon come out with a skill development program for our people. In fact, the Government of India has come out with Vision 2040. They have identified these are all the core areas where India requires to focus to strengthen its manufacturing capability. You can also slightly go through, it will give a kind of idea what they look for. It may be manufacturing of submarines, fighter aircraft, helicopter, or all types of artillery guns, arms and ammunition, unmanned autonomous ground, and in fact the drone, I think my next speaker is very eminent and he will be covering drones and counter drones. Now Ukraine war, you may be reading a lot of news items, how a small drone, they decide the fate of big warships. So that is a potential of drones. And space-based assets for communication, surveillance, intelligence, classification. So now, in fact, we want to target both upstream and downstream industries of satellite hub in Kulasegara. And sensors, another opportunity area, and be it data fusion from multiple spectral sensors, advanced military materials. It's a huge area with a lot of potential, you can think of it. It's all numbers. There is a projection of billions of rupees, and this is nothing but numbers, so we'll skip it. So various career options you can think of, be it aerospace engineers, or system engineer, electrical engineer, flight inspectors. Now, Government of Tamil Nadu is going to soon announce setting up of second airport in Chennai, and we are also identified Hosur to develop an international airport. MRO, maintenance, repairs, and operation. That is another our targeted area. Chennai, we have identified space for developing MRO. We are in discussion with the foreign OEMs. Similarly, in Hosur, Taneja Airport, there is a MRO operator Airworks. So recently, we have come out with the package to support them. MRO is another segment which gives a huge opportunities. And there is a traditional works of mechanical engineering, quality assurance. There is a separate wing in Army, DGQA, DGAQA, and for naval there is a quality assurance. And then about UAV, it will be covered later by our speakers. So that is what I was mentioning about the Center of Excellence which we have created. basically to create industry 4 standards in industry. That will be main target of Siemens, the collaboration we will be creating. And the defense, avionics, Internet of Things, additive manufacturing, the GE, that is a focal concern from that side. And then robotics, 3D printing, these are all the objectives of the Center of Excellences. I was talking about another support from us of setting up of defense testing centers for mechanical, environment, EMC, and various facilities. To promote research and development, that is the another objectives. Of course, skill training. So way forward, I was mentioning about you. Space science, it is going to be the potential opportunity where I look for. In fact, in Sriharikota, any satellite before launching, it has to deviate to certain degree to bypass, avoiding the chances of falling down in case of any eventuality over Sri Lanka. This deviation cost is huge. So that is the potential of Kulasegarapatnam, where straight away you can launch the satellite. In fact, after 5 years, it is going to be the second Sriharikota of Government of India. So that is the opportunity of space science. We are in the process of setting up of a space park, industry park there, of 3,000 acres of land. We will be inviting all the industries who manufacture the various modules required for launch vehicles or satellites and explosives. So this will be a comprehensive industrial park where it is going to open a new vistas in the development of India in space sector. Okay, I think I have taken half an hour time. Yours. So that's all about. What I will say, I would like to sum it up. Be it is a startup or be it is as a indigenization opportunities or manufacturing opportunities or even in service sector. We have in fact, that is all not covered here, identified even FTO, pilot training organization. Not even single FTO is in Tamilnadu. Whichever FTO is there, they have all gone to other states. We have signed MOU with 2 FTOs. And there are at least 6 FTOs we are in talk. We have identified there is an unused airstrip in Sivaganga district, Kannadugatan. And recently Ministry has announced we will be developing as a pilot at least 40 to 50 lakhs they are spending. People are going to abroad and again coming back. You have to write DGCA exams. And we have also in engagement with the Ministry of Civil Aviation, IGRUA, that is a body premier agency under Ministry of Civil Aviation to set up the FTO in Trichy and Madurai and Tuticorin Airport. And also NLC, see that is what the capacity is created everywhere, it is unreleased. NLC, they have huge airstrip. So we have already taken up with NLC, ready-made we can, at least 6-7 FTOs from abroad, Australia, Czechoslovakia, USA, they want to set up the facilities here. So Tamil Nadu is going to be the FTO hub. And as per civil aviation policy, we have to facilitate a UDAN scheme. UDAN scheme is a non-starter in Tamil Nadu due to various reasons. We are analyzing, we are soon coming out with a policy. And heli services, it is also going to be launched. So we are working with the operators to ease out, to create a single point mechanism to facilitate the operation and, expansion of activities. So we have a multiple program. What I want to say, aerospace defense is a diverse subject and ample opportunities for your career, career growth, career aspirations. That is a segment you can think of, you can look for and search for. And thank you for the opportunities provided by organizers for the patient hearing of our brothers and friends, brothers and sisters and friends. And thank you. Good day.
Thank you, sir. Very enlightening, very good exposure of your defense corridor to all our student community and the opportunities that are being available, I think all engineers will feel very hopeful to get employed in Tamilnadu itself. They need not go very much outside also. And various types of engineers have the opportunities. Thank you very much for your enlightenment talk. And now, we have heard from the government sector, but this has to be absorbed by the private sector also. So we have two speakers eminent, and both of them will have the background. Particularly, Commodore Ramesh Madhavan had 22 years of exposure in the Indian Navy, and he has got the highest qualification also, hands-on experience also in the Navy while doing. So now in the private sector, you will see how the private sector opportunities will be available. He himself and Ganesha will jointly speak on this subject. Thank you.
A very, very good morning to the young and bright members of this audience. I thought most of the people have been speaking, eminent speakers have been speaking from that side of the podium. I thought I'll make a shift so that there's a slight change in your neck in case you're looking at one direction. And plus, of course, it makes me easy to look at the slide and give a lecture. Right. My eminent speaker before me, Mr. Krishnamurthy, covered about the very large canvas of aerospace and defense sector. The aerospace and defense sector actually is a very, very large segment, and what we are going to be covering in our segment to you is a very small part of the aerospace and defense segment. So aerospace and defense, as he covered, covers artillery, guns, ships, submarines, tanks. It also covers a small part called the UAVs. And the UAVs, while they are important in defense, but they also have large and huge commercial applications as well. And what we are going to try and cover to you over the next few minutes is give you an insight as to what are the various steps being taken in order to make UAVs a very vibrant space. So number one, as most of the speakers have been repeating before me, the government, both at the center and the states, have been taking large steps in encouraging Make in India in order to create in order to create employment opportunities, and also in order to create a vibrant economy. The Make in India various incentives like production-linked incentives have been announced for mobiles handset manufacturing, fab facilities for electronic chipsets, battery cells manufacturing, and so on and so forth. This move is basically meant to invite foreign companies to set up manufacturing in India. So the likes of Wistron, Pegatron, and so on and so forth have set up their various manufacturing facilities. And very recently, most of you must have read that I think the Indian handset export numbers have gone up by 250%. Very recently. That's what the paper said recently as well. All that happened because of the government's proactive measure of setting up PLI schemes. But the government is also, in the same vein, with the same amount of aggressiveness, is pushing something called Atmanirbhar Bharat. One of the eminent speakers in the sessions before me, Dr. Sashikumar, also mentioned Atmanirbhar Bharat. It's slightly different from Make in India. Make in India is about setting up manufacturing facilities, which is important as well. But Atmanirbhar Bharat is about having the indigenous capability to be a design, develop, and manufacturing agency in the country, so that tomorrow, India can boast of companies like Apple. India can boast of companies like Samsung. India does not have to be just a manufacturing hub. India can be the product hub of the world, where the world can actually see Indian products, Indian brands. And why is it not possible? The world acknowledges the supremacy of Indian engineering talent, and that comes from young and bright students like you gentlemen and ladies sitting over here today. The Atmanirbhar Bharat is aimed at promoting self-reliance in technology. It is with Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliance, development of intellectual property, that tomorrow we can be truly self-reliant, besides just creating employability. My eminent speaker before me mentioned that they are actually tying up with OEMs like Dassault Systems and so on, with universities to set up large campuses in India. How many of you would like, in a few years' time, some company in Germany, some university in Germany saying that that company is tying up with Indian companies to set up actually shops there? That's what should actually happen. And that's what was there in the case as far as India was concerned not too far back in time. The vision of the government is to make India a global drone hub by 2030. And this is not just a statement. Various steps have been taken to promote this vision. For example, if you see a slew of policy incentives by the government, in the last 6 months, the government has introduced a new drone policy, which was released in 25th of August 2021. Production-linked incentive of drone components have been announced. Very recently, I think 21st, 2 days ago, 13 companies have been shortlisted and selected for the preliminary list of PLI for drone and drone components, of which 2 companies belong to Chennai. And this list is preliminary. This list will expand, and more companies from Chennai or Tamilnadu will probably fill into that list as well. Why does it go double? The government has made drone survey mandatory for mines. What I'm trying to depict here is, in order to indicate to you what is the size of the market, what is the responsibility of the private sector to step up and fill the volume, what is the challenge in front of us, and how the government is paving the way for Indian private industry to move in that direction is what I'm trying to indicate to you. And therefore, what will be the kind of job opportunities and the skill sets that are required for this industry. So, a drone survey for mines has been made mandatory from November 2021, and India has a large mining segment as well, which needs this kind of service. Drones for agriculture have been introduced in a formal policy by the Ministry of Agriculture on 21st of December 2021. India is still a 70% agrarian economy. We know the size of the country. We know the size of the farmland. If we have to have so many drones in order to do drones in agriculture, you can imagine the kind of volumes of drones that will be required in order to fulfill this particular vision. There is one more project I don't know many of you will know. It's called Swamitwa. The their digital land map certificate. And for this, the kind of requirement is nearly about 1,000 drones in the entire country over the next, let's say, 1.5 years. Therefore, what I'm trying to indicate over here is, there's a huge demand, there's a huge requirement for world-class drones to carry out certain programs and certain services for the industry in India, which is now lies on the private sector to fulfill. Add to that, the government has now recently, I think on 9th of February 2022, banned import of drones. So on one side, the government has made mining by drones mandatory, agricultural use mandatory, aerial survey mandatory, and on the other hand, it has banned import of drones. How is this entire volume vacuum going to get fulfilled? It depends on this private sector. And so therefore, young friends, ladies and gentlemen, you will know the kind of volume, the kind of opportunity, the kind of requirement that is there in the drone space. And therefore, the intent of the government to make India a global drone hub by the year 2030 is actually very real and very urgently required. Not only in agriculture and mining, the government has, as my speaker said before, the government has progressively restricted import of drones for defense. 3 positive indigenization lists have already been introduced all the way from 2020 December to 2027. Progressively, gradually, drones of technologically complex drones have been gradually banned, thereby giving the private industry time to master that technology. And that kind of technology mastery is going to come from young people. It's not going to come from the people who have been used to yesterday's technology. It's going to come from the people of tomorrow, which is you guys again. The market, as far as India is concerned, just India alone, forget about making India sell to the world. India alone, the market is estimated by various research agencies as nearly about 13,000 by the financial year 2026. In fact, some of the agencies say Even 50,000 crores is possible likely market size. So there is a huge market size, a huge opportunity, a huge potential for the drone industry to actually flourish in the country. We were set up almost as a clarion call in response to the nation's call for Atmanirbhar. We were motivated by the vision of self-reliant India. We were deeply inspired by India. We were passionate about making India great again because we believe that not too far back in time, India was a pioneer in technology. India taught the world medicine. India taught the world surgery. India taught the world astronomy. India taught the world physics. Somewhere down the line, we lost that pioneering position. Thousands of students from overseas used to flock our universities in Nalanda, Dakshina to learn. Today, we flock their universities outside to learn. Somewhere down the line, we lost the vision, we lost that drive. We were motivated. My colleague Dr. Ganesh Ram will be speaking right now after me, and we were motivated. We wanted to put India back in the pioneering list again. And it is with that quest we founded our company Tunga Aerospace. We are a DPIIT recognized startup. We are located in IIT Madras Research Park. We work with some of the best brains which come from people like you. We are a new company we just set up recently with a clear vision to make India a global leader, to contribute to the nation's call for making India great again, to contribute to the nation's call that India should be a global drone hub by 2030. We have a design center in IIT Madras Research Park. We have a team of 25 to 30 engineers of various disciplines. We have an excellently world-class design center equipped with all the kind of facilities to research and develop new technology drones. We collaborate with institutions like IISc Bangalore. We collaborate with IIT Madras. We collaborate with some private institutions as well to come up with some disruptive technologies as to how things can be done better using drones. We have a facility, a production facility in near Mahabalipuram, one hub. We have a capacity of nearly about 500 drones per annum. We intend to ramp to about 1,500 drones per annum by next year. We believe that kind of volume itself is insufficient. We probably have to expand even further. But that's the kind of requirement, and we are in a recruiting spree perpetually. Because whenever we finish one particular technology, we realize there's lots more to be achieved by that. And we are actually very, very hopeful, and we have a very young, the average age of our entire team is probably less than 24, or 25 is the average age. But more of that will be covered by my colleague and co-founder, Dr. Ganesh Ram.
Hi everyone, am I audible? Yeah, you might have heard the fantastic walkover by Ananda Ramesh. So I just want to show you what we exactly do. So we have built 3 products as of now. One of it is called Instrumentation. So we are drone builders. Are you guys aware of drone technology? Anybody who is not aware of drone technology? And drones are not toys, by the way. They are not the Chinese toys, the DJI ones. They serve a different purpose. The drones which we build are for defense and enterprise segment, where people buy these drones, companies buy these drones, they set up businesses, they go mapping around the villages, they create auto mosaics, they do drone deliveries, they use it for surveillance and security. In the border, they send it 10 kilometers away to see what's happening. They collect intelligence. These are the drones which we are talking about. These are not the toy drones. These are drones built for commercial applications and defense applications. And boys like you, young boys, we don't have that many experienced people in our team. Very young boys, 23, 24-year-old, they are the ones who are building this technology. How many mechanical engineers are here? Electrical? Computer science? Any other stream? What are they? Can you be a little louder, please? Aeronautical? Yes. Any other? Aerospace. Fantastic. See, Be it space applications, be it making guns, building ships, you are the ones who are doing it. Whatever you read over these 4 years of time and you're in schooling, whatever you read, those are the only technologies which are used. There might be fancy names, drones, space satellites, or guns, or ships, or loitering munitions. It's you guys. You guys have to develop pride and passion like how our other speaker had told. The only difference is whoever identifies their field. How many subjects do you do here? You do around 45 papers, right? 45 papers and 15 labs if I'm right. Out of that 45 papers, if you're good in 2 papers, not just scoring, if you have understood 2 subjects very, very well, that will build your entire career up. And the rest, you just need to know what they are. You should have system level understanding on those. And 2, you need to be very, very thorough on, which will build a great career for you guys. The boys who work with us are young like you, and the amount of deliverables they do, it's fantastic. If you see, the autopilot is developed by us. It's indigenous, it is made in India. The code is written by us. The UI, UX is written by us. It's a small team of 30 people. If they can do this, how many of you are here? Around 200? You can change the world by getting into this. So this product, we have released it for commercial segment. It's a lightweight drone which can be easily carried in an aircraft. It complies in battery and other things to be carried in an aircraft. This is built for Samantwa scheme, where the government wants the 6.5 lakh villages to be mapped. It can't be done without drones in the market, and the foreign import of drones have been stopped. This is one product, and the other one is Trishya Pro. This is slightly a more advanced version of the previous one. This is IP53 rated for dust and water protection. This is rated for -10 to 55 degrees Celsius. This is a more robust and heavy lifter, where it can serve survey, mapping, inspection, and many other applications in mind this bird can serve. And the other one is a more innovative product. So fixed wings have been taken out of the drone segment quite some time ago. This was because they all needed a runway to take off. Now the quad plane technology has come in, where it can just take off in a 10 by 10 meter space and go and fly and get the job done. And being fixed wing, it has 120 minutes endurance. It can fly 5 kilometers above mean sea level. It can do fantastic things. So these are the drones which are used by defense forces, Homeland Security, CRPF, CAPF, other private security agencies, people who are trying to satisfy Samantwa scheme by mapping these 6.5 lakh villages. They are the ones who will be buying these drones to get the job done. And in future, we want to get into other segments where we want to be in loitering munition. Our eminent speaker before spoke about drones in Ukraine, which is like even challenging a large ship or whatever. So these are armed drones, the drones which carry munitions. We are trying to get into this segment as well. And yeah, sorry guys. So this is armed drones and loitering munitions, and we also want to get into the mine segment for commercial applications. Now we've been catering Samantwa, the land applications. Now we want to get into mines as well, and we also want to get into delivery space. Believe me, next 3 years, 4 years, when you are on the road, when you look up, there are going to be 15 to 20 drones flying on top of you delivering things. This is going to become real. You can't deny it. They are very useful. They can do things in much lower cost and more efficiently and more faster. So this technology cannot be denied. The government is helping, like how Commander Ramesh was speaking, the policies are there. People like Krishnamurthy, they are working in setting up platform for you to deliver, making provisions, setting up policies, making the funds available for the companies to go forward. So this is going to be real, and it is going to open a lot of job opportunities down the line. So career opportunities for you in this segment. If you look at it, you can look at it in 3 buckets. One is design. The next one is manufacturing. Then the other one is sales. So you need to ideate, come up with a product which is useful for the people, solve some problem, and then you need to manufacture it. You can't keep selling prototypes in the market. The drone industry started with young people like us, where we didn't have enough manufacturing expertise. We started putting prototypes in the market. And the prototypes cannot deliver. Prototypes cannot deliver for, look at your car. You buy it 5 years, you forget about it. Like, you don't keep tweaking it. But prototypes, like the next second flight or the third flight gets into trouble. So you need manufacturing. And when you have manufacturing facility, it is going to just keep pushing product into the market. There has to be a segment which kind of tries to sell it into the market as well. And that segment has the responsibility of trying to see how it performs in the marketing, bring back intelligence from where we can improvise and get better. So I'm talking about the first section which might be very relevant for you, aerospace engineers, aeronautical, electrical, computer science. Any product you take, this is going to be the division. And the functions are also listed over there. So if you look at electrical and electronics engineering, it is about RF design, system. It's about system design, antenna design, communication system, battery and propulsion. So you might have seen all these subjects in your courses. It's just about 1 or 2 subjects you are good at, you become that engineer. You become communication engineer if you have done your 2 communication courses very, very well. If you understand them very well, that's all you need to build a career out of it. And when you're doing communication system, you need to interact with other subsystems as well. So it's just not that you can just score less or not concentrate on the other things. You should know it well, but you should develop pride and passion towards some subjects where you can go in depth and actually know things rather than knowing the names of things. So this is the opportunity. These are the kinds of jobs we need in the design space. And if I go to the next segment, manufacturing and production. So there is business development, So there is standardization engineering, quality, fabrication and assembly, and supply chain management. So if you look here, standardization is very, very important. So there is one function which has to be creative, innovate, and bring out of the box product. And there has to be a totally different mindset which standardizes it, which looks at materials, which looks at material certificates, who look at making design drawings, make sure they set up incoming process quality. Like that, you need an entire set of team who can guarantee that the product is reliable. So being innovative and solving the problem once is not good. You have to solve it every time. So that's the standardization department. It's again guys like you, they are from the same, probably they are from the same class, same course, gone through the same kind of experience in the same college, but their brains work differently. One looks at reliability, the other looks at innovation. Like that, you need to choose what you are good at and kind of deploy yourself in the best possible way so that you have a great experience in your career and you don't go with the flow. You kind of choose what you want. You are in a much, much better shape than what it was 15 years back when I was sitting there. The government is helping, the policies are there, the demand is there, the supply is there. What more do you want? You have a red carpet welcome into the industry. And business development, marketing, sales, after sales. Another speaker who told, don't look at sales as a salesperson. It is a sales engineer. The products are drones, they are missiles, they are loitering munitions, they are kamikaze drones. Any Tom, Dick and Harry cannot go and sell this. If at all you have an aptitude for sales, that is also a good thing. You need to know electronics, you need to know mechanical engineering, you need to be answering every question of the client, you need to know things. So that's why, like being engineers, you have opportunities in these segments as well. Business development. You need to go out, find there what is the difficulty the border security forces are facing. You need to understand, you need to see what sensors you need to deploy to make their life easy. What communication module you need to use to give them external range. So when you bring in the intelligence from there, you are just not any person but an engineer again in these segments. There are other important segments as well. Finance, certification, regulation. Again, engineers sit here. Engineers who have this aptitude for getting into regulation, certification for
NABL certification, semi-lac certification, making sure EMI EMC, just not designing a circuit board, but making sure it is EMI EMC compatible, it is MIL 810G or 416E. Like if you have the capacity, you need to develop interest there and start working towards it. And just leave us, Tunga Aerospace Industries, we are a new kid in the block with 30 people team. We have high aspirations. We want to grow phenomenally. There are 80 other companies like us in several stages of life. So to be successful, my estimate says I need to be at least a 400 people team. So I need to recruit 300 more in the next 2 years. Look at 80 companies, just do the math. How many jobs are available in this segment? For the same engineers, electrical, mechanical, aerospace, and others. Like, see, look at it, like close to what, 32,000 jobs? And in 2-3 years down the line, the technology will become bigger and bigger. Zomato, Swiggy will start delivery. There will be requirement for more drones. Then the company's average employee count will go from 300, 400 to, it will go to 1,000. Then you have 80,000 jobs, 80,000 job opportunities for you. So I can down the line recruit the entire team over here who is sitting over here if they have the interest. That's the kind of opportunities you have. So better choose in areas which interests you, where you'd like to go to office every day. In the morning when you get up, you have an interesting problem to solve. Choose it that way. And what do we look for when we recruit? How do we choose candidates? So this is the matrix we generally follow. Look at it, no? You have to have in-depth knowledge. You can't escape. You can't be a bookworm telling, I know linear equation, but I don't know how to apply it. You should have in-depth knowledge in something, some subject of your interest. You should have figured that out in the 4 years' time, and you should have worked towards it, learnt about it, do other courses in MIT, OCW, or in other places. Just build more and more knowledge on one particular thing or two particular things which interests you, which drives you. Again, pride and passion, you like to learn that, you like to know more about it. Those are the areas which actually sets your career up. You are good in systems, you become a system engineer. You're good in electronics, you become an electronics engineer. You're good in PCB design, you become a PCB design engineer. You're good in FEA, if you're good in CFD, you become those engineers. So develop expertise, in-depth expertise. I'm not talking about knowing names of things. Apply yourself, go attend competitions. Build a car if you have to. Go to Baja. Go to other camber racing. Just try to build expertise by applying yourself. Just not bookish knowledge. Try to apply it. Try to apply every concept in that book somewhere to just get that real expertise. And then system level understanding. The entire process of engineering, going through all the other 45 courses, is to know about everything. Because things don't work in solo. They always work with other subsystems. At that point of time, you need to know something about the other subsystem to interface, to understand better. So that way, whatever courses which have been structured around your engineering, it is done fantastic. After 15 years, I'm telling you, every day I feel bad, oh shit, in that class I could have studied this slightly better, or I should have concentrated a little more, so that today I need not go back, do the reading, go open up those old books and see. Like all the engineering books are at my home, and I kind of open it every week, at least once or twice. Just to see, hey, where this is. We learnt it somewhere. Whatever you have learnt is the world about. Be it space, be it medical tech, be it anything, whatever you have learnt, that's more than enough for you to just rule the world with whatever you know. And you need to be passionate. You can't be simply passionate about everything. Your passion, that's a feeling which comes on certain things. You need to see what those are. You need to identify, and you need to build on it. And passion being passion, you'll be self-driven. Nobody needs to tell you what exactly has to be done. You will do it yourself. Ability to multitask and prioritize. Guys, I'm telling you, from the days of our school to colleges to work, you will not have one activity to complete in a day. You will have 100 activities to complete in a day. So you need to build a skill in prioritizing it. You need to prioritize, you need to look at, you need to understand what is important. Nobody is going to come and tell you what is important. You need to align with the company. You need to understand what is important for the company, what the goals are, and then prioritize accordingly. That's a very, very important skill. If you're able to do that, you will climb up on ladders. And if you see accountability, fearless risk-taking, clear communication, and all the other things are very, very important for you guys. And the opportunities are immense. There are around 80,000 jobs on your table for this. And we are also recruiting. If you are interested, please do apply. Come visit our facility, check out what we are doing. If you are interested, please do join us. In this segment, there is no experience. I can't ask for an experience because drone is new. I can't find an experienced person on drone. It's all in your favor. Freshers who can be molded, who are interested, who have all these skill sets, just can come and start working with us. So that's all I have. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ganesh Ram. For today, we had a wonderful panel to take us through various career opportunities that can be explored in the industry, which are less explored by us. But it appears to be the need of the hour, and it appears to be available for everybody today, which was not available before from the exposure outside for our people. You say a fresh graduate can come and start joining this group, and he says it is available in your doorstep in Tamilnadu. And I think this particular session has given a lot of opportunities for our young brains. And thank you very much for the time every one of you has spent, the interactions held during the session, and with the knowledge shared by your speakers. The companies in the A&D sector use competitive intelligence as a critical tool in identifying ideal business opportunities and possess a competitive advantage also. It has enlightened us that future engineers has to kickstart their innovation and explore more career opportunities in this sector. Thank you very much for every one of you for having shared your knowledge and kickstarted the interest in the minds of our engineers. Thank you very much. Hello. There will be a 10 minutes coffee break. Please go to the neighboring lawn and take it. Thank you.
The reason is the future is growing very faster than what you think. There is a book in Amazon, you can read that, and you know where we are heading. In last 30 years, when I was doing my computer science, you used to learn DBase, 3+, DBase, FoxPro, and all, Pascal, Fortran, basic language, and we used to do that. We used to keep that languages for many years. Not anymore. The world is growing rapidly. In technology, whatever you learned yesterday, particularly for students, whatever you are learning, whatever you have learned, it may be obsolete in next 1 or 2 years. So the topic what they gave it to me is huge space to talk. We need hours to talk about that. Plenty of verticals are there. We are not going to cover each and every one. So I do see here more students and MSMEs and SME founders or owners or CEOs or top management people are sitting here. What I wanted to discuss here, I'm not here to say what is Ethereum, what is Bitcoin, what is blockchain, what is hashtag. I'm not here for that. You can Google it, you can learn very well. Where the world is heading to, where India is current now, where are we in fintech space? There are 3 countries right now in fintech space. One is US, the other one is China, and India is growing very rapidly on fintech space. Multiple startups are coming like mushroom. And the best part, Chennai is the hub for fintech. I don't know how many people they know that. There is government body called Software Technology Parks of India in Taramani. They have the concept called FinBlue. They are providing the office space for 3 years for free, and they are encouraging the fintech startups to do the business there, and you have to share some minimal level of equity, you have to share it. That kind of support you are getting it right now. When it comes to technology, as I told you before, it is growing rapidly. You have to develop the soft skills first to sustain in the market. My conversation right now, it is going to be more like, I want to categorize into 3. One for students or the new startup entrepreneurs. The second one, the existing business people who are seeing there is a technology to grow further. They don't know what to do. And the other one is, again, the new startup, not like youngsters, but they want to do new startup on the any space, but right now I'm going to talk about the fintech space. So I call this as 3 concepts called, the business is usually, I want to categorize into 2. One is tech enabler, and the second business model called pure technology space. The problem of existing business people, traditional business, what they are doing it, any business, they want to enable the technology so that they can sustain in the market, they can grow their business, they can do many things, but they are not technology company, they are traditional company, they need technology to survive. So I call them as tech-enabled companies. Pure technology companies. The pure technology companies are new startups who is going to focus more and more on technology and go as a unicorn company, you sell it or you go for IPO. I'll talk about the students a little later, where exactly you guys have to focus. I have few points, and if you really want to fintech concept, if you want to bucket or categories, you want to categorize the fintech business, it's very easy to do that. 1, digital lending. 2nd, payments. 3rd, blockchain. And digital wealth management. Actually, if you search for any document, you see only 4. I'm including marketplace. Whether you like it or not, we all are spoiled by digital payments or fintech concept without knowing ourselves. We make payments. We are totally pampered by these tech companies. Imagine about the banking sectors. Banking sectors are, I was having a discussion with one of the bank's COO. He was saying that, Srini, look at this. Example, GPay. I'm seeing millions and millions of transactions are happening in front of my eyes. But the banks are not taking any revenue out of that. They are just doing it more like customer support. So what I told them, for banks, for banking industries, the competitors are not anymore other banks, fintech companies. So what banking industry is right now doing right now, they are coming out of the traditional business. They are trying to work with tech companies, making a partnership. They don't want to reinvent the wheel. So if somebody is good in some fintech concept, they are trying to merge or buying out or making a partnership, like channel partner or corp-to-corp partner, they are running the show. See, my profile, I lived in US for 20 years, moved back to India for good to have a startup here. Basically, I started a logistics person, ended up doing fintech business, and I am standing here. So we will talk about what I am doing a little later. Where we have to focus on those points, quickly I will start talking about that, is digital lending. Very popular right now in India, across the globe, but any upcoming countries like China, India, they are using the digital lending for microfinance, micro business level, they are doing it. Big time. The chaiwala is getting loan, like microfinance, through their mobile app. Many NBFCs are following the technology and they are able to provide the loan and getting the money. So fintech is phenomenally helping the country's growth, country's economic growth. Before fintech space, fintech business model, local financiers used to fund, used to get the money for some interest. Right now, banks are tied up with some NBFCs or NBFCs are coming into the game and they are able to give the loan. Imagine, 20 years before, if you want to buy a car or scooter, if you are trying to get a loan from the bank, you have to wait for a couple of days or a couple of weeks. Now, just in one tab, that credit history will be pulled up in a matter of seconds and they will decide the loan right away. So the technology is easing the process of the business. Whatever the technology, mainly for students I'm saying that, whatever the technology you want to build as a startup or you are going to work, main factors you have to build, it has to solve the problem. We can't just build the product and try to sell it. Solve the pain and try to reduce the cost. And it should be more user-friendly. These are the main points. And fintech space is taking those things and growing big time. And next thing is payments. Pay as you go. You go to make my trip, or you buy movie tickets, or buy shoes, or buy phone. EMI concept is there. You just click the EMI and move on. But they may be charging 80% or 20% or 24%. But imagine, now people can afford anything what they want. So digital payments process is really helping. The more credit, there is more economic growth. So India is going towards that. More like Western culture, but India is going towards that. When we are talking about blockchain, it's a huge space. India is still catching up on that. It has, and it requires tons of money on that. Blockchain is really helping on cryptocurrencies. India is still debating whether they want to take it or not for various reasons, mainly because of laundering and terrorist attack. It may happen, or the money will flow through blockchain because it's all token exchange and key exchange. So there is no control on the currency. That is the reason the government is still holding, or they may come up with their own digital currency to hold the process. But eventually, the digital currency will come based on some rules and regulations. It is going to come. So I am touching all those points. The reason because how and where we have to focus, that is very, very important. And particularly on blockchain, we build the blockchain product for our business. mainly for track and trace. So there is no duplication. If there is a duplication, there is an audit trail. You can completely monitor every transaction. You can see it in the blockchain through hashtags and other things. Blockchain is going to be the future. But in India, it is catching up for various reasons. It is getting delayed, but it cannot be avoided. I think we have to focus more on blockchain solutions, mainly on fintech space. It is unavoidable, but other space also it is catching up. Digital wealth management, it is an amazing space. I'm not sure about India. When I'm seeing the college kids, I'm seeing many things globally. It is not just only for India, because all this college kids are going to be in some country or some other place in the globe, are going to be in India, or you will be working somewhere. But imagine about the digital wealth management. Citi or Goldman Sachs or all big wealth management companies will be paying to the consultant heavy money, 6 figures, 7 figures in dollars, to just give you a wealth management solutions. That is getting replaced by AI, artificial intelligence solutions. You will be making millions and millions of money, but you need to invest somewhere. Where to invest? You have to depend on some wealth advisor. Now that position is getting replaced by the AI-enabled solution provider, wealth management solution provider, based on the data, what they have, all the pattern, everything, they are organizing it, analyzing it, and helping to make the solution. Next, I like to talk about the marketplace. Individually, everything is big vertical. Marketplace, we are not buying and trading the currency through a fintech space, but eventually, even when they introduced Demat account a couple of years before in India, it was a big thing. But imagine last 20 years, where are we right now? So if you are talking about marketplace is nothing but you are connecting two parties. It can be shipper or the receiver or buyer or the seller. The same way, fintech space are communicating with many service providers. It can be grid, the credit card companies, or many companies are coming into the game and they are offering the solution. You may think that you are buying like blanket purchase order. They are giving the blanket solution. So the companies are working with the multiple banks. It is more like a neobank. You don't need a physical bank to operate any business. The things are changing rapidly. So these all are the main points we have to consider to be in business on the fintech space, or to start a fintech space business, or collaborate with the fintech. I like to talk about existing business on the fintech space. If I am not tech-enabled on the traditional business, I am done. Many companies are swiping out the business, existing business, just because of the technology. 20 years before, Amazon was not there, 20, 25 years before. Take US. Many businesses are gone because of that, the technology presence. All the existing business should be awake, wake up, and look for the solutions to make the business run smoother, and they have to invest money on the technology. They shouldn't develop, in my opinion, they have to tie up with existing tech partner to run the show. Why do we need a technology on the existing business? Any trader, he needs to have GPay enabled. You can buy chai or something. Chai, you can have it. You can pay 10 rupees by GPay. It looks simple for you. Imagine about the other side of the traditional businessman. All transactions are gone, very limited. Take trucking business. My father used to bring cash in Goni bag. Those days were gone. I'm not doing single transaction cash. I'm doing everything online. So if you are not enabling the tech space, particularly fintech space on existing business, you will be faded. So you have to choose the right technology to be in the existing business, traditional business, to make your business to sustain, to compete, to make more money, or be in the business. Otherwise, they will be gone. So, pure tech business. here I'm stepping out of fintech concept, and I have my personal view on soft skills, mainly for the students. Those days, I was watching some video about Ratan Tata. Those days, maybe my father age, when you are in a company working for some time, you want to start some business, you have to wait for 4 or 5 years, and our parents or even the manager will say that, you have to wait for some time, gain some experience, and I will promote you to the next one. The next generation, my generation is different. The next generation, when I am seeing you, I wanted to suggest, this is not my advice, I wanted to suggest, the world is flat. This is moving very fast on the technology side. You know, or you may know better than me on many tech side. There are 2 ways you can see your future. One, being an entrepreneur, or taking a job. You can take a job after the graduation, you can work for 2 years, or you can continuously work, or you can start a business. Any business, preferably tech space. Imagine 30 years before, India was considered as only a typical offshore support country. That's it. When you bring your product, any product, it can be fintech product or any solution, you take that to any Western world, they don't see that as a great product. But the same Indians will be sitting in Google, Oracle, Cisco, everywhere, they are developing the same program there by sitting there, only the location changed. So it is a mindset. I heard when I was in US, I don't want to mention the company name, they call, the cockroaches are going. Bunch of Indians used to go on the consulting side. But today, totally changed. Everything has changed. Freshworks, they went for IPO. Now the stock is trading in New York. You see tons of Indians are CEOs in US companies. Many things are happening. So there's nothing related to fintech space. This is my suggestion. Start learning the pinch of entrepreneurship skills while you are studying. Tech is very important. You can start anything on the fintech model or anything. But you need to know what is happening in and around the business world. Otherwise, you just code what others are going to say. India has tons of tremendous scope to bring more and more technology on the fintech side because we have young generations, we are computer savvy, and we know what we are doing. Only we need just a slight push on the functional side, the business side, on the entrepreneurship side. That is what we are missing. But for that also, we have many groups are available. Many entrepreneurs are available as an advisor. The capital is cheap right now. Even Sequoia, Tiger Global, they are ready to come and invest on the ideas, which was not the case 10 years before. So my strong opinion and suggestion, start to learn about the business. Start learn about the fintech is not just only the B2C. It is not just you are using only the mobile app. I like to give one small example. I am running a logistics company, which is a tech-enabled logistics company. I connect the shipper and the trucker. We are in the marketplace like Uber. What I noticed, the problem is the working capital. That is a worldwide problem. How am I going to solve that? Do you want me to crib on that or whine that I have a working capital problem, or worry about that and go and fix it? So I came up with a model called freight financing at transaction level. I had a discussion with bank. I didn't invent Google or Facebook. I had a discussion with a couple of banks. We closed the deal with banks. It took almost 14 months for me to close the banks, but we are the first company to come up with freight financing at transaction level. So we are arranging working capital through our platform for our logistic transport contractors. That is a big win. We are growing now. What I'm saying is, when we are talking about fintech space, don't just think about only the mobile. I know we are having youngsters more, the payment technology and everything. We need to focus more and more on the business side. B2B, we have to focus. That is where the fintech part is lacking across the globe. That is where we have to focus. If we don't know, we need to have some kind of advisory cell there, or the entrepreneurs like us, we are ready to help you on that. So quickly, I'll touch upon few points, and I will close my conversation. When you are going to start pure technology company, First of all, have some good concept and validate and vet the concept first. You need to have a talent to execute the concept first. How are we going to execute it? You need to have proper talents. It can be you, or you can tie up with some other students or friends or anyone. And also you need to do some market analysis. Is that really the market is in demand to create the product or not? That you have to do it. If you have that, capital is cheap. You get fund from angel investors. There are plenty of angels are here, Mumbai angel, Chennai angel, many angels are there to invest. Then if you are getting into fintech business model, you have to be very, very careful on the policy regulation. So these all are the things are very, very important to grow next level. And I see lots of youngsters here, and I want to see you all, or more than 50 to 60% as entrepreneurs. And if you take the statistics, 90 to 95% any startups are getting into failure mode for various reasons. That we will take it offline and we can discuss. So I hope I justified on the fintech space. I don't want to talk about what is blockchain or put some slide to talk about that. So that's it. If you have any questions after this session, we will have a conversation. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir. Over to Dr. Rajaram Venkatraman, Chairman, Head FICCI, TNSC Technology Panel. We apologize, there was a delay in starting the session due to some technical issues. And we now have Dr. Rajaram Venkatraman.
Yeah, happy afternoon. I see a full crowd here while the slides are coming up. So the topic, Srini has given a very good base on fintech, a very practical viewpoint. So in the next 10 to 15 minutes, I will touch upon why fintech is important, right? And what are some of the growth areas in fintech, the opportunities for jobs as well as for startups to explore, and how India is positioned in the fintech area. That is the focus of my talk. So if you are, yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, one of the trends, if you ask anybody, can you say with 100% certainty that something is going to happen? It will be very, very rare that you will have 100% certainty. But we have a mega trend before us, which has 100% certainty of happening, is happening as we speak. Industry after industry is getting reimagined and disrupted by technology. That is called digital transformation. It is, on the one side, it is a disruption. On the other side, it is a transformation. It is like a moth to a butterfly kind of effect that is happening with the digital. So considering every industry, the financial services industry has been the most innovative, most adaptive for new innovations, and where there is a whole lot of investment happening. So if you take the banking, financial services, yeah, the next slide, please. Financial services or insurance, there have been a spate of innovations that have been happening. Yeah, next one. So the whole process, as Sundar said, buying your coffee with your iPhone or Android, two very complex processes have all been in the financial services space, have really helped people transform various processes. So if you see, anything with respect to digital is exponential in nature. So people don't talk about 10, 15% improvement. People talk about 5x, 10x, that kind of growth and volume. So e-commerce growth, if you see in the last 2-3 years, 35% compounded annual growth rate. This is a phenomenal growth rate. Similarly, mobile commerce. And how many of you know India ranks #1 in the world in terms of real-time digital payment transactions, right? So India today, if you take the startup ecosystem, with the USA leading it, China second, India is third now. And if you see some of the digital payment growth rate, India is leading the world in many parameters. So the clear motto, the next slide please, is presenceless, paperless, and cashless. Right? Presenceless, irrespective of where you are located, you should be able to do the transaction. Paperless and cashless. I think if you can adopt this and redefine all your processes, then I think that is where the opportunity is. Hereafter, whoever is coming out with new ideas, your drive should be this. If you can come out with something which is presenceless, paperless, and cashless, then you are in the fintech game. Yeah, next slide, please. In terms of the geographical market size overall, still North America leads with a 38% market share, but Asia Pacific, Asia is doing very well in terms of growth rate, even though it is 22% now in the world, but overall the growth rate has been the highest in the world. So in a matter of 3 to 4 years, Asia will be leading the world in terms of fintech market size, beating US. Yeah, next slide, please. So we are on a bullet train, right? If you see some of the statistics, it is very important to know some numbers. India, how many startups are there totally? More than 60,000 startups are there in DPIIT registered. Out of that, 10%, 6636, are the number of fintech startups in India. And the size of the industry is $31 billion in 2021, and is estimated to be $150 billion. In a matter of 4 years, we will be 5 times the existing market size. So the fintech transaction value is likely to grow from 66 billion to 138 billion in a matter of 4 years. There are various subsegments, as Srini talked about. We have payments, lending. These are the two major ones. Apart from that, wealth technology, personal finance management, insurance technology, regulation technology, these are all very big areas. And see, one of the important things is, as a startup, you need vitamin M, the money, right? When you want to grow, when you want to scale. So that is where the ecosystem in India is vastly improving. Apart from government, which is doing a lot of seed level support, the VC funding, the HNIs, high net worth individuals, the angel investors, those are also very active. And there are a number of deals that are happening as we speak, are really very high. So as of April, we have 16 fintech companies which have gained unicorn status. That is more than $1 billion market valuation. And UPI, you all know, it has been on an exponential path. Next slide, please. So both in terms of volume and value, the UPI has created a revolution in the world. Now the whole world is watching the kind of things happening in India. See, on the one side, figuratively, you are seeing so many country presidents and prime ministers visiting India in the last 1.5 months. But overall, the India, in terms of GDP growth, India is the topmost one today, as we speak. And whatever is happening, everything is getting the attention of global players. So I think fintech, what kind of, next slide please, what type of difference it makes, right? Apart from cost reduction, which is the huge thing, productivity enabler, it creates a clear differentiation of your product or service, improved retention of customers, and the ability to create new business model around it for additional revenues. These are all powerful capabilities. Next slide, please. So the importance of fintech. Why is fintech important to India? Right? This is a very important question. Economic growth. Right? The payment segment has been a major enabler. So we need a number of jobs to be created, and we need the GDP growth. And both are getting aided by fintech. Every 1% increase in electronic payments causes 104 billion in consumption of goods and services, right? The moment something is enabled, additionally, so much of consumption happens. When there is a payment system which is very friendly, and you can buy anything from anywhere in India, right? That is where the beauty comes in. Financial inclusion. So the unbanked population, those in rural areas, they all can be connected through fintech. So it is very important that we have an inclusive growth for India. So that is helped by fintech. Speed and quality of innovation, that is also enhanced by fintech, no doubt about that. So see, one of the things digital enables is reduces the cost of transaction, whether it is the transaction cost or the cost of capital. Everything gets reduced when you use digital, because you employ less number of people than the regular one, and you have a totally redrawn process. And your business sustainability and scalability gets enhanced with the digital, no doubt about that. And in terms of transparency and audits, so the moment you start doing digital, there is no question of having two books or doing some fraud transactions. To a large extent, there is a transparency. There is everything is very clear, crystal clear. There is a digital footprint which enables you to be tracked. That gives confidence to various investors. So the new value streams can be mapped with new business models around, for example, Srini talked about Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies. This is going to be a major thing with the RBI driving it in the future. So in terms of market curation, structural transformation, there is a whole lot of things that are happening. Neobanks, the fintech, insurance tech, there are new things coming which will make the entire process as well as our life much easier. And there is a whole lot of regulation also that is coming. And it creates a collaborative culture. See, earlier the bank was very closed, whereas today you have open interfaces, right? Multiple parties, depending on what is available, you have open interfaces. Thereby you can access new services and you can put together new business models, peer-to-peer lending, and whole new type of business models are coming with the fintech. And scale, I think, is unquestionable. The scale of the industry really enhances with the digital. And of course, it makes it borderless. So you're not anymore, you're talking about Chennai, Tamilnadu, or Tiruchi. You are today, if you are a fintech company, you are going global, right? So, example, Bank Bazaar and Vedantu. There are so many companies, Paytm, and all of these are today global brands. So, yeah. Next slide, please. Couple of slides. Next. Yeah. The fintech opportunity, which we saw, payments, SME lending, consumer lending, insurance, new age banking tech, brokerage and wealth management. These are all very big themes. Next one, please. Yeah, some of the sample of fintech companies which have done very well in India. Many of them have become unicorns in a very short time period. I think that is the power of fintech. So while companies take For example, the Tata Group or TCS or Infosys would have taken maybe 20, 25 years to reach that status. The fintech companies are doing it in 1/5 the time, right? In 4 to 5 years, they are becoming unicorns. Next. So these are some of the areas, payments, payroll, expense. For those who want to do startups, I think, the opportunities, the space to really address, to explore are very huge, whether it is on lending, insurance, payroll, digital banking, wealth tech, consumer payments, mobile wallets, tax, trading. There is multiple opportunities. See, all you need to do is to look at the existing business process of how things are happening. Can we make an improvement? Can we make it automated? Can we reimagine the way things are done? See, if you take insurance today, there is an accident. It takes about 4 or 5 days to get back your car, right, from the insurance coverage. So for you to send the details and then the surveyor to come and do all that. Whereas in the US, if there is an accident, immediately you can photograph and send it to the surveyor. Surveyor will, up to $1,000, up to $2,000, surveyor will just say in a matter of 5 minutes or 2 minutes, he is going to approve it. Then the next day you can get your car. So the simplicity that happens. See, this is talking about how the evolution of a fintech ecosystem in India, next slide please, has come about. So in the interest of time, I'm going to go very fast. Digital payments, next one, 1.0 to 3.0, and to now we are going to 4.0, right? And there is 160 times it has grown from 2004 to 2020, right? These are all unimaginable numbers, really exponential growth. Yeah, next one. We have a fantastic enablement. It is like adding fuel to the fire. We have a fantastic policy framework, availability of growth capital. There is a huge market demand. The one thing which they all need is future skilled human capital, right? This is where we are lacking. And that is where the students and the next generation, the people who are coming out are going to be you have to be future skilled. So, yeah, next please, next. Yeah, government initiatives. As I mentioned earlier, the incubators, accelerators are helping a lot. I will touch upon, I'm not going into the various programs of the government, policies which have really helped in the process. I will briefly touch upon WellTech Technology Business Incubator. I run this. So just quickly to give you a flavor of what we have done, I'll take 2 minutes. We have 235 plus startups registered. We are the biggest incubation setup, university-based incubation system in Chennai. We have additionally 50 plus startups in pre-incubation, 15 strategic partners, including Google, Amazon, Zoho, all those. We have international mentors from Stanford, Google, Amazon, Twitter, and as well as leading entrepreneurs from India. We are associated with the Stanford Seed Spark program. Some of our, at least about 18 startups from WellTech TBA have undergone a Stanford Seed Spark program cohort. So our startups have filed more than 40 IPs, international journal papers, 40 plus awards, Best Incubator Award right at this stage in 2018. 3 major programs of the government, and now it is 4. We have Nidhi Center of Excellence, Nidhi Prayas, Idea to Prototype, Meiti Awards. Then we have SIDBI, Startup India Seed Fund program. We are associates to SIDBI, partner to EDII, Tansim, Tamilnadu. I think I can go on and on in terms of angel investors, in terms of now our valuation is $500 million of our startups today. And the number of jobs created is 800 plus permanent jobs and 2,000 plus temporary jobs have been created. So this is just a flavor. What next? I think these are, next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, yes, yes. I know, Mr. Raghunathan is behind me now. Yeah, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So this is where, if you see the fintech jobs, who are the people who are employing fintech people? The fintech startups, obviously, the incumbent financial institutions, then educational institutes. They need people to teach fintech. Then incubators and accelerators, advisory firms. They all need fintech, next. In terms of fintech skills, blockchain, AI, ML, on the technical side, programming, data science, compliance, app development, and on the soft skills, collaboration, creativity, tech savviness, adaptability, problem solving, leadership, and all that. So I think with this, I would like to conclude saying that fintech is a huge opportunity, and India is leading the world today. And not that there are, already it has grown, so there is not much opportunity. It is not like that. This is going another next 5 years, till 2025, 26. This momentum is going to drive, and more, we have a whole lot of parts of, if you take, for example, a simple example, fintech needs to be vernacular, to be adaptable to rural. That not many people have done. Like that, there are a lot of unexplored opportunities in which you can build your startup, and more and more things are on the way. You are entering the fintech world at the right time. That is what I would like to say. I would like to thank Mr. Raghunathan and the entire team, and Mrs. Varalakshmi for allowing me to be part of this program. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We would like to do a small felicitation.
Hello, friends. The next session will be on infrastructure and logistics. 3 people are going to speak. We are running out of time. Captain Ramanujam, Mr. Jaishankar, and Lokesh Mehra. Actually, today's competitive world, logistics and infrastructure can be called the backbone for any business. A major support system it is. When you call logistics and infrastructure, it's not a small term or a word to be discussed. It is an ocean where we keep sailing. Infrastructure is everywhere and anywhere. The internet that we use is an infra. This auditorium is an infra. Today, any product or services that reaches our doorstep is only due to the infrastructure and logistics sector's revolution. The evolved sector at very juncture proposes to either solve a problem or make betterment of the current practices. Our panel speakers who are here today with us are renowned domain specialists and highly skilled individuals who keep innovating techniques to serve India smarter. Thank you very much. I'll call upon the first speaker, Mr. Captain Ramanujam, Senior Advisor.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. Firstly, I must tell you students that you are extremely lucky. I have been in this skill ecosystem for almost 10 years, right from the start. In no state of India does an industry come forward to organize such a kind of a seminar. Governments organize, academic institutions organize, but industry coming forward, like IMO coming forward and organizing this, it is a fantastic kind of an opportunity. Please do make use of it. So thank you, IMO, for this wonderful opportunity. I'll start by in my presentation, I'll give 3 examples, and all of you students would fall between this bracket. Nalladurai is from St. Joseph's College, Sri Perumbudur, Computer Science. He joined delivery as a rider, okay, delivery boy. Right now, he's the head, southern region for the entire last mile delivery for delivery, and is earning a 5-figure salary. And if you don't trust me, after this presentation, you can take his mobile number from me. So that is what has, if you've seen right through the yesterday and today, almost all speakers spoke about one thing in common. You must know the domain. Even Mr. Srini, who spoke about Fintech, said you must know domain. So domain is the core sector which you're going to join, which you must know. I'll give you another good example now that's coming up. You are all engineers. But now what this industry needs is more bang for buck. Means for one investment, how much can you deliver? For example, now in Cochin port, they ask for quayside crane operators. Quayside cranes are which are next to the ships on the jetty, pick up the container, have to drop it on the vessel. 30 moves you have to do in an hour. Typical salaries are in the region of 1.5 lakhs and above. What they are looking for is engineers who can also do the maintenance of the crane. Once you do that, in 6 months flat, you are assured of a job in the Gulf, which is at 3-4 times the salary. See how the world is changing, user, maintainer. So what used to be, you think that is a crane operator, but the crane operator right now is the key, because the 30 moves per hour brings the revenue to the port. Similarly, forklift. Logistics as a sector is a very horizontal sector. And there's so much of, yesterday one of the speakers said, right now the need is for multi-skilling. And I'm now working on a project. This is for banana export. Tamilnadu, bananas are supposed to be most famous. Produces 4.1 lakh tons. And you know how much is the export per year? 600 tons. Is there a scope? Yes. Why has it not been done? Because multiple stakeholders are involved. Farmer wants to do it, but farmer says, you give me a solution. So what is the solution? That's a logistics company. They say, you bring the banana, I will store it. So you need multiple people. In fact, Mr. Srini was also part of that. About 10 days back, we got together multiple stakeholders, technology providers. There's a company which uses what is called phase-changing methods for cooling, which incidentally, thanks to it, we could do the vaccination for the entire population of our country. Mobile cold storages are now possible. Similarly, there's a company which now checks the value of a fruit by spectral analysis and tells you, so you know what you're buying is what you're getting is what you're buying. So such technology, there's a company which makes storages out of natural resources, natural fiber like banana, which preserves the life of the product and extends it by over 2.5 times. Varanasi, in fact, incidentally, had been there some time back. Carpets they want to export, but the Western countries want the packaging to be reusable. Reusable packaging is a huge kind of a scope for engineers like you. So what I would like to bring out is there's multiple opportunities in this space. Before this, we had heard about the defense sector. Now, defense sector, well, is such a kind of a sector since I come from that background. What you do now in defense will come into commercial application maybe 2-3 decades later even. What you're seeing now is in Toyota Camry, which is a hybrid car now, is nothing but a World War II German U-boat design, 1945, okay? And what you see now in inverter air conditioners, which is just coming into the market, has been there since 90s on submarines, from where I come from. So what I'm trying to bring out is, you get into a defense sector, which will throw open a huge world for you, which you can then bring it into kind of applications, such as cyber-physical systems. I'll now come to my presentation. I'm just giving you this background because what I heard over yesterday and today. I'll be covering my presentation with these topics as shown. A little bit on the scope of the sector, what is the government's thrust, and what are the emerging tech opportunities, the entrepreneurship, and then what are the attributes. Now, this I'll just take a minute because this is important. What is the scope of this logistics sector? You must know. Now, warehousing, if you see, is one of the key logistics subsectors. If you take out the map of the globe and you put India in the center, India is emerging as the global hub for warehousing. Why? Because the cost of warehousing is cheapest in the country. 1/7 the cost of Heathrow, which is the costliest. In fact, in the top 25, you have almost all the cities of the subcontinent. Chennai, Bangalore, Pune, Bombay, Hyderabad, all these are within the top 23. So therefore, warehousing is a huge kind of a subsector where it could well emerge as a hub for the entire world. The concept of warehousing has also changed. Gone are the days where in a godown, you put some thing there. The longer you put it there, the more the warehouse owner will, revenue he'll get. Those days are gone. That is not the nature of business. Now, the number of items that flow through the warehouse is what determines what is going to be the revenue of the warehouse. So this typical example for example, if there are thousands of you, each of you, even if you order one item, there are 1,000 items which is going through the warehouse, okay? So imagine lakhs and lakhs of items, SKUs, what are called stock keeping units, flow through the warehouse, and that is what brings in the revenue because the value addition happens now in the warehouse. Now, land transportation is a huge subsector where 60%, in fact, of the cargo that moves in the country is going by road. And the amount of development that's happening on the highways, it is only bound to increase. And you will soon find heavy motor vehicles. So that becomes another area where technology will be needed. Courier and express industry is now a part and parcel. It's an organized sector. You have companies such as DHL, FedEx, and so on, who have now stepped in. There are enough opportunities, especially as entrepreneurs, where you can set up a franchisee office of DHL and so on. E-commerce, I'm sure all of you would have at some point in time bought some item through e-commerce. There's again a huge amount of tech involved, especially in terms of the cataloging, especially in terms of the transport network design and the supply and distribution chain. Cold chain, because of the pandemic, has seen huge development in the last 2 years. It's also given infrastructure status. So you can get credits at much lesser cost of capital. And now it's one of those sectors where there are multiple startups, especially on mobile temperature-controlled storages. Port terminals, ICDs, and container freight stations, given the country subcontinent, 7,500 kilometers of coastline, ports and terminals will continue to play a very important role, and therefore, and are also a lot of, in fact, they were one of the early kind of businesses to work on blockchain. The entire liner traffic, which is now running across the globe, with taking containers from place A to B, it runs on a blockchain kind of a technology now for companies such as Maersk. Now, there is an interesting concept of also coastal economic zones, where close to the vicinity of the port, you can set up an enterprise where you can have the benefit of import and export. So this is something which you can explore, where there is a lot of tax breaks that you get. Inland waterways and marine services is now, right now, the country is focusing on the National Waterway 1 and 2, and now even exports are happening. So there again, there's a scope for even in design in areas such as shipbuilding, and also one area which has not been touched upon since yesterday and today is in the area of maintenance of equipment. All of you have been thinking about, it's not only about manufacturing a product, but also in the maintenance of product, because especially in a cost-conscious country like ours, maintenance becomes a very important aspect. Air cargo terminals and air freight stations is another subsector dependent heavily on the cargo. Because of the COVID, the passenger traffic has come down. Cargo has kept airlines afloat. And in fact, a lot of produce goes by way of air freight. For example, your okra, lady's finger, is exported by air now. Then rail logistics. This is picking up now, especially now Kisan Rail, temperature-controlled rail has all started running, and it becomes a very important subsector because a lot of privatization is happening. Metro Rail, for example, is becoming an independent corporation. It's going to have, it will be like a build, own, operate, transfer. So private operators will start running Metro Rail. So again, there are jobs there. Liquid logistics is going to become a big kind of a subsector. Please take note, because it involves chemicals. And chemicals, incidentally, if you see the labor market information system, is one of the industries where a lot of manpower is being required for a country like us. Liquid oxygen transportation, for example, has been a key for our COVID management. And now soon it will be like green hydrogen transportation. These are emerging kind of a space. Then you have supply chain in support of manufacturing as well as in support of agriculture, such as, because most assembly lines are getting automated, and therefore line feeding becomes important, and this is again an area where logistics operations happen. Touching upon what the government has done, you would have all heard about Gati Shakti, 1.68 lakh crores. It's the country's largest investment that has ever happened so far since independence. That's the kind of a thrust that is being given on the infrastructure in terms of the connectivity, especially in what is called multimodal connectivity. There's a project, Sagarmala, which another speaker had touched upon in the morning, which is for port infrastructure building, port hinterland connectivity, and also new port development. So that project is also happening. Quite a number of minor port development is happening on that. Bharatmala highway connectivity, in fact, we have reached one of the highest rates of building, in terms of the highway, almost 40 to 50 kilometers per day, per hour is the kind of roads that we are getting laid right now. UDAN is the scheme for the regional air connectivity, especially for movement of perishables and time-sensitive cargo. And as I had mentioned, exports through the waterway is already started to Bangladesh. Warehousing, if you see, has got a phenomenal growth. It's almost a cumulative annual growth rate of almost 30 to 40%. and ease of doing business. I think it's very, you would have all realized how well the IMO has structured this whole presentation. Fintech preceding Logitech, literally. And in fact, even our team, only I am the hard infrastructure guy. With me are two colleagues who will be talking totally tech. So logistics has become completely technology oriented. So then, what are the emerging tech opportunities? I'll just touch upon them. I think my esteemed colleagues will now cover this in greater detail. Augmented reality, virtual reality is all going to play a very important role. I mean, if you can think, pilots, I'll just connect some of the dots. In fighter pilots, when they are flying, they need to engage the enemy without taking their eyes off the panel. So you have what is called a HUD, head-up display. So you don't have to look anywhere, it's on the helmet itself. So now this is coming in warehousing, because a picker, when he has to pick an item, imagine 3,000 times, you look at the list and then look at that item, look at this and look at the item, your neck will just go. So therefore now you have it in the head-up display itself. Now, are we making it? There's one company, I just thought I should mention this. This is a company called Armstrong. It started by one engineer like you, young guy, Majgonkar, and he started it in Nashik. And he employs just other engineers, etc. Now that company is manufacturing these head-up displays. So this is the kind of an opportunity that is kind of emerging. Then you have sensors and telematics. Ola, Uber are classic examples. But then now you need more hyperlocal. India is a huge country. I think if you can have you can have many more hyperlocal solutions, and that's something which you should look at. You would have all seen that link behind our road transport buses. What is that? It is nothing but a cargo aggregator. So there's a huge need for such kind of transport cargo aggregators, so that the trucks run full both from and to. Similarly, then you have your softwares for management of warehouses, transport. So these are some things which are getting developed very rapidly across the country. In fact, most trucks, 99% will all be GPS enabled. So you have almost complete track and trace of your cargo available at any time. All of you who have dispatched any courier would be able to have the consignment number and tracking it. Similarly, now blockchain is coming in a big way, as I said, and that is something which will, shared ledgers would become the order of the day for any supply chain. I'll stop here on this particular thing because it will be covered in greater detail by my colleagues. And in the interest of time, proceed forward. Entrepreneurship. I'll just give you a little story. 2005, IIT batch, Suresh Kumili is his name. He started a company called Last Mile in Hyderabad. Very simple business, nature of business. He got about 10-15 people whom he could trust from his village. And then he told them, you can then pick up more kind of colleagues of yours and run the business. Now he was covering the entire Hyderabad and all the adjoining districts around it. And then I was the one who gave him a lead into Flipkart. And then he further expanded, it became a pan-India kind of a company. Now he has sold that company to Delivery for 50 crores. 2015 he started it. By 2020 he has sold it to Delivery for 50 crores. Nothing, no great capital required, just a little bit of initiative and good kind of IT management. So if you see now, amongst all the unicorns, 25 out of 94 are in the logistics kind of a space. And this is basically because this sector has been a very low barrier to entry. 98% are small, micro, small, medium enterprises, freight forwarding, custom brokers, and so on. The main thing in all this is the ability to, yesterday again, one of the speakers said, ability to identify a problem and solve it, and that becomes the key. And as I mentioned, warehousing and last mile delivery, they are the biggest pain points if you can give a solution there, it'll be very, very necessary. And what are the attributes needed? This is the last slide. I think what is existing right now is the inability of the personnel right now to understand the changing environment. And that's where you come in. There's enough opportunity in this. You should have the ability to use the software that are available and a little bit on the data analytics. And I think all speakers have mentioned soft skills is the need of the day. Before I conclude with another example, as I had mentioned, Ilango in 2010, I met him in one of the tsunami relief kind of a job mela. He had lost both his parents. He was a 5th class pass, I think. And he came, just in a torn banian and a shorts, without even a footwear. And we said, can we employ him? So we said, yes, we'll take him for training. He came from the Irula community, which catch snakes, the Irula community. So we trained him in welding. And I spoke with Sundaram Fasteners and got him a job there for 13,000 rupees. We trained him as a MIG welder. In 6 months flat, he came back to me and said, sir, I got an increment of 5,000 rupees. Last I heard, he was earning somewhere upwards of 30,000 rupees. What does it mean? Everybody, all of us, have some inherent skills, genetically acquired. Just think on those lines. I'm sure each of you will have some skill which is very unique. Leverage on that. I'm sure you'll have the best in your life. And finally, as all of us we need luck. So wish you all the very best of luck. Thank you.
வணக்கம். இந்த மாபெரும் மேடையில் திரு ஐமா என்னும் அமைப்பும் உன்னதமான அண்ணா யூனிவர்சிட்டியும் சேர்ந்து மற்ற பல சான்றோர்களுடன் இந்த உன்னதமான ஒரு நிகழ்வுக்கு என்னை பேச அமைத்ததற்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றி. என்னுடைய நெடுநாள் கனவு இன்று நிறைவேறுகிறது. அது என்ன? It's a pleasure and privilege to be here. I will make it very quick. Just wanted to ask one question before I start the conversation. Who are my customers for this next 5 minutes or 7 minutes? Who are my customers? Loudly. Yes. If you have understood that you are all customers for my session here for the next 7-8 minutes, we have understood logistics. That is the way the entire paradigm shift has been happening in the logistics industry. 30 years ago, I'll take a minute to set the context. 30 years ago, when Jai Shankar was a purchase officer or an assistant manager purchase, as a part of the purchasing function, when he was tasked to do logistics, what it meant was, Jai Shankar will go to Paris Corner, go up, climb 4 or 5 huge company stairs, get a rate, competitive rate for a 20-feet container, prepare not even in Excel those days, prepare a manual comparison, come back, availability of vessel, pray all stars that the container should come onto the village in the factory without toppling, ensure that it is loaded properly, lashed properly, and wait. I'll tell you a small instance. You will be following 68 containers or 70 containers per month. The only container where without technology was not available like this today, right? The only container where Somebody at the top would be really interested. Your collaborator will be there in Germany waiting for a trial. There will be a possible joint venture that will only get offloaded in Singapore. Okay, that was the kind of systems. But hats off to the kind of human element that ran along with it. A local logistics, same Jaishankar will go and negotiate half a production schedule, which will be equivalent to 6 months of your requirement, and negotiate in a language which you may not know with a transporter in Bombay or Delhi. But Manida name, Yenga Vandadu Nakai, all these people, we have run just in time on bullock carts in 81. Can you believe? People will come, it will be raining. They will be covering the bullock carts with the tarpaulin. They would be shivering, and there will be, that is the kind of pyramid of the workforce Tamilnadu has got and all over. And if we owe our logistics today, tech-enabled logistics, it is due to the vision of most of the industries. Today, automobile industry in South is called Detroit. It is because of the vision of those leaders, catalyzed by the hard work of those pyramid people at the bottom. I thank them before I get into logistics. Today's logistics, as it has evolved, today's logistics is very different, Completely, there is a paradigm shift, there is a change, especially here comes COVID. People attach different meanings to logistics. Yeah, this one. Yeah. I start with this. Yes, in logistics we can do it, you can do it. I will tell you why. Please. There is always, there are theoretical definitions that are coming in, whether how logistics has transformed. But I'm not getting into it. But today, what is meant by logistics is end-to-end. If we can improve productivity and reach it to the customer faster, that is logistics. Every micro element. Logistics has today become a board topic. Supply chain people are getting into board levels. So such is the kind of importance the logistics, thanks to our technology, as well as due to the kind of phenomenal take in volumes, as Captain Ramanujam has been kind enough to say, the kind of developments on infrastructure and the kind of industrial thrust. The overall definition of logistics has gone through into an end-to-end way. This is the conventional definition for the sake of, audience who may not know. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Sure. This is the conventional definition. Logistics is moving material, getting money in a structured way. All the industries, there are so many industries that, industrialists were speaking here. But if one industry runs through across all the industries, it is logistics industries, as it is now reshaped into supply chain. People call it as logistics, logitech, completely evolved into supply chain. But any industry, you name any industry, there is a dependence on logistics combined, which is getting catalyzed by the functional knowledge, thanks to technology now. I just want to pass here in agriculture. We had the opportunity, Dr. Rajaram is here. Just about 2 months ago, a few of the young engineers like you, no technology. They just developed a simple mechanism, a mechanical item where productivity of onion went by 40%. Human element, labor was relieved and they were upskilled. Any technology, I want to leave it to these youngsters here. This is a fundamental principle as I have been, traveling through. Any technology that increases the value of, human society in terms of relieving the mundane jobs, that is where we should park ourselves for jobs. This is history how logistics became into various two milestones I would like to pass with you. One is pallets and other is the barcode. Subsequently, so many things happened. Now things are happening in such a rapid space. Please. This is a conventional way we see an organization. But everywhere you see technology has taken over. Now we are talking of even the brick and mortar companies which are trying to move both through the conventional channels as well as through their own outlets and directly connect by e-commerce. I was a party to about the learning with about 30 CEOs about 2 months ago. The best takeaway for me is even for conventional companies, directly connect to the customer. This is what is happening, and it has a lot of bearing on the logistics as we have been perceiving. Most of the companies are parallelly doing, and some of them, of course, full-fledged e-commerce companies are there, but most of the manufacturing companies, it is heartening to know there's quite a lot of innovation in terms of logistics, because now the term logistics for your company, now the term logistics is anything that you do from end to end. Any value addition in terms of meeting the deliverables to the customer faster is supposed to be a logistics improvement. I'm just picking up from where Captain Ramanujam left. 60% of the time of human activity goes into warehouse. This is where most of the tech is taking place. That is why Amazon's, my next colleague will speak, they spend millions of dollars in terms of improving productivity and relieving human fatigue on picking up the right item. Please. I would like to leave, because the lot of speakers have spoken about the macro industry. I would like to bring a slightly different perspective coming from the shop floor. I would like to leave few low-hanging fruits. As everybody knows there is a skill gap, and people are, elders are addressing it, and the logistics industry is exploding end to end. There is going to be phenomenal opportunities in warehousing as it is automated in. But few things, as from a perspective since I've been around, I just wanted to leave. Further. I think purchasing and even CHA, these are all opportunities for self-employment, because I see a lot of companies, the custom house agent is becoming a part and parcel. It was a forgotten job, but a lot of youngsters can get into it, because engineers and commerce people are best suited for CHA, whether as an entrepreneur or of making money. There is quite a lot of scope available in the country, as companies want to bring them into their roles, so that they have a seamless flow of information and visibility. Today you can hear anywhere, visibility is the jargon that you will get in any company. Visibility, resilience, and agility. What it means is the top management or the operating management wants to know what is happening from one end of the chain, supplier to ultimate customer, and the return. Yeah. Just one more. Final, one more. Last. Hold it, the previous. These are the few, low-hanging fruits. In fact, I picked up this jargon from youngsters like you. Low-hanging fruits means, as you are positioning yourself, you can try all of them so that you have some multiple streams of income. India, globally, and in India, there is going to be multi-skilling is going to be the order of the day. I very firmly believe, having been talking to people, the workforce will become multi-skilled, because there is so much of convergence and explosion of technologies happening. It is in our interest, it is in our being prudent. We always should have the ability to do multi-skilling. These are technologies which are used in various forms in logistics. Even we have a system where 100 of your youngsters like you, we have a partner where they have developed AI-based purchasing. 20 years ago, if I walked into my boss room and then said I want to subcontract purchasing, he would have moved me to the subcontractor. Today, purchasing is being, purchasing as a skill set is being, considered to be given off to other company. And I see a lot of youngsters like you when you travel to Delhi, Mumbai, there are a lot of youngsters who are doing freelance purchasing and supporting 10 companies, making quite a good money even on engineering. These are skills. I'm not going to take time because I'm running out of time. But what is most important is what we saw in 2015 was not what we could see, but what we saw in the last 7-8 years, which continues to be seen as what is required in 2025 is critical thinking and analytics. Thank you very much. I have a few more slides, but the main, 3 things I would like to leave with youngsters with you. Of course, I wish you all the very best in your career or in entrepreneurs, but 3 things are: continuous learning is going to take you. Continuous learning is going to be the order of the day. Multi-skilling will provide you ample opportunities for self-development and for contribution to society. And creativity and analytical ability, you all have it in plenty. I wish you all the very best. Thank you for the opportunity.
Vanakkam, my name is Lokesh. I'm going to change gears because everybody's been talking about what the industry is. I'm possibly going to give you some aspects of what you should do specifically to go into the infrastructure side. But my infrastructure is going to be different. I'm going to be talking about cloud. So I just want to start off first by telling you that there were 3 areas which are the most in demand given by a recent report of Alpha Beta, which talked about usage of cloud software tools, cybersecurity, and cloud architecting. So these are 3 areas that you should be, very familiar with. But I'd like to begin with by talking about 4 numbers out here. Can you guess what these numbers are? Just a hypothetical guess. Anybody? So 7.8 is the population of the global world, okay? And 3.7% of that, 3.7 billion people today have access to the internet. Of that, 50% reside in Asia Pacific, and 24% of that are in India alone. So you can imagine that with technology percolating everywhere, you're going to see a plethora of tech-enabled industries, which Srini was talking about. I want to talk about specifically how digital transformation is happening. A lot of you remember the black and yellow taxis. But now with the transportation changing, we have the Olas and Ubers. Just to share with you, there was a recent report which was carried out post-COVID, which is just in the last 2 months, where they said that about 14.5 million rides are done in 1 week by these cab aggregators. So you can imagine the kind of, transportation which is happening. A lot of you use it during the COVID time had, moved online, where you were learning about a lot of the information that your professors and faculty were sharing, specifically, on e-books or PDFs or any other material which was there. You would realize that while print books still have about 60% of the market, you will see in the next 2 to 3 years that transitioning down, and the expectation is that by the next 4 to 5 years, only about 30% is going to remain in print. Rest all is going to become electronic. We had a very wonderful Fintech session. So you are aware that today even a auto wala or a rickshaw wala is going to take, some kind of e-payment. Just to give you the numbers, the entire digital stack which happened in 2021 was about $3 billion, the entire transaction stack. And the expectation is in the next 10 years, it's going to go up to 1 trillion. So you can imagine that everything is becoming, I would say, with the help of digitization, everything is going to be changing. Now, I'll talk about something out here. Are you aware that today, in the IT sector, there are about 4.4 million professionals? Out of the 4.4 million professionals, about 2 million are in the enabled services, the BPOs, KPOs, LPOs, etc. But the remaining 2.4 are still in the core IT sector. Out of that 2.4, barely about 6 lakh are operating in cloud. The actual demand is about 8 lakhs. And in the next 3 years, this is going to grow up by about 3x. And you'll see a shortfall of almost about 8 lakh cloud professionals. So moral of the story is you need to learn cloud because cloud is omnipresent right now. And you will also see that earlier, I would say 10 years back, the role of IT was, somebody will do system admin, somebody will give a password, somebody will do everything. But now IT or the CIO has got a table on the seat along with the CEOs and the CFOs. And if you look at the kind of jobs which are happening in cloud, if you go today to a Naukri.com or an Indeed.com or a Monster.com, the minimum number of jobs you will see in cloud would be somewhere between 60 to 70,000 at any given day. Even for freshers, it is between 200 to 300 at any given day. So you can imagine that, people with cloud experience are going to find jobs very, very easily. Now, what exactly is cloud? For people who don't know about that, any information which is on demand, which can be retrieved from the net, and you pay as you go. That is basically cloud computing. Give you a simple example. During your admission time, your college server generally crashes, or during your exam time, your college server generally crashes. What is the reason? The reason is they don't have a distributed load. But if you put it on the cloud, it is available and you can scale as you go. That is the biggest advantage. And when you want to scale down, you will pay only for what you have used. So cloud is here to stay, is what I want to share with you. Now, we offer different programs for you, and that is the reason I said my track is going to be slightly different, where I'm going to give you inputs of what you need to do. So first of all, there are 3 different programs that we run, and I would recommend all of you to go through these programs and see what is applicable for you. The first one is like an online platform where you can go, enroll, and go ahead and take up all the courses that you may want to do so. It just requires an email, your Hotmail, Gmail will suffice. You don't need to give any credit card number, nothing. Everything is free of cost, okay? So you go in and do that. The second one are where you have about 500 digital skill courses, so you can go ahead and do that. And the third one is primarily meant for educational institutions. In the next 3 minutes, I'm going to talk about each of them and end my presentation. So the first one, the site is out there, awseducate.com. You want to learn about cloud, you want to learn about machine learning, you want to learn about IoT, you want to learn about simulated racing. You can do all of that and earn badges along with that. So that is a very critical element for you. Just to give you a look and feel, it also has a job board where you can go and, post completing the course, go and put your CV out there and get jobs for that. So this is the look and feel where you can go in and take up the various courses. There are foundational courses, there are intermediate courses, and there are advanced courses. So you can go ahead and do that. The second one is, which is the AWS Academy, and a lot of the people which are mentioned at the back, on the backdrop, most of them, including, RMK, etc., SRM, all these people are our existing academies. We provide the curriculum free of cost to the institution. The institution goes ahead, adopts them. 50% of the course is hands-on, so you work on the entire platform and get that exposure. And then there are capstone projects that you do. So the curriculum is offered by AWS. They are all aligned to global certifications, and you can go ahead and take up these certifications. Just to share with you the kind of curriculum which you have, and I realized that we have a mix of students. They're from the circuit branches, they're from mechanical, they're from aerospace, they're from different branches. So either you can specialize in cloud, or you can move to data centers. For example, people in mechanical, if they want to look at, how do you maintain the HVAC of a data center, you can go ahead and do that. Or how do you manage cloud on, the data center on the cloud itself. You can also learn about machine learning. You can also learn about data analytics and NLP, natural language processing. Or you can go in the advanced courses which are related to specialization in cloud. If you don't want to go ahead and do a regular course, then you also have the option of doing hands-on labs, which are sandbox environments where, as a faculty, you can give a project and the students can go through the various projects that they may have. Just to share with you, every student who completes the course gets access to badges. And these badges are now recognized internationally as well as within India, along with the major GSIs. GSI stands for Global System Integrators, what we call as the Twitch companies. Tata, Wipro, Infosys, Cognizant, HCL, etc. This is another platform for you, which is called the AWS Skill Builder. I have 2 minutes, sir, I'll finish. Where you can go, and the link is given below. You can go ahead and enroll for these courses. There are predominantly about 500 courses that you can do. So build your skill sets around that. I would also like to, give you some input that if you want to learn through a gaming process, you want to learn as you progress doing a game, this is another avenue for you called the Cloud Quest. So you will learn about the nuances of cloud while you play a game. So I will just like to, talk about the kind of companies that recruit, and you can see majority of the system integrators are there, and even the smaller companies. So what are the jobs which are available out here? You can get into troubleshooting and operations, you can get into designing, you can get into architecting, or you can get into pre-sales, which is more from a consulting side, where the kinds of Deloitte, PwC, etc. recruit you. Finally, I would just like to say and give you 3 lessons. Number 1, money is important, but it is not everything. Otherwise, Dhoni and Tendulkar would have stopped playing cricket, right when they had earned that money. Number 2, it is not an overnight success. I don't know how many of you know that Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, took about 7 years before he started becoming successful. And number 3 is learn, unlearn, and relearn. Thank you very much. And if there are any questions, we'll take it later.
Thank you very much. All the renowned speakers, particularly in this large area of infrastructure and logistics, we have to contain within a time frame. I'm sorry for that, but definitely the message has gone to our student community, and the information is very, very valuable. Thank you. Now I call upon Mr. Uday Kumar and Dr. Meera to come. Captain, sir, thank you very much. Sorry for having curtailed for everyone. Nice, but I think we can learn as well as slides.
Good afternoon. We enter into the last session of this 2-day seminar. Okay? May I invite Dr. Uday Kumar, Mrs. Hema, Mrs. Meera, Mr. Iragamani. So, நேற்றுக்கு நம்ம பேசும்பொழுது we were talking about a panel discussion where all your clarifications, doubts, experts' opinion to be addressed from the panel. இப்போ நம்ம பேனல்ல வந்து மிஸ்டர் உதயகுமார் இருக்கார், அவர் வந்து கிண்டி காலேஜினுடைய அலுமினி, டெல்லியில் நேஷ்னல் ஸ்மால் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் கார்பரேஷனில் டைரக்டராக இருக்கார். He has been very supportive of entrepreneurs, MSMEs, industries, and ஒரு டெல்லியில் நேஷ்னல் ஸ்மால் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் கார்பரேஷனை நிர்வாகம் பண்ணணும்னா எவ்வளவு அனுபவம் இருக்கணும். அவர் டெல்லியிலிருந்து இந்த ஈவெண்ட்டில் உங்கள் கூட பேசணும் அப்படின்றதுக்காக வந்திருக்கார். ஹார்ட்டி வெல்கம் டு யூ, மிஸ்டர் உதயகுமார். We have with us Mrs. Meera. Meera is heading the planning and operation of various role model innovation and entrepreneurship programs. Forge Academy-னு கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க. அதனுடைய Chief Information Officer, Program Officer, and she has also come from outstation to be part of this event. Hearty welcome to you, Meera. We have Mr. Iragamani. Mr. Iragamani Dinamani is known in various programs of employability skill development. ஹொசூர்லேருந்து அவர் வந்திருக்கார். அவருடைய நிறைய ஸ்பீச்சஸ் வந்து சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் பலமுறை பகிரப்பட்டது, பலமுறை பார்க்கப்பட்டது. I personally requested him to come and address the students on the employability skills. Thank you, Mr. Iragamani, for joining us today. Mrs. Hema is not an unknown person to any of you in the circle. She was formerly the Vice President of HCL, Tata Consultancy Services. Then she was with KPMG. She was part of the Academic Council of Anna University. Very, very passionate about youth empowerment, students' lifestyle, job opportunities, skill development. In the subject la எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு பயம்தான் இருந்தது. இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம் நான் ஆரம்பிக்கிறச்ச ஹேமாவை நம்மளால் எப்படி ஒரு 5-6 நிமிஷத்துக்குள்ளே கண்டெயின் பண்ணுறது. ஏன்னா இந்த சப்ஜெக்ட் அவங்க மறந்துடுவாங்க அவங்களையே. தட் இஸ் ஹவு ஷி இஸ் ஸோ பேஷனேட் in speaking on the subject. Thank you, Mrs. Hema Gopal. இவ்வளவு பேர் ஸ்டேஜில் இருக்கும் பொழுது இன்னொரு பக்கத்தில் லஞ்சினுடைய டைம் நம்மளை ஹரி பண்ண போகுது. Not an easy task, but all of them know their time constraints today. All of them are aware that I will never tell them finish the talk. I will only ask them to continue the talk. They will themselves moderate because they have been conducting several programs, not only speaking on programs, but conducting several programs, so they know the time constraints, pulse of the audience, and the needs of the program. Ungalla yarukku, I will ask them to speak few minutes about what they want to communicate. After that, உங்களில் யாருக்கு என்ன கேள்வி உங்களுக்கு கேட்கணும் இருந்தாலும் அவங்கள கேட்கலாம். They are capable of handling any subjects. Every speaker in this 2-day seminar have been very carefully identified. As you saw the previous session, it's not an easy task of containing people like this in a couple of minutes of talking, but we tried doing it justice. I have heard Dr. Rajaram speaking for hours together on this subject and keeping the audience mesmerized. எனக்கு அதுதான் ப்ராப்ளம். நான் அவர்கிட்ட சொன்னது, சார் நீங்கள் அதிகமாக பேசிட்டிங்கன்னா மகுடி வாசிக்கிற மாதிரி பாம்பெல்லாம் ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்படும், அப்புறம் எங்களால் அடுத்த சப்ஜெக்ட்டுக்கு கூப்பிட்டு போக முடியாதுன்னு சொன்னோம். That is the problem. Thank you. I stop here. I request Mr. Udayakumar to kindly take over.
Good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Raghu, AIMO, and Anna University for inviting me for this TechKnow seminar program, which is being held in the same, in Vivekananda Audi, where we used to spend a lot of time during our college days. Dear students, my co-panelists, other dignitaries who are here, I would like to extend a very warm welcome. I think we are a little short of time, so I do not like to take much time. Whatever we are talking about, skill sets required for students, especially the engineering students who are coming out of the colleges in the recent days, I think this particular topic will be very relevant. And of course, the topics which were covered before me were excellent subjects. In fact, I have not seen such contents and delivery of these subjects even in any of the national level seminars. Excellent deliveries on drone, Fintech. I mean, it's absolutely great. So I will take only 5 to 7 minutes for my presentation. In fact, I would like to say that this is an auditorium which is almost responsible for shaping up my career. I came to this college, those days called as Gindi Anna University. We came, stayed away from the villages. In fact, I hail from a village which are from the down south. You know, there is a mix of students from city, villages who were studying at that time. There used to be even a fear to get onto this podium of this, this auditorium. That is a kind of, system, ecosystem those days. You know, we came with a raw background. I studied in Tamil medium. In fact, speaking English itself was considered to be a very elitic kind of behavior of students those days. In fact, there are many guys who used to come from day scholars and they used to dominate all functions in this auditorium. We used to be just a mute spectators sitting in this audience. So I think I would also like to, in fact, thank those systems which really motivated me to go further and in upskilling my, qualifications. In fact, that made me to go to the next, with humility, I can say that, this system helped me to get into IIM Bangalore, then further on. And today, like what I'm standing before you as a board of director in one of the PSU, especially for the MSMEs, it's all, I can say that the credit goes to Anna University for its, the support which it provided. So I hope I can also see many of you coming to the national level as directors and chairman of PSUs as well as private corporates. So I would like to only, focus on some of the skill sets. When you talk about skill sets which are required for students who are coming out of the colleges, I would like to go through some of the slides. Next. So I have seen several recruitments. We have also recruited. Right. I will just rush through the slides. See, basically, it's very simple. I know there are a lot of students who could not connect with some other topics. But one thing is you have to keep it in mind. The future belongs only those students who learn more skills, who have got an appetite to learn more skills, and who can combine in a creative ways. Next one. So today's employer, unlike the earlier systems, they look only for academic achievements. But today the employers look for a combination. They want technology skills from you as well as they want the soft skills also for you. Otherwise, actually, they will not prefer you. Next. So when you talk about technological skills, especially for the engineering students, these are the expectations from the employer. You should be digital savvy. And you should also know the programming. Not, those days people join, after that they learn even, like Microsoft, Excel and all this. But today everybody has to come with a full package. Software proficiency is required, technical writing is required, project management style is required, data analytics skills are basic requirement today, and social media experience. So I think now social media experience starts even from the schooling days. Next one. Next slide, please. Yeah, and apart from that, most important thing today, what employer is looking for, whether it's a PSU or corporate or even MNC, is basically what is required is confidence. apart from your degrees and marks and your ranks, what is required is you need to have a confidence. And you should also have the leadership. Leadership doesn't come on its own. It is up to you you have to grab the opportunity. You have to show exemplary performance. You have to be seen by the bosses. Adaptability, you should be able to adapt to the changing situation, whether it is the bottom management or middle management or the top management. Time management is very, very important. In fact, you have to maintain the time, which also just, people judge your character based on that. Then teamwork and collaboration, this is very much essential in Indian context because everybody moves in a different directions. So you have to be a team player. And critical thinking and problem solving, being an engineer, I think normally it's your natural talent. You will have the process, but you have to demonstrate that. Then professionalism and strong work ethics. In every organization, be it as a government or private, you have to do everything in an ethical manner. There may be a lot of pressures, but still you have to do it ethically. Oral and written communication skills, which are basically required. I think even now, engineering colleges teach the English and all this in the first year. I think basically, I personally feel, which are not required now because people come with complete proficiency when they join the first year itself. Those days, people didn't even know the proper English, so they used to have this English as one of the subjects. Next, please. So again, as a student, when you're doing the final year, you need to do a SWOT analysis, strength, weaknesses, threat analysis, which will also help you to identify what is your status. In the sense, where you do well, what is that you can do well, whether it's your analytical skills, whether your behavior, whether your soft skills, what are my skill sets? That you have to differentiate and you should be able to analyze it. Then what sets me apart? What differentiates you from others? Because even in the recruitment or in the interview, you have to show some USPs. So you have to define and you should demonstrate that. Next is actually opportunities. What are the current trends, which I think morning we saw Fintech areas, drone, logistics. I think these are the emerging areas. Mostly engineers will not look for it, but I think this is going to be the future. So then who needs my skills? Suppose if you want to get into the sectors, what is that you have to develop new? How can I prosper? So you should set an ambition. You should know maybe after 10 years down the line, what I'm going to be. Weaknesses, what skill sets will look, and where I can improve. That you have to identify and you have to go on improving it. Then what holds me back, whether it's communication, whether it's your analytical ability or your knowledge. So you have to see that. Then threats, what are your obstacles? Is it the geography or the place? That is you have to see. Then again, competition. Then what I can't control. I think these are the SWOT analysis you have to do. Next slide, please. And this is basically the strategic analysis, which internal analysis you have to, strengths you have to build and enhance. And if you have weaknesses, you have to reduce and you have to eliminate. And if you have opportunities external side, you have to exploit and expand. Threats, you should totally avoid. You should not worry about the threats, otherwise you cannot progress. And this is some of my thought points for guys like you who are coming out of the college. And I think rest of the things probably I can take it in the question hour session. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to one and all gathered here. I'm Dr. Meera from Forge, which is essentially a technology business incubator, today acting as an innovation platform, bringing together industry, academia, and government. The core purpose with which we exist is to accelerate the innovation economy of the country at large. So that's the vision that we have set on. And when we started that journey in 2015, one important thing that came up is if we have to create innovators and startup founders, then we will have to work on a mission that will help our young graduates make entrepreneurship as a preferred career choice. So that's the larger ambition that we got into this journey of working with academic institutions across the country. When I say startup, over the last 2 days, many of you have been hearing various things on skills competency development. Many of you are hearing about emerging technologies and how these technologies can solve various problems in the real time. You are also hearing a lot from various speakers about the startup world is the future. And there is a lot of opportunity for you to create your own startups and also to get employed in startups and be able to work in a small team, in a very agile, progressive team, creating solutions for real-world problems. So you've been hearing a lot of these things. What we took up in 2017, looking at these opportunities, is one key word called innovation. We said with institutions, with students, can each of us work with only one ambition, not multiple ambitions like skill development, entrepreneurship development, employability, startup creation, but can we look at only one ambition that will help us to achieve a multifaceted impact? And we took innovation as a road to that. And a principle with which we operate, that can innovation bring skills, competencies? Can innovation create employable engineers in the state and in the country? And that can, in context, lead to entrepreneurship for the future. What we have been doing in the last 6-7 years has given us a lot of learning that this is something that's possible. 2017, in the same stage, in the same auditorium, we had presented a model called a prototyping semester. A semester where a multidisciplinary teams come together, take up an industrial problem, and solve the problem, and if there is a potential, we enable them, not just evangelize, but enable them as innovators and startup founders. Through this, we have seen students become skilled and competent in various emerging technology areas, whether it is electric mobility, whether it is AI, machine learning, virtual reality, robotics, drones, across sectors. If there could be a process and a system that could transform our pedagogies in the classroom. So, what I would like to place in the interest of time before each of the students here, I have an ask for each of the students here. If you really want to become employable, can you transform yourself into innovators and be entrepreneurial? Look at the skills and competencies that you need to acquire so that you can innovate solutions. And how can you approach that in a very entrepreneurial way so that you are ready to work in a future that's going to be a lot of uncertainties that you will face? The second thing to the faculty members, if we have to create a lot of entrepreneurs, we have to produce a lot of innovators, which I mean if we have thousands of innovations, then one of them will have a potential to become a startup from our own campuses. And every year, each of our campuses produce 250 projects, solving some problems, building some products. If each one of them can be innovative, then there could be a possibility of 10,000 plus prototypes and products that could be innovated in our campuses, contributing to the increase of the number of startups that the state can produce. And largely, third, to the academic administration and to the industry members here. If we can only work together in a very structured process where both the parties, where the industry and the academia can closely engage on a win-win partnership of today, the problem that the industry have is access to these emerging technologies and the access to the manpower who can utilize these emerging technologies in our factories. And what the academia has challenges is delivering courses in emerging technologies and building content which is ready for, which is very dynamic for us to produce future-ready talent. So how do we bring these two together so that every project in the college is no more a project but a product solving a real-world industrial problem, giving access to technology to our industry, our MSMEs, and also giving access to our students to work on real-world problems and becoming innovators. So with this, a few words, thank you. Wish you all, I hope you had a great learning experience in the last 2 days. And when you look at skills from the lens of innovation. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
So, good afternoon, friends who are assembled here. It's a great privilege to stand in front of you always because I feel one among you and I feel also young. So, thank you, sir, for this opportunity. See, actually, from the morning I was observing a lot of Star Wars was talking about technologies, availability of opportunities today. So, only one thing is that we are here to guide you, we are here to help you, but only thing is that you have to grab the opportunities. Okay, so it is up to you. And one of the speaker today who was talking about the drone technology, he rightly mentioned that be very specific and be very focused on what you are going to plan for the future. Don't take too many things. Identify now itself what is your core area, dwell on that, work on that, get a deeper insight, deeper knowledge about that, and move forward. Either you are going to choose your career into be an industry, or it could be your entrepreneurship. What could be the choice which you have. But basically thing is, that way we called as niche area. Okay, so you have to identify your core niche area where you feel that you are good at, where you are very confident about that. Try to acquire more knowledge about that. Okay. So for this to do that, it's very important that you have to have employability skills which you have to be aware of that. So we called as 8 employability skills. According to me, there are few things to be mentioned. One thing is the communication. It's very, very core importance because if we take that in a business process, two-way communication is very important that when you are interact with your customers, so you should be able to understand what customers are really talking about that. So in that perspective, you should be a good listener together and you should be a good communicator. In many situations I come across when I talk to students because my profile goes like this. I was in industry for 28 years where I also had an opportunity of recruiting the students for 13 years as a core panelist in various institutions. So that's the thing actually which I was telling about that. So basically thing is you have to be very, very confident about what that you are doing it. So that's very, very important for all of you. So employability skills is one of the very thing that which you have to take into consideration. Basically the communication skill, team working skill, team building skills is very important. And the thing is that if you get into an industry, you should able to work in a project in alignment with the people. So that could be different people which we have to interact with them, get along with them, and work with them. And basically, one more thing is organizing skills. Is one of the very important skill as part of employability skills. So what is organizing skills? So basically, for example, we take this event. So organizing an event for 2 days like this, lining up a lot of panel speakers, eminent speakers, organizing the hall. It's not an easy joke. It's very difficult, but it's not. We cannot say that it's not possible at all. So, if from the institution side, please try to involve yourself in getting engaged yourself. I'll use this word, engagement. Please get engaged with the opportunities like event like this. Whatever happens in your own institutions, even it is small or big, try to involve yourself there. You pick up a lot of ideas, lot of confidence. Small problems will come. Definitely it will come. If you don't come, then you will not learn. So that is one of the team and organizing skills which you have to take it and move forward. One more thing that I'll say, I tell to the students, industry expects engineers, not engineering graduates. This always I tell to them. What do we mean by industry expects engineers, not engineering graduates. So merely having a certificate and saying that I am an engineering graduate, it's of no use for all of us. So that means we have to have a deep understanding about the subject. So we should have what are things going on in the job market, what is happening in the market outside, what the business is going on. So try to have a 360 view about what is happening around you to gain yourself much better. Before concluding one thing, I just tell my way of formula for success, which I feel it's working out. So formula for success, according to me, is attitude plus skills plus academia. So I just repeat, formula for success is attitude plus skills plus academia. So academic comes the last. That doesn't mean that it is not important, but according to me, to be a very successful engineer, you have to have a lot of attitude. So for example, you know the technology, you know everything, but at the end of the day, if your attitude is something different, so you cannot grow up in the ladder. So that's one thing which I am seeing for last 30 years, 31 years, I'm seeing that. So build up a good attitude and approach towards the people. Be flexible and agile. So that's one important thing which we have to say that. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. So God bless you all.
எல்லோருக்கும் வணக்கம். செவிக்கு உணவு இல்லாத பொழுது சிறிது வயிற்றுக்கும் ஈயப்படும். I think we are all waiting for the lunch after this. First of all, before I start, I want to thank Raghu for inviting me to be there. But last but not the least, so this is a concluding speech, and all of you have been sitting from the morning. So just to give you a small exercise, I would like all of you to give a standing ovation to Aimo and Raghu for an excellent program. Can I request all of you to give a 1-minute standing ovation to him, please? I think for him and the entire Aimo, I think they richly deserve. I can't hear from the back. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, and I think nandri marappadu nandandru, nandralladu andre marappadu nandru. I think as the speaker said, I also studied in a Tamil medium. I did my BSc Mathematics. I'm also an alumnus of Anna University, MIT campus. Then I went on to do my MS from IIT Madras, Computer Science, and stayed in one company for 36 years. Really not very fashionable person, like all of you, who probably would like to really see different organizations for different challenges. I think as a teacher here, I've been teaching here for the last 14 years from the industry perspective. I want to also ask you questions. Please be ready. India put IT into the world map. And who put India into the IT? Any answers from the students? It's all the students like yourselves. I think when we all joined, we were only 1,000 in the organization. Now we are talking about 5 lakh. I think IT is not information technology. It is the Indian talent, and it is all of you who have really put it. I think Madam has talked about the innovation. I think you all, when you clap your hands, your heart rate will become more regularized. Does it give you any clue? Okay. The next question I am going to ask, if you have to shut down your computer, you always press a button. That is, press 3 buttons. It is Control Alt Delete. I'll talk about what it is, and you have the liberty to answer me. And there will be the last question which I will ask you. When I saw Raghu's mail, which is requesting this entire seminar to be led by the industry, there were 4 traceability. One is to talk about the opportunities for the faculty and the students in our field of expertise. Second is to really find out what kind of skill development is required. And third is how the employability can be increased. I think these are the 3 things which I will cover in next 3 minutes. The first and the foremost thing is the industry and the academia should come together. They can probably talk about industry-led curriculum development, like some of us are teaching here. And it can be the COEs which can be set up, which she was talking about the Forge, which has got an outshoot of the Kumaraguru College of Technology, where I also happen to be the member of the Governing Council and the Board of Studies. And then the third is to really do a sabbatical of the professors into industry and the industry into the academia. And the fifth is to really lead projects which are disruptive in nature. And the sixth is to really define a curriculum which will be terms of the future technology need. I think all these things will bridge the gap between the industry and the academia. What do you mean by skill and what do you mean by competency? If some of you are ISO savvy, you will really see that ISO 9126 as well as the latest one, ISO 2510, talk about what is the difference between the competency. Competency is not just the skill or the ability to perform a task that is given to you. It is the competency is encompassing the skill, the knowledge, as well as the know-how, the process ability to do a work. I think that is what is it in the IT world. NASSCOM talks about more than 2.3 lakh of people to be getting a job, so abundant opportunities. And then the scaling up in terms of cross-skilling an employee and upskilling an employee is already there in digital technologies, and that is what we are all in. And what the employer needs, I think I've got one small thing to tell, and we will finish on time. What the employer needs, what you have already, I think it is like Deming's principle. We'll state the positives first. You have the domain knowledge, you have the quick learning ability, you have the critical thinking, you have problem solving and creativity. And I'm talking about the abilities that you need to have, the flexibility, the adaptability, the scalability, and also the learnability. And as somebody said, it is learn, unlearn, and relearn, because most of us have sailed through the IT world from 85 to 2022. We have really learned a lot of technologies, a lot of platforms, a lot of customer, a lot of domain. I'm sure each one of you will be able to do that. If we have done it in 30 years, I'm sure with all your capability, you'll do it in less than so many, less than few years. And the last thing that I wanted to say was that what is the expectation from the employer and what is academia? Academia has to really bring in a lot of framework as well as tools and technologies so that you are prepared well when you actually meet the need, so that the meantime between allocation when you are inducted into an organization will become very, very less. And then I said that I'm going to ask you two questions. One is to reboot your computer. You press Control Alt Delete. Control C is communication, A is attitude, L is learnability, and then T is teamwork, and D is the decision-making ability. And then that is what I'm talking about as the rebooting of yourself in the future. And I'm very sure that there are abundant opportunities. The job fair has been very good. And the last question to all of you, because I wanted to finish on time, the skill development is something which, as he said, is a very big area where we can go on and on. And this Vivekananda auditorium is really, very, it is all, so many times we have come here and did so many pre-placement talk, and I'm happy to be here. So the last question to all of you students, what is WWW? Can somebody answer before we close? Yeah? Can you be a bit loud, please? I can't hear you. I think I would like to change the definition. It is work, and work diligently till you achieve your goals. Thank you so much.
So who is going to ask the questions? Normally, உங்ககிட்ட இருந்து பதில் தான் கேட்பாங்க. இந்த வாட்டி first time உங்ககிட்ட இருந்து question கேட்குறோம். Who is going to ask the question? I have some more on the audience. Some of the speakers are also available. Dr. Saravanan is available from the College of Engineering, most knowledgeable person we have had the interaction with. Anybody have any questions to ask or any clarifications to be answered? கை தூக்குங்க போறோம். வாங்க 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 டக்குன்னு வாங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் யார் கேட்கணுமோ இங்க பக்கத்துல வந்து நின்றுங்க. டயத்தை வேஸ்ட் பண்ணாம நம்ம நேரடியா கேள்விக்கு போலாம். சீக்கிரம் வாங்க. எவ்வளவு பேர் வரீங்க? வாங்க. 5 பேர்.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a nice 2-day session. Thank you for Ananustri and the manufacturer organization AMIO for arranging. So honoring the panel members, my clarification is common to all the speakers. And we have the faculty and the students who are being present here. And for the students and the staff, there are different ways to continuously upgrade themselves. And we have seen a lot in technological emerging trends and how important is the industrialists require to present journals which is directly accessible to the academia. So regarding the journals which is accessible.
Most of the journals from the industry are published in the public domain, like Harvard Business Review and also the Gartners and others are all there. All the technological journals are all open, are all in the open world. And most of them are really subscribed by the academia, and it is all available either as brochures or as, or as containers. I think you can access each and every one of them. In fact, that is the best thing for the academia to access the industry-related journals.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pa. Come, Ma.
Good afternoon, everyone who are gathered here. Myself as Zinat from Bhardiya College from Salem. I came here to ask some questions. Here, at first, I thank everyone for this golden opportunity how we can start our career. But I had one small doubt. Everyone has talent with them, but we are not getting the chance to expose that. So now ma'am had said that there are lots of startups we are encouraged, and then I also have some ideas, but I can't get chance. I came here to get some chance for me. Can you give 5 minutes for me, ma'am?
ஒரே ஒரு நிமிஷம் மீரா, ஒரே நிமிஷம். ஐடியா ப்ராஜெக்ட் காம்படிஷனுக்கு அப்ளை பண்ணியாமா?
No, sir.
ஏம்மா?
Still I didn't get in.
7300 பேர் அந்த ஐடியா ப்ராஜெக்டில் அப்ளை பண்ணி ஒரு 17 ப்ரொஃபஸர்ஸ் 3 நாளாக அந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஸ்டடி பண்ணி இன்னைக்கு ஒரு 5 பேருக்கு சிஎம் கையால் அவார்டு கொடுக்குறோம், ரூபா கொடுக்குறோம், பேங்க்லேருந்து சாங்ஷன் லெட்டர் கொடுக்குறாங்க, ப்ராஜெக்டை ரெடி பண்ணுறோம், ஏஐசியிலேருந்து அவங்கள இன்குபேட் பண்ண போகிறாங்க. Opportunities do not come to you. You must chase the opportunities. Purida?
So that I came here, sir.
Okay, good. I will talk to you separately, not now on the stage. But quickly, one thing I wanted to say for everybody who's chasing an idea and who wants to, you don't have to go for help to anybody. Look at the person who will benefit and pay you if you will solve that problem. Go to him and validate it. If he agrees, then everybody else will follow and support you after that, right? That's the first place you should go. Who is your customer? And try to validate your idea there first. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Just 1 minute, ma. Basically, being a PSU, like we always encourage people to go for self-employment, okay? I'm not supposed to talk about employability. So there are a lot of incubators available across India, even in Tamilnadu, even our NSIC. One of our mandate is to incubate people to take up self-employment. And a lot of this incubation programs are almost free, okay? You can approach any one of this, our nearest incubators. We also have through PPP mode, or you can even approach us through email or through our net. Definitely, I think once you undergo the incubation program, definitely you can become self-employed. Then you can forget about the employment, okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
ஹலோ எவ்ரிவன், நான் இங்கே தமிழில் தான் பேச போகிறேன். யாரும் பணிக்காக வேணாம், இங்கிலீஷ்லாம் பேசல, ஓகே? ஒன்லி பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் அந்த நேம் மட்டும்தான், அவர் நேம் மட்டும்தான் தமிழில் பேச போகிறேன், ஓகேவா? ஓகே, மை கொஸ்டின் இஸ் ஏஐ பேஸ்டு, இப்போது ஏஐ பேஸ்டு EVs are best in performance. Why our government is not showing more interest on it? AI based EVs, electronic vehicles, are best in their performance, but why our government is not showing more interest on it, ma'am?
No, I think he is talking about EV, migration to EV. அதான பேசுறீங்க? Why government வந்து ஏன் EV க்கு போறது இல்ல அப்படினு கேக்குறீங்க இல்லையா? உடனே
artificial intelligence
Oh,
based.
oh, artificial, you're talking about AI. Okay, you can answer. Okay.
Artificial intelligence based electronic vehicles are best in their performance. Why our government is not showing more interest on that?
If any of you want to answer,
Answer, yes, sir.
if any of you want to, all of you are stalwarts in that field.
Mike?
See, this question is an excellent question, and I must congratulate you firstly for coming up with such a question. SKF bearings now is coming up with such a thing. Basically, now you have to look at all your Ola cars running on EVs, electric vehicles. Different state of charge will be there. Batteries will be on different state of charge. Whether they can reach the destination, what is called the destination anxiety will be there. So therefore, there needs to be a program which will control and redirect. So it is connected with the battery capacity, the transport networking, and the demand. All these three factors are taken into account by SKF to arrive at a kind of a solution. So this is work in progress. So it will soon be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I want to ask one question. This is the time to change the question pattern, sir. What we are asking the university questions and all. We should ask the out-of-box questions. Then only the students will develop their critical thinking and problem-solving skills, sir. Because we are typically asking define, differentiate, discuss, this type of questions only we are asking. See, we need to change the question pattern, then only the students will think different. They can think and write. Because nowadays they are boycotting and writing. This is my view, sir.
We will take it to the concerned people and pass it on to them. Thank you. But தெரிஞ்ச கேள்வி கேட்டாலே அரியர்ஸ் தான் நிறைய இருக்கு. Out of the box எல்லாம் கேள்வி கேட்டா எப்படி வரும் முதல்ல?
Sir, we have to change this, sir.
No, you asked me a question, I asked you back a question. That is the best way to answer. Offense is the best form of a defense.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Kashish, and I basically from Amit University pursuing BSc Nautical Science. I come from a seafaring background and currently placed in Maersk Line. As we have all discussed about the artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, and their integration into various industry, but our shipping industry is lagging behind it. I want to ask a question to Captain Ramjan, sir, that how we can enhance the integration of these technology in this sector, especially the integration of blockchain technology in bill of lading, or is there any possibility that we can reduce the paperless technology in shipping industry? So,
thank you. Actually, the shipping industry is one of the forerunners, okay? Liner routes. You would have heard about tramping and liner routes. What is tramping? Tramping is when the ship is chasing for cargo. What is liners? They are where the cargo is chasing the ship. Now, in this kind of a thing, all the liner routes, which port of call, is completely decided by the kind of a demand. If the ship is running empty, you're going to be running at a loss. So therefore, this entire liner route is based on the demand which is aggregated, and there's a complete blockchain control. Liner routes are decided by that. The second thing, in fact, Japan's vessel is running completely autonomous without anybody, and it's already sailing around the world. So therefore, we are quite in tandem, in pace with technology. Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Hello everyone. Like myself, Syed Aftab Hussain, and I am from Apollo Engineering College, pursuing my BA Aeronautical Engineering. And like sir told, there is a huge boom in the drone industry now. There is a huge boom in the drone industry now in India and the whole world. But in this part of time, we have completely banned the import of drones from foreign countries. So how it will affect in India And there is also the shortage of raw materials in electronics like silica shortage and board chips shortage and all. How it will overcome, and how will you compete the pricing with the other companies which will provide it from the abroad brands?
Who would like to answer? Anybody present?
See, I think as they gave in the presentation, drone is going to be a huge opportunity, okay? Nobody can deny that. How it is becoming a huge opportunity, like Government of India has banned drones. Drones is a very sensitive instrument, especially when you're using in defense and, safety, security related issues. Second is, yes, this transition is a temporary dead back. Yeah, there is a shortage of chips, semiconductors. That is why government has sensed, now government has come out with the PLI schemes. Semiconductor is also now covered under the PLI scheme. I think once the PLI scheme is implemented, that will give a very competitive supply of semiconductors and chips to this industry. I think this is all passing cloud. Maybe in another year's time, India will be in a position to supply drones to the world market.
Thank you. Thank you. So, friends, we will go to the last question and we will wind up with that question. Please. He is an employee from Tunga Aerospace.
So, hello everyone. So, I have one question. In the last 2 days, பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வந்து எல்லாரும் வந்து ஸ்கில்ஸை வந்து டெவலப் பண்ணுங்க. எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு ஸ்கில்ஸ் இருக்கும். அந்த ஸ்கில்ஸை மட்டும் ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணி நீங்கள் படிச்சிங்கன்னா இல்லை க்ரோத் பண்ணிக்கிட்டிங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு கண்டிப்பாக எம்ப்ளாய்மெண்ட் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இருக்குன்றாங்க. பட் ஆனால் எல்லா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்குமே வந்து ஸ்கில்ஸ் இருக்குது, அதை நான் கண்டிப்பாக ஒத்துக்கிறேன். பட் ஆனால் அந்த ஸ்கில்ஸ் என்ன இருக்குன்றது அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு வந்து கண்டிப்பாக தெரியாது அன்டில் ஏதாவது ஒரு ட்ரிகர் நடக்கிற வரைக்கும். ஸோ அந்த ட்ரிகர் வந்து யார் கொடுப்பா? எய்தர் அஸ் டீச்சர்ஸ் ஆர் ஃபேமிலி ஆர் சரௌண்டிங். ஸோ அதுதான் என்னோடய கொஸ்டின்ஸ். அந்த ட்ரிகர் வந்து கொடுத்தா மட்டும்தான் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் கிட்டேருந்து அந்த ஸ்கில்ஸ் எக்ஸ்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ண முடியுன்றதை நான் கண்டிப்பாக ஒத்துக்கிறேன்.
இந்த கொஸ்டின் வந்து ரொம்ப இட்ஸ் லைக் அ கேட்ச் இன் த சில்லி பாயிண்ட். பிகாஸ் உங்களோட ட்ரிகர் செல்ஃப் அசஸ்மெண்ட்டுக்கே உங்களுக்கே தெரியும் வாட் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் ஸ்கில்ஸ் யூ ஹேவ் அப்படின்னு. தட் இஸ் கால்ட் செல்ஃப் இன்ட்ராஸ்பெக்ஷன். அண்ட் அட் த சேம் டைம் உங்களோட டீச்சர் வில் அசஸ் வாட் இஸ் யுவர் லேர்னபிலிட்டி அண்ட் லேர்னிங் எபிலிட்டி இன் யுவர் சப்ஜெக்ட் ஏரியா. அண்ட் த தேர்ட் இஸ் when you are presenting something in the external world in a technical conference, they will actually assess you for your depth, communication and presentation skills. So you will definitely know where you stand in the range of 1 to 10. Okay? When you are coming into an industry, for example, if you're coming into an IT industry where you're supposed to learn Python or R programming in an AI/ML, or you have to learn a Swift programming, or you have to learn a Golang or Java or C++, you will be tested for your fundamental knowledge on your analytical ability and programming ability, whether you have learned C or C++. And there will be an entry test. So everything is in a VETVX model, entry, task, validation, exit. So your entry criteria of what you learn and what you have will be assessed, and based on that, a program will be designed for you if you have to learn some skill. So you will be accredited along with what is your job requirement at that point in time. So when you are growing in an industry, depending on the role you take, your skill level will be always assessed, and you will also know how to do a self-assessment, as well as somebody else will do a peer and your external assessment also.
மேம், நீங்கள் சொன்னது புரியுது. பட் ஆனால் நீங்கள் ஜாப் ஜாயின் பண்ணதுக்கப்புறமேட்டு உங்களோட ஸ்கில்ஸ்லாம் வந்து இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட் ஆகும்ன்றது நல்லா டீட்டெயிலாக சொல்கிறீங்க. பட் ஆனால் நான் என்ன சொல்ல வரேன்னா, பசங்களுக்கு ஜென்ரலாகவே ஸ்கில்ஸ் இருக்குது. பட் ஆனால் அந்த ஸ்கில் என்னன்றதே அவங்களால சொல்ல முடியல வாயை திறந்து. அது ஒன் ப்ராப்ளம். ரெண்டாவது ஒன்று வந்து சம் ஒன் நீட்ஸ் டு கைட் ப்ராப்பர்லி. ஸோ அந்த கைட்னஸ் வந்து காலேஜஸ், ஸ்கூல்ஸ்லாம் வந்து கரெக்டாக கொடுக்குதா? ஏன்னா இப்போ நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எஜுகேஷன் நம்ம கரிக்குலம் கவர் பண்ணுறதுக்கு தான் வந்து மெஜாரிட்டி
நிச்சயமா அதில் வந்து சந்தேகமே கிடையாது. ஏன்னா ஸ்கில் இருக்கிறதுன்னா சொல்ல தெரியாதுன்னா சொல்ல வேண்டியது தான் ஸ்கில்லே. சொல்லாமல் மறைப்பது வந்து ஸ்கில் கிடையாது. கிடைச்சா மௌனம் வந்து சம்மதத்திற்கு அறிகுறின்னு சொல்கிறோம். ஆனால் எனக்கு என்ன ஸ்கில் இருக்குது, whether I am good at mathematics, I am good at computer architecture, or I am good at manufacturing, I am good at induction motors, அங்கிறது நான் தான் என்னுடைய அசஸ்மெண்ட்டில் எனக்கு நிச்சயமாக தெரியும், என்னுடைய டீச்சருக்கு தெரியும். அதை எப்படி அப்ளை பண்ணுறதுங்கிறது தான் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி கேட்குறது. அதனால் உங்களுடைய ஸ்கில் லெவல் அட் த டைம் ஆஃப் tacit knowledge will be assessed by your college, which is basically the subject knowledge. அவங்க சொன்னாங்களே வந்து எல்லாம் சொல்லிட்டே இருக்கோம் நம்ம என்ன சொல்கிறோங்கிறது தெரியலன்னு அந்த லெவல் வந்து will be assessed. After that, you will be given opportunity to display using that skill something in a hands-on manner. And that is why in programming we say you develop a program for library information system or airline tracking system or IRCT. So every sector will have their own skill to be deployed and also and will be showcased. அதை வச்சு தான் உங்களோட ஸ்கில் லெவல் பண்ண முடியும்.
ஓகே தேங்க்யூ மேம்.
Excellent. The fundamental is express yourself. You should know what you want. You should ask what you can offer and demand the best. I have been an entrepreneur for 37 years. I studied my engineering, then to IIT, then came out in 1983. I started my industry. 37 years I have been a first generation entrepreneur. யாரும் உங்களை வந்து கை தூக்கி விட போகிறதில்ல, யாரும் உங்களை ட்ரிகர் பண்ண போகிறதில்ல, யாரும் உங்களை வந்து தயவு செஞ்சு இதை பண்ணி கொடுங்கன்னு கெஞ்ச போகிறதில்ல. We chase our dream. We fight for our rights. Every failure is a teaching towards success. We fall and we get up. Self-confidence is the first thing what we are taught as an individual. Have, first of all, confidence in you. இப்போ நான் வந்து இந்த ஸ்டேஜுக்கு நான் வரும்பொழுது இப்போ ஒரு 45 நிமிஷத்தில் முடிக்க முடியுமான்ற ஒரு கேள்வியோடு தான் வந்தேன். நீங்கள் என்னை பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, யாரையுமே போருன்னு நான் சொல்லவே இல்லை. We delegate the responsibility, we control the atmosphere, we get the best out of each of them and we moderate. இவ்வளவு தான் லைஃப். Enjoy your life, keep growing, keep dreaming and come up successfully in life. We at All India Manufacturers Organization end this 2 days seminar activity. I must thank Mr. Suresh, who is an entrepreneur by himself, who tirelessly conducted this 2 days event. Mr. Sudhakar, who is again an entrepreneur by himself. These are all the people who are role models for all of you. We have Mrs. Varalakshmi. She is a chartered accountant from Bangalore who came to help us on this 2 days program. We have Dr. M.S. Srinivasan, who moderated the program for all of you. This is a team and the speakers, obviously, who gave their best of the knowledge to the people in a limited time. It's very difficult to write Tirukural. In 2 lines, if you want to communicate, it's very difficult. They all did their best. You all did your best. We hope together we will further the best of the activities in life. This is a continuous affair, and thank you every one of you. On behalf of all of you and on behalf of All India Manufacturers Organization, it's my pleasure to hand over a small token of memento to the speakers of today's last session. Thank you, Mr. Uday. Thank you, Hema. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Eric. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and we join for lunch now, and the students on this side, and the teaching faculty and the guests are on this side. This hall is now being handed over to the police, and we will have every security drill on this place. Collect your admission pass for the Chief Minister's program. College authority representative can come and contact us. We will hand over the number of passes which you will require. There will be a security drill hereafter, and at 4 we will allow again back to the hall. 4:30 we will be seated, and at 4:40 Chief Minister is expected. We will end the program by 5:45. And enjoy yourself, have a nice lunch, and thank you very much.
தனிப்பட்ட கல்வி முறையை உருவாக்குவதை விட மாணவர்களின் திறன் சார்ந்த தனித்திறன் கண்டறியும் கல்வி முறை உருவாக்குவதற்கு இது போன்ற நிகழ்ச்சிகள் ஒரு முன்னோடியாக அமைகிறது. மாணவ செல்வங்களே, அறிவை வளர்ப்போம், திறனை மேம்படுத்துவோம், அயராது போராடுவோம், நல்ல எண்ணங்களோடு பிறருக்கு உதவும் உன்னதமான வாழ்க்கையை வாழ்ந்து தமிழகத்தை தரணி போற்றும் உச்சத்தை அடைய வைப்போம் என்று இந்த நிறைவு விழா நிகழ்ச்சியின் முன்னுரையை கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்திற்கு உருவம் கொடுக்க நான் எந்த துறையில் முதல்வனாக இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று சிந்தியுங்கள். வெற்றி நிச்சயம். வாழ்க செந்தமிழ், வாழ்க தமிழகம்.
பயன்பெறும்போதுதான் அதனுடைய வெற்றி அடங்கியுள்ளது என்பதை உங்களுக்கு நான் சொல்ல தேவையில்லை. அப்படி நடைமுறை வாழ்க்கைக்கு உதவக்கூடிய தொழில்நுட்ப கல்வியை பேராசன் அண்ணாவை போல் நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கொண்டு அதை மற்றவர்களுக்கும் கற்பித்து கற்றுத்தருவதுதான். எத்தனையோ பல்கலைக்கழகங்கள் கல்லூரிகள் இங்கு இருந்தாலும் இந்த அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்திற்கு அந்த மிகப்பெரிய பெருமை என்று நான் நினைக்கின்றேன். இப்படிப்பட்ட தொழில்நுட்ப கல்வியை பாமரர்களும் ஒடுக்கப்பட்ட பிற்படுத்தப்பட்டோரின் பிள்ளைகளும் கற்க வேண்டும் என்பதற்காகத்தான் முத்தமிழர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள் அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்திற்கு தமிழகத்தின் 16 மாவட்டங்களில் உறுப்பு கல்லூரிகளை தொடங்கி வைத்தார். தொழில்நுட்பத்தை தாய்மொழியில் கற்றால்தான் அதை உள்வாங்கிக் கொண்டு அதை நடைமுறையில் சாத்தியமாக்க முடியும் என்பதை உணர்ந்து அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் பாடத்திட்டங்களை தமிழ் வழியில் வழங்க செய்தவர் தான் முத்தமிழர் கலைஞர் அவர்கள். அவர் வழிவந்த நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களும் கல்விக்கு அதிக முக்கியத்துவம் கொடுத்து வருகிறார்கள். அதன் ஒரு பகுதியாகத்தான் உயர்கல்வி செல்லும் மாணவிகள் அத்தனை பேருக்கும் மாதம் ரூபாய் 1000 ரூபாய் உதவித்தொகை வழங்கும் திட்டத்தை அறிவித்துள்ளார்கள். பல புதிய கல்லூரிகளை இந்த ஆண்டு அறிவித்துள்ளார்கள். இதற்கெல்லாம் முத்தாய்ப்பு வைத்தது போல் பொறியியல் படிக்க அரசு பள்ளியில் படித்த கிராமப்புற மாணவர்களுக்கு 7.5% உள்ள இடஒதுக்கீடும் தந்தவர் தான் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள். அதே போல்தான் இந்த நான் முதல்வன் திட்டம் கிட்டத்தட்ட 10 லட்சம் மாணவருடைய திறனை மேம்படுத்தும் எண்ணத்துடன் தொடங்கப்பட்டது. இந்த திட்டம் இத்தகைய சிறப்பு திட்டத்தின் கீழ் தொழில் ஆற்றல் கொண்ட அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகம் மற்றும் அதனுடைய தன் உறுப்பு கல்லூரிகளைச் சேர்ந்த மாணவர்கள் திறன் மேம்பாட்டு பயிற்சிக்காக தேர்வு செய்யப்பட உள்ளனர் என்பது பொருத்தமானது. இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியின் ஒரு பகுதியாக தொடக்க விழாவை தொடர்ந்து நேற்று எலக்ட்ரிக்கல் வெஹிக்கிள், ரெனியூவபிள் எனர்ஜி, ஃபின்டெக்ஸ், நிதி தொழில்நுட்ப மேலாண்மை, இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர், ஏரோஸ்பேஸ் அண்ட் டிஃபென்ஸ், எமர்ஜிங் டெக்னாலஜி ஆகிய 6 தலைப்புகளின் கீழ் நாட்டின் பல்வேறு பகுதிகளிலிருந்து வந்துள்ள கல்வியாளர்கள் மாணவர்களுக்கு அறிவுரை வழங்கியுள்ளார்கள், செமினார்கள் நடத்தியுள்ளார்கள். அதைத் தொடர்ந்து இன்று இந்தியாவின் பல்வேறு பகுதிகளிலிருந்து வந்திருந்த மாணவர்கள் பங்கு பெற்ற இனோவேட்டிவ் ஐடியா காம்படிஷன் நடந்துள்ளது. இதற்கு வந்திருந்த 1850 ஐடியாக்களில், அதாவது தொழில்நுட்ப யோசனைகளில் இருந்து முதல் கட்டமாக 25 ஐடியாக்களை தேர்வு செய்து அவர்களுக்கு வேண்டிய உதவிகளை செய்து அவர்களை தொழில் முனைவோராக உயர்த்துவதற்கு ஐமோ, ஆல் இண்டியா மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் ஆர்கனைசேஷன் முன்வந்துள்ளது. அதைத் தொடர்ந்து பல்கலைக்கழகத்தின் உறுப்பு கல்லூரியில் சேர்ந்த 3ஆம் 4ஆம் ஆண்டு மாணவர்களுக்கான வேலை வாய்ப்பு முகாமும் இதில் நடந்துள்ளது. இதில் சுமார் 2000 பேருக்கு மேற்பட்டோருக்கு குவாலிஃபைட் ஜாப்ஸ் வழங்க உள்ளனர். அதைத் தொடர்ந்து நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தின் கீழ் திறன் சார்ந்த பயிற்சி வழங்குவதற்கான 2000த்திற்கும் மேற்பட்டோரை தேர்வு செய்யும் நிகழ்ச்சி. அதில் தேர்வாகும் மாணவர்களில் சிலருக்கு மட்டும் அடையாளமாக இங்கே முதல்வர் அவர்கள் சான்றிதழ் வழங்க உள்ளார்கள். அந்த வகையில் நாம் வாசிக்கும் தொழில்நுட்பத்திற்கு செயல் வடிவம் கொடுக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு இடமாக, மூட நம்பிக்கைக்கு நேர் எதிரான அறிவியல் கண்டுபிடிப்புகளை ஊக்குவிக்கக்கூடிய அதற்கான அடித்தளமாக விளங்கக்கூடிய இந்த கல்விக்கூடத்திற்கும் அதற்கு இந்த நம்முடைய பேரறிஞர் அண்ணாவுடைய பெயரை தாங்கியுள்ள இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்துக்கும் சிண்டிகேட் உறுப்பினராக அறிவித்த போது நான் உண்மையிலே பயந்தேன். அப்பொழுது பெரியாரும் அண்ணாவும் கலைஞரும் நம்முடைய முதல்வர் அவர்கள்தான் என்னுடைய நினைவுக்கு வந்தார்கள். இந்த பொறுப்பை வைத்துக்கொண்டு பாமரர்களுக்கும் நம்மால் என்ன செய்ய முடியும் என்று அதற்காக அதை நோக்கி உழைப்போம் என்று நினைத்து நான் இயங்கி வந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். இந்த சமயத்தில் என்னை இந்த பொறுப்புக்கு பரிந்துரைத்த நம்முடைய அமைச்சர் அண்ணன் பொன்முடி அண்ணன் அவர்களுக்கும் கழகத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் நான் என்னுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். அனைவரையும் உள்ளடக்கிய வளர்ச்சி தான் தொழில்நுட்பத்தின் வளர்ச்சி என்று சொல்வது பொருத்தமாக இருக்கும் என்று நான் நினைக்கிறேன். அதாவது கிட்டத்தட்ட நம்முடைய திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சி என்று எல்லோரும் பெருமையாக சொல்கிறார்கள். அந்த திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சியை போல இந்த திராவிட மாடல் வளர்ச்சி போல இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் அது மிகாது. இப்படி பரவலாக்கப்பட்ட அனைவருக்குமான வளர்ச்சி என்ற பார்வையில் எடுத்துக்கொள்வதுதான் நம்முடைய இலக்காக இருக்கும். அதை நோக்கி நான் என்னுடைய பணிகளை அமைத்துக் கொள்வேன் என்று மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவருடைய முன்னிலையில் என்னுடைய உறுதியை தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய அத்தனை பேருக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்து இந்த வாய்ப்பை வழங்கிய அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழக வேந்தர் துணைவேந்தர் அவர்களுக்கும் முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் ஆசிரியர் பெருமக்கள் மாணவர்கள் அத்தனை பேருக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
சிறப்புரை ஆற்றியமைக்கு நன்றி. விருது வழங்குதல். தமிழக அரசின் உயர்கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சர் டாக்டர் கே பொன்முடி அவர்களை சிறப்புரையாற்ற வருமாறு அழைக்கிறோம்.
அனைத்திந்திய உற்பத்தியாளர்கள் கூட்டமைப்பு மற்றும் அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகம் இணைந்து நடத்தும் இந்த டெக்னோ 2022 என்ற கண்காட்சி மற்றும் கருத்தரங்கத்திற்கு வருகை புரிந்து இங்கே தலைமையேற்றிருக்கிற இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு மட்டுமல்ல, தமிழகத்திற்கு மட்டுமல்ல, உலகில் வாழும் தமிழர்களுக்கெல்லாம் இன்று தலைமையேற்றிருக்கிற நம்முடைய தலைவர், தமிழகத்தின் முதல்வர் அன்பிற்குரிய தளபதி அவர்களே, இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியிலே எனக்கு முன்னால் காலத்தின் அருமை கருதி மிக சுருக்கமாக உரையாற்றி அமர்ந்திருக்கிற இன்றைய இளைஞர்களை ஈட்டி முனைகளாக தீட்டி வருகிற எங்கள் ஆற்றல் மிக்க சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர், இந்த பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய சிண்டிகேட் உறுப்பினர், என் அன்பிற்குரிய தம்பி உதயநிதி அவர்களே, இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியிலே வரவேற்புரையாற்றி இருக்கிற ஒருங்கிணைப்பு குழுவினுடைய அனைத்திந்திய உற்பத்தியாளர்கள் கூட்டமைப்பினுடைய தலைவர் அன்பிற்குரிய கே.இ. ரகுநந்தன் அவர்களே, நிகழ்ச்சியிலே கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கிற ரமேஷ் துகார், அனைத்திந்திய உற்பத்தியாளர்கள் கூட்டமைப்பினுடைய தலைவர் ரமேஷ் துகார் அவர்களே, அனைத்திந்திய உற்பத்தியாளர் நிறுவனத்திற்கு முதுநிலை துணைத் தலைவராக இருக்கிற டாக்டர் ஹரிஷ் மேத்தா அவர்களே, முனிரத்னம் அவர்களே, உயர்கல்வித்துறை செயலாளர் கார்த்திகேயன் அவர்களே, வருகை புரிந்திருக்கிற பேராசிரியர் பெருமக்களே, தொழில் முனைவோர்களே, தொழில் பயிற்சி பெற்றிருக்கிற மாணவ சகோதரிகளே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பான வணக்கம். இப்போ இந்த நிகழ்ச்சி எதுக்கு நடக்குதுன்றத நம்முடைய ரகுநந்தன் அவர்களும் சொல்லியிருக்கிறார், துணைவேந்தன் அவர்களும் சொல்லியிருக்கிறார். இது தளபதியினுடைய பிறந்த நாளில் அவர் அறிவித்த திட்டம் நான் முதல்வன் திட்டம் என்பதை மறந்துவிடக்கூடாது. ஆக அந்த நான் முதல்வன் திட்டம் சாதாரணமான திட்டம் அல்ல. அந்த நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தின் மூலமாகத்தான் மாணவர்களுடைய திறனை கண்டறிதல், சிந்தனையை மேம்படுத்த சிறப்பு பயிற்சி அளித்தல், ஆற்றலை அதிகரிக்க வைத்தல், ஆங்கில பயிற்சி தருதல், வேலை வாய்ப்பு தருதல், படிப்பை கவனிப்பது, தனித்திறமையை வளர்த்தெடுப்பது, அறிவியல் திறனை உருவாக்குவது, தன்னம்பிக்கையும் தைரியத்தையும் ஊட்டுவது, விருப்பமான பயிற்சியினை வழங்குவது, தொழில்நுட்ப அறிவை மேம்படுத்துவது. இதற்காகத்தான் தலைவர் அவர்கள் நான் முதல்வன், அதுக்கு மட்டும் அவர் அறிவித்தது மட்டுமல்ல, அதற்காக ஒரு துறையே உருவாக்கி அதற்கு தலைவராகவும் நம்முடைய முதல்வர் அவர்களே பொறுப்பேற்றிருக்கிறார் என்று சொன்னால் அதனுடைய உண்மையை, அதனுடைய முயற்சியை நீங்கள் நன்கு புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். இன்டர் டிசிப்ளினரி பள்ளிக்கூடத்தில் கல்லூரியில் படிக்கிறவங்களும் அடிக்கடி சொல்கிறது உண்டு, இன்டர் டிசிப்ளினரி. இப்போ அதை கூட உருவாக்கணும்னு சொல்லி தான் ஒரு சிலபஸ் கமிட்டியே உருவாக்கி துணைவேந்தர் அவர்கள் அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்திலே பொறியியல் படிக்கிற மாணவர்கள் அவர்களுக்கு புதிய பாடத்திட்டத்தை உருவாக்க வேண்டும். ரொம்ப காலமாக 20-25 வருஷமாக மாற்றப்படாமல் இருந்த அந்த பாடத்திட்டத்தை மாற்றியமைக்க வேண்டும், அவர்களுக்கு தொழில் முனைவர்களாக உருவாக்க வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் ஒரு கமிட்டியையும் அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழக துணைவேந்தர் அவர்கள் உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறார்கள். அதில் இந்த தொழில் முனைவர்களையும் ஒருங்கிணைத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களை எல்லாம் சேர்த்து புதிய பாடத்திட்டத்தை உருவாக்கவிருக்கிறோம். இது இன்டர் டிசிப்ளினரி. ஆனால் இன்று நம்முடைய முதல்வர் அவர்கள் உருவாக்கி இருக்கிற அந்த நான் முதல்வர் திட்டம் இன்டர் டிபார்ட்மெண்டல். நம்முடைய உயர்கல்வித்துறையும் தொழில்துறையும் அதே போல் தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பத்துறையும், இந்த 3 துறையையும் இணைத்து படிக்கிற மாணவர்களுக்கு பயிற்சி. இங்கே இருக்கிற நம்முடைய நண்பர் ரகுநந்தன் அவர்கள் சொன்னார். அவர் தலைவராக போனதுலாம் இருந்தவர். அவர் இங்கே வந்திருப்பதனுடைய நோக்கம் பயிற்சி அளிப்பது. வேலைக்கு போகிறதுக்கு மட்டும் பயிற்சி கிடையாது, தொழில் முனைவர்களாக வருவதற்கும் பயிற்சி அளிக்க வேண்டும் என்ற எண்ணம் தான் எனக்கு. என்னன்னா, இப்போ ரகுநந்தனுக்கு யாரும் போட்டியாக வந்துடுவாங்களோன்னு அவர் கொஞ்சம் படிச்சுட்டு வரவங்களாம் இருக்குமோன்ற எண்ணம் இருந்தாலும் கூட மாணவர்கள், அதுதான் நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் தளபதி அவருடைய நோக்கம். உங்களுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பை உருவாக்கி தருவது மட்டுமல்ல, தொழிற்சாலைகளை உருவாக்குகிற ஒரு திறமையையும் உருவாக்க வேண்டும். அது பொறியியலிலே தொழிற்கல்வியிலே படிக்கிற பொழுது உருவாக்கப்பட வேண்டும் என்ற எண்ணத்தோடு தான் முதல்வர் அவர்கள் இதை அறிவித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அதனால்தான் இன்னைக்கு காலையில் இந்தியாவிலே இருந்து வந்த சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட் நீதிபதி அவர்கள் கூட இன்று தமிழக முதலமைச்சரை பார்த்து தமிழகத்தை சிறப்பாக செயல்படுத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள் என்று பாராட்டு தெரிவிக்கிறார் என்று சொன்னால் அதுதான் உண்மையான பொருள். ஒரு நீதிபதியே நடுநிலையாளர்களுக்கெல்லாம் இன்று நடுநிலையாக செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிற நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுடைய திறமை என்ற காரணத்தினால்தான் இந்த நான் முதல்வரின் திட்டத்தின் மூலமாக மாணவர்களுக்கு, வளர்கிற இளைஞர்களுக்கு பயிற்சி அளிக்க வேண்டும். அந்த இளைஞர்களுக்கு பயிற்சி அளிக்க வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் உதயநிதியினுடைய நோக்கமும். எல்லா இளைஞர்களையும் கட்சி வேறுபாடு இல்லாமல் அவர்களுக்கு இந்த பயிற்சியை கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்ற உணர்வோடு செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிற ஒரு தம்பிதான் சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினராக அவர் அங்கே ஆற்றியிருக்கிற உரை. விளையாட்டுத்துறையிலேயும் சிறப்பாக இருப்பவர் நம்முடைய உதயநிதி அவர்கள். தலைவரும் அப்படி தான். 2 பேரும் அப்போ இருந்து ஷட்டில் ஆடுறதுலேருந்து கிரிக்கெட் ஆடுறதுலேருந்து எல்லாம் ஒய்எம்சிஏ கிரவுண்டில் போய் ஆடியவர்கள் நாங்கள் எல்லாம். அந்த உணர்வோடு தான் நேற்று அறிவித்திருக்கிற அறிவிப்புகள் எல்லாம் மாணவர்கள் வளர வேண்டும், அவருடைய விளையாட்டு திறமை வளர வேண்டும், படிப்போடு விளையாட்டு திறமையும் வளர வேண்டும், தொழில் திறமையும் வளர வேண்டும் என்று செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிற ஒரு முதலமைச்சர் இந்தியாவிலேயே நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர், தமிழகத்தினுடைய முதலமைச்சர் தளபதி தான் என்பதை யாரும் மறுக்க முடியாது. அந்த உணர்வோடு தான் உங்களை பார்த்து நான் அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்ள விரும்புவது, வந்திருக்கிற மாணவியர்களே, நீங்கள் எல்லாம் இந்த பயிற்சியை பெறுவதற்கு இது ஒரு கருத்தரங்கமாக நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த சிலபஸ் மாற்றத்தை நான் முன்பே சொன்னேன். இவைகளெல்லாம் படிக்கிற இளைஞர்களை, படிக்கிற மாணவர்களை திறனுடையவர்களாக மாற்ற வேண்டும். வெறும் புத்தக பூச்சாக இருக்கக்கூடாது. நாங்கள்லாம் படிக்கிற காலத்தில் புத்தகத்தில் மனப்பாடம் பண்ணிட்டு போய் அப்படியே கேள்வி கேட்பாங்க, அதுக்கு பதிலிட்டு வந்து தான் பழக்கம். ப்ராக்டிக்கல்ங்கிறது ஒன்றும் இல்லாமல் இருந்த காலம் உண்டு. ஆனால் இன்று காலம் மாறி இருக்கிறது. அதைத்தான் காலையில் நம்முடைய சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட் ஜட்ஜி கூட சொன்னார். பேசும்போது சொன்னார், எங்கெங்கேயோ மாறி இருக்குது. கிரிக்கெட்டுங்கிறது 5 நாள் கிரிக்கெட்டாக இருந்தது, இப்போ 20 ஹவர் கிரிக்கெட்டாக மாறி இருக்குன்னு சொன்னால் அதெல்லாம் மாற்றங்கள் என்ற அடிப்படையில் நாம் படிக்கிற பொழுது இருந்த படிப்பு, அப்பொழுது இருந்த திறமை வேறு. அப்போல்லாம் இந்த மாதிரி ஃபோன் கிடையாது, அப்போல்லாம் ஃபோன் பண்ணுறதுக்கே ஒன்றும் இல்லை. ஆனால் இன்று தொலைபேசி எப்படி கையில் எல்லார் கையிலும் இருக்கிறதோ அவைகளையெல்லாம் பயன்படுத்தி நம்முடைய திறமையை, அறிவை வளர்த்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்பதற்காகத்தான் நம்முடைய தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் அதற்கேற்ப இந்த நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தை அறிவித்திருக்கிறார். ஆகவே வந்திருக்கிற சகோதர சகோதரிகளே, நீங்கள் எந்த துறையில் இருந்தாலும் அந்த துறையில் நான் தான் முதல்வன். இந்த அரசியல் துறையிலே, ஒரு ஆட்சியை நடத்துகின்ற துறையிலே முதல்வராக திகழ்வர் நம்முடைய தமிழக முதல்வர் தளபதி என்பதை யாரும் மறுக்க முடியாது. அந்த அடிப்படையில் மாணவர்களாக இருப்பவர்கள், தொழில் முனைவோர்களாக இருப்பவர்கள், நீங்கள் அனைவரும் உங்கள் துறையிலே சிறந்து விளங்க வேண்டும் என்ற நோக்கத்தோடு தான் 2 நாட்களாக இந்த கருத்தரங்கம் நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்தினுடைய நிலைமை இதோடு முடிவதல்ல. இது நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தினுடைய துவக்கம். இந்த துவக்கத்தை தொடர்ந்து இதை நடத்துவதற்கு நம்முடைய ரகுநந்தன் அவர்களும் அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய துணைவேந்தர் அவர்களும் தொடர்ந்து இந்த முயற்சிகளை மேற்கொள்வார்கள். மாணவர்களுக்கு நான் உயர்கல்வி செயலாளர்களும் சொல்லியிருக்கிறேன், இவர்களையெல்லாம் இந்த 3 துறையையும் ஒருங்கிணைத்து இளைஞர்களுக்கு பயிற்சி கொடுக்க வேண்டும். அந்த பயிற்சி தான் வருங்காலத்திலே தமிழகத்திலே தொழில்துறை வளர்வதற்கும், உயர்கல்வித்துறை வளர்வதற்கும், தொழில்நுட்பத்துறை வளர்வதற்கும் காரணமாக இருக்கும் என்ற உணர்வோடு தான் இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்தை அவர்கள் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். தொடர்ந்து இக்கருத்தரங்கங்கள் பல நடைபெறும். அதிலே நீங்களும் பயன்பெற வேண்டும். இது அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகம் மட்டுமல்ல, தமிழகத்திலே இருக்கிற அனைத்து கல்லூரிகளிலும், பொறியியல் கல்லூரிகளில் மட்டுமல்ல, இது அடுத்த அரசு கலைக்கல்லூரிகளில் மட்டுமல்ல, ஆரம்ப பள்ளிகளிலேயும் இந்த நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தை அறிமுகப்படுத்த வேண்டும் என்று அறிவித்திருப்பவர் தான் நம்முடைய தமிழகத்தினுடைய முதல்வர் தலைவர் என்பதை உணர்ந்து, மாணவ செல்வங்களே, இளைஞர் அவர்களே, இந்த திட்டங்களை பயன்படுத்தி முன்னேறுவோம். அதுதான் நாம் தமிழக முதல்வர் தளபதி அவருக்கு செய்கிற நன்றி கடமை என்பதை எடுத்துச் சொல்லி, வாய்ப்பளித்தமைக்கு நன்றி சொல்லி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
சிறப்புரையாற்றியமைக்கு நன்றி. இனி அடுத்ததாக விருது வழங்குதல்.
அகில இந்திய உற்பத்தியாளர் சங்கம் சர் விஸ்வேஸ்வரய்யா பெயரிலே தொழில் முனைபவர்களை ஊக்குவிப்பதற்காக விருதுகளை வருடம் வழங்கி கொண்டு வரும். பொதுவாக நன்றாக செய்து கொண்டிருப்பவர்களுக்கு இந்த விருதுகள் வழங்கப்படும். இந்த முறை யோசித்தோம். 2 ஆண்டுகள் பட்ட கஷ்டங்கள், கடந்த 5 ஆண்டுகளில் கொள்கைகள் முடிவினால் பட்ட கஷ்டங்களிலிருந்து வெளியில் வந்து மற்றவர்களுக்கு ஒரு பாடமாக இருக்கும் நிறுவனங்களை விருது கொடுத்து மற்றவர்களை ஊக்குவிப்பதற்காக சர் விஸ்வேஸ்வரய்யா பெயரிலே கொடுக்க வேண்டும். அதையும் நமது முதல்வர் கையால் வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று நினைத்தோம். அந்த நிகழ்வு இப்பொழுது நடைபெற இருக்கிறது. அதற்கு முன்பு தமிழகத்திலே சிறந்த பங்களிப்பு 3 விதத்தில் தேவை. 1, அறிவுத்திறனை வளர்ப்பது, உடல் நலத்தை பேணிப்பது, வாழ்வாதாரத்தை காப்பது. இந்த 3 துறைகளிலே முதல் துறை கல்வி. அந்த கல்வியிலே தனது பங்கை அளித்த மிகச்சிறந்த தமிழ் குடிமகன் என்ற விருதினை நாங்கள் திரு முனிரத்னம் அவர்களுக்கு வழங்கி கௌரவப்படுத்துவதிலே பெருமை அடைகிறோம். அவரை பற்றி கூற வேண்டும் என்றால், அவர் 77, 80, 84ஆம் ஆண்டு கும்மிடிப்பூண்டி தொகுதியிலே சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினராக இருந்து 94 கல்வித்துறையில் தன்னை ஈடுபடுத்தி கொண்டு இதுவரை 1 லட்சம் மாணவர்களுக்கு கல்வியினை வளர்த்து இந்த கொரோனா காலத்திலே பல குடும்பங்களை மீட்டெடுத்து உணவளித்து காப்பாற்றி தனது வாழ்நாளை பிறருடைய நலனுக்காக அர்ப்பணித்து அதில் மகிழ்வை உணர்ந்தவர் என்ற முறையிலே திரு முனிரத்னம் அவர்களை மேடைக்கு அழைத்து இந்த விருதினை மாண்புமிகு முதல்வர் வழங்குவதற்கு வேண்டுகிறோம். அடுத்து, உடல் நலத்தை பேணி காப்பதிலே யாருடைய பெயர் நமக்கு வர முடியும்? டாக்டர் அரவிந்தன் செல்வராஜ் காவேரி ஹாஸ்பிட்டலின் தனது வாழ்நாளிலே இங்கிலாந்திலே பணிபுரிந்து 15 வருடங்கள் அங்கு வேலையை செய்துவிட்டு திரும்பி வந்து 2010ஆவது ஆண்டிலே காவேரி மருத்துவமனையை தொடங்கி இன்று 8 இடங்களில் 1500க்கு மேற்பட்ட படுக்கைகளை கொண்டுள்ளவர். இது மட்டுமல்ல, கொரோனா வார்டை முதலாக கதவுகளை திறந்த முதல் தனியார் மருத்துவமனை என்ற பெயரை பெற்றவர். பாமர மக்களுக்கு மருத்துவத்தை பற்றிய உணர்வு, அறிவு, திறன் தெரிய வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக குரலும் மருத்துவமும் என்ற பெயரிலே பல்வேறு முயற்சிகளில் தன்னை ஈடுபடுத்தி கொண்டவர் டாக்டர் அரவிந்தன் செல்வராஜ் அவர்களுக்கு அகில இந்திய உற்பத்தியாளர் சங்கத்தின் சார்பில் சிறந்த தமிழ் குடிமகன் என்ற விருதை வழங்கி நாங்கள் மகிழ்கிறோம். முதல்வர் கையால் அதை கொடுக்கும் பொழுது அந்த மதிப்பு பன்மடங்காகிறது. வாழ்வாதாரத்தை காப்பதற்கு தொழில் வளம் மட்டுமே முடியும். அந்த தொழிலில் தன்னை ஈடுபடுத்தி கொண்டு ஒரு சாமானியனாக வாழ்வை ஆரம்பித்து இன்று பல்வேறு ஆலமரமாக வளர்ந்து தனது தொழிலை துவங்கியுள்ள திரு CK ரங்கநாதன் அவர்கள் கெவின் கேர் என்ற நிறுவனத்தை பலமுறை பல நாடுகளுக்கு எடுத்து சென்று சிறந்த முறையிலே பங்களிப்பை செய்து கொண்டிருக்கும் அவர்களுக்கு வாழ்த்தை கூறி இந்த விருதை வழங்குவதிலே பெருமை அடைகிறோம். தனது தொண்டு நிறுவனமான எபிலிட்டி அறக்கட்டளையின் மூலம் CK ரங்கநாதன் உடல் வரம்புகளுக்கு மேலே உயர்ந்துள்ள மாற்றுத்திறனாளிகளுக்கு பல்வேறு முயற்சிகளை எடுத்துக்கொண்டு வருகிறார். வாழ்த்துக்கள், மேலும் மேலும் சிறக்க. இப்பொழுது ஒரு 8 விருதுகளை வழங்கப் போகிறோம். விஸ்வேஸ்வரய்யாவின் பெயரிலே பெஸ்ட் கார்ப்பரேட் என்டிட்டி என்ற விருது அமிர்தாஞ்சன் நிறுவனத்திற்கு வழங்கப்படுகிறது. அமிர்தாஞ்சன் நிறுவனம் கிட்டத்தட்ட 94 வருடங்களாக இயங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. தமிழகத்தை முதன்மையாக கொண்ட ஒரு நிறுவனம். இதை பற்றி அறியாதவர்கள் இல்லை, இவர்களை பற்றி நன்றாக தெரியும். அமிர்தாஞ்சன் இல்லாத வீடுகள் இல்லை, அமிர்தாஞ்சன் தடவாத நெற்றிகள் இல்லை. அவருக்கு இந்த விருதை வழங்குகிறோம். அதே மாதிரி விஸ்வேஸ்வரய்யா பெஸ்ட் கார்ப்பரேட் என்டிட்டி என்ற அவார்ட் பவான் சைபர் டெக் பிரைவேட் லிமிடெடிற்கு வழங்கப்படுகிறது. திரு மைக் முரளிதரன் அவர்களை அழைக்கிறோம். இந்த கல்லூரியிலே படித்து தொழிலில் முனைந்து ஒமானிலே சிறந்த ஒரு தொழிலை நடத்தி இன்று சென்னையில் பல்வேறு மக்களுக்கு திறனை வளர்த்து கொண்டிருக்கும் அவருக்கு இந்த விருது சென்றடைவதிலே எங்களுக்கு மகிழ்ச்சி. அடுத்தது, சிறு குறு தொழில் நடத்துவது அவ்வளவு சுலபம் அல்ல. அதுவும் இன்ற காலகட்டத்திலே அதை மீட்டெடுப்பதற்கு நமது மாண்புமிகு முதல்வர் அவர்களின் உழைப்பும் கருத்தும் மிக அதிகம். அந்த தொழிலிலே தன்னை ஈடுபடுத்தி கொண்டுள்ள டாக்டர் மேனகா என்ற பெண் தொழில் முனைவோரை சிறந்த பெண் தொழில் முனைவோராக தேர்ந்தெடுப்பதிலே மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி. அவர் உமன் பயோடெக்கிலே கடந்த 9 ஆண்டுகளாக தனது பங்களிப்பை நடத்தி கொண்டு வருகிறார். ஆத்ம நிர்பர் பாரத் என்ற உள்நாட்டு தயாரிப்பிலே முதல் முறையாக பயோடெக்னாலஜியில் ஈடுபட்டு மிகுந்த பங்களிப்பை கொடுத்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார். அடுத்தது முக்கியமானது, $1 trillion கனவு. அந்த திட்டத்தை நிறைவேற்ற வேண்டும் என்றால் எக்ஸ்போர்ட் தான் பலனளிக்கும். அந்த எக்ஸ்போர்ட்டுக்காக சிறு குறு தொழிலிலே வேலை இருந்த ஒரு 12 வருடங்கள் மல்டிநேஷனலில் இருந்த வேலையை விட்டுவிட்டு சொந்த தொழிலில் இறங்கி 3 ஆண்டுகளில் 3 கோடியை தொட்ட திரு ராஜேஷ்குமார் அவர்களுக்கு காப்லர்ஸ் கிராஃப்ட் என்ற ஒரு பிராண்டினை உருவாக்க முயற்சித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் அவருக்கு வழங்கி கௌரவிக்கிறோம். அதே முறை விஸ்வேஸ்வரய்யா பெஸ்ட் எக்ஸ்போர்ட்டர் கார்ப்பரேட் கேட்டகரியில் சிடெக்ஸ் பெட்ரோகெமிக்கல் என்ற நிறுவனத்தின் மூலமாக 990 மிகப்பெரிய அளவிலே பங்களிப்பை செய்து கொண்டிருக்கும் திரு இளநகை அவர்களுக்கு இந்த விருதினை வழங்குவதில் பெருமை அடைகிறோம். முக்கியமான ஒரு பங்களிப்பு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் என்டர்பிரைஸ், புது தொழில் முனைபவர்கள். அந்த தொழில் முனைபவர்களிலே கிருத்தி லேப்ஸ் டெக்னாலஜிஸ் என்ற முறையில் பல்வேறு பேட்டன்ட்டுகளை பெற்று தமிழகத்திலே ஸ்டேட் ஆஃப் த ஆர்ட் டெக்னாலஜி ஃபெசிலிட்டியை வைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் இவர்களுக்கு இந்த விருதை வழங்குவதில் கௌரவம் படுகிறோம். திரு PR விஸ்வநாத் என்ற இந்த இளைஞர் மதுரையிலே இருந்து ப்ராமிசிங் ஆண்டர்பிரனராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்படுகிறார். இவரது பங்களிப்பு சாதாரணமல்ல. இவர் ஒரு போட்டோ தொழிலில் ஆரம்பித்து அந்த தொழிலை இந்த கொரோனா காலத்திலே சமூகத்திற்காக பயன்படும் வகையிலே செயல்படுத்தி மிகச்சிறப்பாக மக்களிடம் கொண்டு சென்றவர். அவரை கௌரவிக்கிறோம். கடைசியாக திரு செழியன் ராமு என்பவரை அறியாத குழந்தைகள் இல்லை. திருவண்ணாமலையிலே இருந்து 25,000 குழந்தைகளுக்கு கொரோனா காலத்திலே காப்பாற்றி உணவளித்து அவர்களை கரம் பிடித்து காப்பாற்றியவர். மனிதர்களை மட்டுமில்லை, விலங்குகளையும் காப்பாற்றியவர். இவரை பற்றி நிறைய தெரிய வேண்டும் என்றால் கூகுள் பண்ணீங்கன்னா தெரியும். பக்கம் பக்கமாக வரும் இவரது பங்களிப்பு. அவருக்கும் இந்த விருதினை வழங்கி முதல்வர் கௌரவிப்பதில் எங்களுக்கு மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி. நன்றி ஐயா. இந்த என்னங்க அடுத்தது, இப்பொழுது திறன் வளர்ப்பு திட்டத்தின் கீழே ஒரு 6 மாணவர்களுக்கு 3 கம்பெனியிலிருந்து அப்பாயின்மெண்ட் லெட்டர், மென்டரிங் லெட்டரை கொடுப்பதற்கு இது ஒரு துவக்கம். நீங்கள் சொன்ன மாதிரி இதுதான் முதல் சுழி. இதிலிருந்து துவங்கப்படும் பல லட்சக்கணக்கான மாணவர்களை இந்த சிறு குறு தொழில் நடத்துபவர்களும் தொழில் முனைவர்களும் கரம் பிடித்து மேலேற்றி விடுவோம். அதற்கு உங்களை வழங்க கூப்பிடுகிறோம். வாங்க கண்ணன், வாங்க சீக்கிரம் வாங்க. அந்த பக்கம் போங்க, சீக்கிரம் அவங்க சந்தோஷப்படும். நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தின் முதல் படி இதில் தொடங்கும் இனிமேல் அவர்களின் வாழ்க்கை. அடுத்ததாக 3 நிறுவனங்களிலிருந்து ஒரு 6 மக்களுக்கு, குழந்தைகளுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு திட்டத்தை அளிக்கப் போகிறோம். சீக்கிரம் சார் வாங்க, சீக்கிரம் ப்ளீஸ் கம் ஃபாஸ்ட். இந்த விழாவிலே கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 7500 ப்ராஜெக்ட் ஐடியாவை வரவழைத்து அதிலிருந்து ஒரு 5 சிறந்த தொழில் முனைவோர்களை கண்டுபிடித்து அவர்களுக்கு ஊக்குவிப்பதற்காக அந்த 5 மாணவர்களை மேடைக்கு அழைத்து அவர்களுக்கு எங்களது அகில இந்திய உற்பத்தியாளர் சங்கத்திலிருந்து அவர்கள் சிறு தொழில் முனைவர்களாக மாறுவதற்கு என்ன தேவையோ அதை செய்து தருவோம். சிட்பியிலிருந்து அவர்களுக்கு ஃபைனான்சியல் க்ளோஷர் லெட்டரை தரப்போகிறோம். அண்ணா யூனிவர்சிட்டியின் இனோவேஷன் கவுன்சிலிருந்து அவர்களது எண்ணம் நடைமுறைப்படுத்துவதற்கு உண்டான வழிமுறைகளை செய்வதற்கான கமிட்மெண்ட் லெட்டரை கொடுக்கிறோம். இந்த 5வரும் சிறந்த தொழில் முனைவர்களாக மாற வேண்டும். உயர்கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சர் சொன்ன மாதிரி வேலை செய்பவர்கள், வேலை கொடுப்பவர்கள் இருவரும் வளர வேண்டும் தமிழகத்தில். அவர்கள் சிறப்பாக இருந்தால் நாடு சிறப்பாக வரும். நன்றி, நன்றி. தேங்க்யூ சார். தேங்க்யூ சார்.
விருது வழங்கி கௌரவப்படுத்தியதற்கு நன்றி. முயற்சி திருவனையாக்கும் என்ற கோட்பாட்டுக்கிணங்க செயல்படும் மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை சிறப்புரையாற்ற வருமாறு அழைக்கிறோம்.
அன்புள்ள டெக்னோ 2022 கண்காட்சி மற்றும் கருத்தரங்கு நிறைவு விழா நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு வருகை தந்து உரையாற்றி அமர்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு உயர்கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சர் முனைவர் க. பொன்முடி அவர்களே, அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய சிண்டிகேட் உறுப்பினரும் சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினருமான தம்பி உதயநிதி அவர்களே, உயர்கல்வித்துறை முதன்மை செயலாளர் முனைவர் கார்த்திகேயன் ஐஎஸ் அவர்களே, அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தினுடைய துணைவேந்தர் பேராசிரியர் வேல்ராஜ் அவர்களே, அனைத்து இந்திய உற்பத்தியாளர்கள் நிறுவனத்தினுடைய தலைவர் திரு ரமேஷ் துகார் அவர்களே, முதுநிலை துணைத் தலைவர் டாக்டர் ஹரிஷ் மெத்தா அவர்களே, ஒருங்கிணைப்பு குழுவினுடைய தலைவர் திரு ரகுநாதன் அவர்களே, வருகை தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய பேராசிரியர் பெருமக்களே, என்னுடைய அன்பிற்கினிய மாணவ செல்வங்களே, பல்வேறு தொழில் நிறுவனங்களை சார்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய நிர்வாகிகளே, அரசு உயர் அதிகாரிகளே, அலுவலர்களே, பத்திரிகை மற்றும் ஊடகத்துறையை சார்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய நண்பர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய மாலை வணக்கத்தை நான் மகிழ்ச்சியோடு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். நான் முதல்வராக பொறுப்பேற்றதற்கு பிறகு இந்த அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் நடக்கக்கூடிய 3வது நிகழ்ச்சி இந்த நிகழ்ச்சி. தொழில்துறையின் சார்பில் நடைபெற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய நிகழ்ச்சிகளை பங்கேற்றிருக்கிறேன். அதைத் தொடர்ந்து பள்ளிக்கல்வி உயர்கல்வி துறையின் சார்பில் நடைபெற்றிருக்கக்கூடிய நிகழ்ச்சிகளை பங்கேற்றிருக்கிறேன். இப்பொழுது நான் முதல்வன் நிகழ்ச்சி என்ற அடிப்படையில் நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த கருத்தரங்கு நிகழ்ச்சிகளை நான் பங்கு பெறக்கூடிய வாய்ப்பை பெற்றிருக்கிறேன். இந்த வாய்ப்பை பெற்றமைக்கு நான் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். வாய்ப்பினை உருவாக்கி தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய அனைவருக்கும் நான் இந்த நேரத்தில் நன்றி சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். அருமை உடைத்தென்று அசவாமை வேண்டும், பெருமை முயற்சி தரும். அனைவருக்கும் முதலில் என்னுடைய வணக்கத்தை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். அனைத்திந்திய உற்பத்தியாளர் சங்கம், அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகம், இந்திய வர்த்தக சங்கங்களின் கூட்டமைப்பு, இந்த மூன்றும் ஒருங்கிணைத்து பொறியாளர்களுடைய மேம்பாடு தொடர்பான கருத்தரங்கத்தையும் கண்காட்சியையும் நீங்கள் சிறப்பான வகையில் ஏற்பாடு செஞ்சிருக்கிறீங்க. உங்களுடைய ஒருங்கிணைந்த செயல்பாட்டை நான் முதலில் இதில் ஈடுபட்டிருக்கக்கூடிய அத்தனை பேருக்கும் நான் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை, பாராட்டுக்களை நான் தெரிவிச்சுக்க விரும்புகிறேன். இத்தகைய ஒருங்கிணைப்பு மிக மிக தேவை, மிக மிக அவசியம். எந்த துறையாக இருந்தாலும் அந்த துறை தனித்து செயல்பட முடியாது. ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று ஒற்றுமை கலந்திருக்கக்கூடிய உணர்வோடு அதில் நாம் ஈடுபட்டால்தான் அதில் வெற்றி காண முடியும், அதை நிறைவேற்றிட முடியும். தனித்தனியாக தங்களுடைய சக்திகளை செலவிடுவதை விட தேவையான நேரத்தில் ஒருங்கிணைந்து செயல்பட்டால் அந்த செயல் விரைவாகவும் முடியும், சிறப்பாகவும் முடிந்திடும் வாய்ப்பை பெறும். பல நேரங்களில் அந்த துறைகளுக்குள் அத்தகைய ஒருங்கிணைப்பு இருப்பது இல்லை என்பது உண்மைதான். அதை நாம் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டாகத்தான் வேண்டும். அதனை அதிகாரிகளும் ஏற்றுக்கொள்வார்கள் என்று நான் நம்புகிறேன். இத்தகைய நிலைமை இருக்கிற காலத்தில் கல்வியும் தொழிலும் உற்பத்தியும் இணைந்து செயல்படுவது என்பது மகிழ்ச்சி அளிக்கக்கூடிய வகையில் அமைந்திருக்கிறது. வேலை இல்லைன்னு ஒரு பக்கம் இளைஞர்கள் சொல்கிறாங்க. வேலை இருக்குது, ஆனால் அதற்கு தகுதி வாய்ந்த இளைஞர்கள் கிடைக்கலன்னு தொழில் நிறுவனங்கள் சொல்லி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த இடைவெளியை குறைக்கணும். அதற்கு இத்தகைய கருத்தரங்குகள் நிச்சயம் பயன்பட போகிறது. எத்தகைய தகுதியை இளைஞர்களிடமிருந்து எதிர்பார்க்கிறோம்னா அதை நிறுவனங்கள் சொல்லி ஆகணும். அத்தகைய தகுதியை இளைஞர்களுக்கு ஊக்கப்படுத்துவதாக பல்கலைக்கழகங்கள் மாறணும். இந்த பரஸ்பர நட்புறவு உங்களுக்குள் இருக்கணும். அதனை அரசு அதிகாரிகள் உணர்ந்திருப்பதின் வெளிப்பாடு தான் இது போன்ற கருத்தரங்குகள். தமிழ்நாட்டை அனைத்து துறைகளிலுமே முதன்மை மாநிலமாக உருவாக்க சீரிய முயற்சிகளை மேற்கொண்டு சிறப்பான திட்டங்களை தமிழக அரசு நிறைவேற்றி கொண்டு வருகிறது என்பது உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நன்றாக தெரியும். நான் கூட பல இடங்களில் பல நிகழ்ச்சிகளில் ஒன்றை நான் அடிக்கடி குறிப்பிட்டு காட்டுவது உண்டு. சமீபத்தில் ஒரு கருத்து கணிப்பு எடுக்கப்பட்டது. இந்தியாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய முதலமைச்சர்களில் யார் முதலிடத்தில் இருக்கிறாங்க, 2வது இடத்துல இருக்கிறாங்க, 3வது இடத்துல இருக்கிறாங்கன்னு ஒரு வரிசைப்படுத்தி ஒரு கருத்து கணிப்பு எடுத்தாங்க. அந்த கருத்து கணிப்பு எடுத்தப்போ 100 நாட்கள்லேயே உங்களால் முதலமைச்சராக பொறுப்பேற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய என்னுடைய பெயர் வந்துச்சு. அதை எல்லாரும் பாராட்டினாங்க. சட்டமன்றத்திலும் எதிர்க்கட்சிகள் உட்பட என்னை பாராட்டி பேசியது உண்டு. எனக்கு அதில் உள்ள பெருமை தான், அதை மறுக்க முடியாது. ஆனால் அதையெல்லாம் தாண்டி நம்பர் 1 முதலமைச்சர் என்று சொல்வதை விட நம்பர் 1 ஸ்டேட், நம்பர் 1 தமிழ்நாடு என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய நிலை வரணும். அதற்காக பல்வேறு சிறப்பான திட்டங்களை எல்லாம் தொடர்ந்து நம்முடைய அரசு நிறைவேற்றி வருகிறது என்பது உங்களுக்கு நன்றாக தெரியும். உயர்கல்வியில் மாணவர் சேர்க்கை விகிதம் என்பது அகில இந்திய அளவில் 27.1 விழுக்காடாக இருக்குது. ஆனால் தமிழகம் 51.4 விழுக்காடு பெற்று சிறப்பான இடத்தில் இருக்கு. இந்த ஆண்டு இந்த புள்ளி விவரத்தை எடுத்தால் 54 விழுக்காடாக கூட கூடியிருக்கலாம். உயர்கல்விகளை எல்லா மாணவர்களை சேர்க்கை விகிதங்களிலும் தமிழக முதலிடம் பெற்று முன்னிலையில் இருக்கு. உயர்கல்வித்துறையிலே செயல்படுத்தப்படும் நலத்திட்டங்கள் தமிழகத்தினுடைய மொத்த மாணவருடைய சேர்க்கை விகிதத்தினுடைய அதீத வளர்ச்சிக்கும் சமூகத்தில் ஒடுக்கப்பட்ட பிரிவு மாணவருடைய முழுமையான வளர்ச்சிக்கும் சான்றாக இருக்கு. இலவச பாட புத்தகங்கள், பேருந்து பயண அட்டை, முதல் தலைமுறை பட்டதாரிகளுக்கு கல்வி உதவித்தொகை திட்டம், ஆதிதிராவிட மாணவர்களுக்கான போஸ்ட் மெட்ரிக் கல்வி உதவித்தொகை திட்டம், பொருளாதாரத்தில் நலிவுற்ற மாணவர்களுக்கு முதலமைச்சருடைய பொது நிவாரண நிதியிலிருந்து வழங்கப்படக்கூடிய கல்வி உதவித்தொகை, முதுநிலை பட்ட மேற்படிப்புகளுக்கு கல்வி உதவித்தொகை போன்றவை நம்முடைய தமிழகத்தில் வழங்கப்பட்டு வருகிறது. அரசு பள்ளி மாணவர்களுக்கு பொறியியல் கல்லூரியில் முன்னுரிமை அடிப்படையில் 7.5 விழுக்காடு உள் ஒதுக்கீடு வழங்கியதோடு கல்வி கட்டணம், விடுதி கட்டணம் மற்றும் போக்குவரத்து கட்டணங்களையும் தமிழக அரசே ஏற்றுக்கொண்டிருக்கிறது. நம்முடைய சாதனைக்கு இந்த சமூக நீதி கொள்கையும் முக்கியமான காரணமாக அமைந்திருக்கிறது. பல்வேறு பன்னாட்டு தொழில்துறை நிறுவனங்கள் தமிழகத்தில் உள்ள பல்வேறு பொறியியல் கல்லூரிகளில் பயிலக்கூடிய பொறியியல் பட்டதாரி மாணவர்கள் வளாக தேர்வு மூலம் உயர்நிலை பதவிக்கு தேர்ந்தெடுத்து இருக்காங்க. தமிழக பொறியியல் மாணவர்களும் இயல்பிலேயே புதுசாக எதையாவது கற்றுக்கொள்ளணும் என்கிற ஆர்வமும் அதனை வெற்றிகரமாக செயல்படுத்தணும் என்கிற அந்த துடிப்பும் அந்த உணர்ச்சியும் உள்ளவர்கள் மேலும் தற்போதுள்ள நவீன தொழிலாளர்களுடைய எதிர்பார்ப்புகள் மற்றும் எதிர்கொண்டு வரக்கூடிய சவால்கள் ஆகியவற்றையும் கண்டறியவும் தமிழகத்தில் உள்ள பல்வேறு பொறியியல் கல்லூரிகளை பயின்று பட்டம் பெற்ற பட்டதாரி மாணவர்களுடைய தொழில்நுட்ப திறன் மற்றும் வேலைவாய்ப்பு பெறுதலுக்கான திறன்களையும் மேம்படுத்தவும் பல்வேறு திட்டங்கள் செயல்படுத்தப்பட்டு கொண்டு வருகிறது. இதில் முக்கியமான ஒரு புதிய திட்டம்தான் நான் முதல்வன் என்னது திட்டம். ஆக எல்லாத்துலேயும் நீங்கள் எதை தேர்ந்தெடுத்து அதில் வெற்றி பெற வேண்டும் என்று நினைக்கிறீர்களோ அதிலே முதல்வனாக வர வேண்டும் என்பதற்காகத்தான் நான் முதல்வன் என்று பெயரிட்டு அந்த திட்டம் தொடங்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. தமிழகத்தினுடைய மாணவர்கள், இளைஞர்களுடைய அறிவு சக்தியை மேம்படுத்துவதுதான் இந்த திட்டத்தினுடைய முக்கிய நோக்கமாகும். அனைத்து இந்திய உற்பத்தியாளர்கள் சங்கத்தின் அனைத்து உறுப்பினர்களுக்கும் இத்திட்டத்தில் முழு மனதோடு கலந்து கொண்டு மாணவர்கள் வளர்ச்சியினை ஊக்குவிக்குமாறு நான் கேட்டுக்கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். தமிழகத்தில் இருக்கிற கல்வி மற்றும் தொழில்துறையுடைய வளர்ச்சி பல்வேறு மாநிலங்களுக்கு எடுத்துக்காட்டாக விளங்கி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. தமிழகம் கல்வித்துறையில் மேலும் உயரிய நிலை அடைவதற்கு பல்வேறு முயற்சிகளை நம்முடைய தமிழக அரசு எடுத்துக்கொண்டு வருகிறது. அதற்கு ஒரு எடுத்துக்காட்டு தான் இன்று துவங்கும் இந்த 2 நாள் கண்காட்சி மற்றும் கருத்தரங்க நிகழ்ச்சி அமைஞ்சிருக்கு. பொறியியல் பட்டதாரி மாணவர்களுக்கு திறன்மிகு பயிற்சி அளித்து ஒரு சிறந்த பொறியாளர்களை மேம்படுத்துவதே தொழில்துறையுடைய வெற்றி. மேலும் தற்போதைய சூழலில் உள்ள தொழில்நுட்ப வளர்ச்சிக்கேற்ப பொறியியல் பட்டதாரி மாணவர்களை உருவாக்குறது இன்றியமையாததாக அமைந்திருக்கிறது. அதற்கேற்ப அனைத்து இந்திய உற்பத்தியாளர்கள் சங்கம், அண்ணா பல்கலைக்கழகம் மற்றும் இந்திய வர்த்தக சங்கங்களுடைய கூட்டமைப்பு ஆகியவை ஒன்றிணைந்து பொறியாளருடைய மேம்பாடு தொடர்பான டெக்னோ 2022 என்ற கண்காட்சி மற்றும் இந்த கருத்தரங்க ஏற்பாடு செஞ்சிருக்கிறாங்க. இந்த சிறப்புமிக்க இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிகளை நான் கலந்து கொள்வதில் பெரும் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். டெக்னோ 2022 நோக்கங்களை நான் படித்து பார்த்தேன். அதில் பல்வேறு நோக்கங்கள் சிறப்பாக அமைஞ்சிருக்கு. வளர்ந்து வரக்கூடிய முக்கிய துறைகளில் நிபுணத்துவம் பெற்றவர்களாக இளைஞர்களை உருவாக்க நினைக்கிறீங்க. புதிய தொழில் முனைவோரை அடையாளம் காண நினைக்கிறீங்க. சுய வேலைவாய்ப்புக்கான சிறந்த யோசனை சொல்வதற்கு பரிசு வழங்குறதாக அறிவிச்சிருக்கிறீங்க. இதில் பங்கெடுக்கக்கூடிய மாணவர்களுக்கு கல்லூரியை விட்டு வெளியேறும் போதே வேலைக்கு போக வழிவகை செஞ்சுருக்கிறீங்க. மேலும் புதிய தொழில்நுட்பங்களும் புதிய தொழில் நிறுவனங்களும் ஆதரவு அளிக்கிற கல்வி மற்றும் தொழில் நிறுவனங்களும் தங்களது தயாரிப்புகள் மற்றும் சேவைகளை கண்காட்சியில் வைக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்புகள் வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கு. இத்தகைய கருத்தரங்குகள், போட்டிகள், திறமை வளர்க்கக்கூடிய கண்காட்சிகள் மூலம் மாணவர்களை ஊக்குவிப்பதோடு வருங்காலத்திலே தொழில்திறன் வாய்ந்த மனிதவளம் மென்மேலும் அதிகரிக்கவும் பொறியியல் பட்டதாரிகளுக்கு அதிக அளவில் வேலைவாய்ப்பு கிடைக்க வழிவகை செய்யணும்னு நான் நம்புகிறேன். இந்த இனிய விழாவை சிறப்பாக ஏற்பாடு செஞ்சிருக்கக்கூடிய அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியை மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை தெரிவித்து, உங்களுடைய எண்ணம் ஈடேற நிறைவேற இந்த அரசுக்கு இன்னும் பல பெருமைகள் வந்து சேர, அதனால் தமிழகத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய இளைஞர்கள் மாணவர்கள் பெரும் வெற்றியை பெறுவதற்கு அவர்கள் வாழ்வில் எல்லா வசதிகளையும் வாய்ப்புகளையும் உருவாக்கி தரக்கூடிய வகையில் இந்த கருத்தரங்கமும் இந்த பயிற்சி அரங்கமும் நடைபெற்றிருக்கிறது என்பதை மாத்திரம் இந்த நேரத்தில் எடுத்துச் சொல்லி, இந்த சிறப்பான நிகழ்ச்சியில் கலந்து கொள்ள வைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய அனைவருக்கும் மீண்டும் ஒருவர் நன்றி சொல்லி, இதை எழுச்சியோடு ஏற்பாடு செய்து தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் பாராட்டுக்களையும் உடைய அரசின் சார்பில் தெரிவித்து வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி சொல்லி என் உரையை நிறைவு செய்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
சிறப்புரையாற்றியமைக்கு நன்றி. நன்றி நவிழல் நன்று என்ற வள்ளுவனின் வாய்மொழிக்கிணங்க நன்றி நவில வருபவர் திரு ரமேஷ் துகார், தலைவர் அகில இந்திய உற்பத்தியாளர் சங்கம்.
Honorable Chief Minister, Minister, distinguished leaders and delegates, and my dear friend Shri Udaynidhi. Feeling grateful and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. It is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for this session of TechKnow 2022. It was a challenge thrown by the Honorable Chief Minister, whose passion is that manufacturing organizations must consider recognizing the contributions of the young, and it was the pleasure of AIMO to accept the same. To meet those objectives, we were fortunate to have in our midst a mix of renowned fusion from both academics and industry. It is your honored presence that ignited not only young minds to reach greater heights, but also industry representatives to take your vision forward. On behalf of AIMO and on my own behalf, I thank the Honorable Higher Education Minister, Shri Udaynidhi Stalin, MLA and syndicate member, and the dignitaries present here today despite their busy schedules. Special mention is made of the chairman of the advisory and organizing committees, whose invaluable support has made this event a grand success. Thank you.
விழாவின் இறுதியாக நாட்டுப்பண்.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे